the series of What if Deku had unstable volatile quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku stared at the charred remnants of his notebook as the wind ruffled the water-warped pages. He clenched his teeth to stave off tears. Another notebook destroyed, this time his dreams dashed along with it. For the first time in a long time, he thought about not buying a new one. He thought about leaving this reminder of his hopes, his aspirations, his everything at the top of this building. Because maybe he didn't want to stand up again, only for the next person he came across to tell him he shouldn't shoot for the stars. Maybe he didn't want to be told that, even with his gadgets, even with his intelligence, Midoriya Izuku's dream was nothing more than that. A dream. Izuku drew in a shuddering breath. A drowning feeling of resignation weighed on his shoulder, settling in the pit of his stomach. Hadn't he known this all along? What did you do? Hadn't he been told this a million times over by every single person he knew? Is that thing even my son? Hadn't his own parents told him? That quirk's not its dash. What was it they called him? Villainous. With a glance at his surroundings, he distantly realized that he had reached the edge of the roof now. His brain brought him half an idea, a taunt. Take a swan dive off the roof of a building? And wouldn't it be so easy, Izuku thought to himself as he watched cars move down the road, unaware of his internal plight. It wasn't like Kaken brought up something he hadn't already thought of before. He knew he was worthless. Izuku had no one. He had nothing but memories of people who abandoned him. Nothing but an empty apartment and a lonely beach. He stepped closer, putting his hands on the railing. To get a better view, the terrified part of his mind soothed as he leaned forward. Vertigo hit him subtly, his vision tipping as he did, the flat edge of the rail pressing uncomfortably into the skin of his exposed palms. The backs of his feet lifted off the ground, the wind kissed his neck lightly, a whistle, not a roar, as he started falling forward ripping himself away from the ledge, away from his poisonous thoughts. A wave of nausea hit him. Knees buckling underneath him, his hands hit the concrete to stop him from falling completely, scraping across the floor as his elbows gave out too. God, what had he been about to do? Izuku gasped for air, feeling deprived of it, and scrambled back to his backpack, to his notebook. Every inch of him shaking, he shoved the ruined notebook inside his bag, not caring that he was destroying it further, and bolted down the stairwell that All Might left through. He tried not to let himself think about the distant explosion, the thing that broke him out of his trance, the only reason he was stumbling down these stairs instead of. Bile burned in his throat as he finally reached the bottom of the stairs. Breath hitching, legs burning, hands trembling, he ran. He ran until another explosion brought him out of his terror-filled haze. The crowd obscured his view and he realized that his feet had led him to another hero fight. A glimpse of an all-too-familiar swamp green. No, he begged, pushing his way through the crowd. Please don't let it be. The sludge villain. And the heroes. The heroes were just standing there. Izuku turned his gaze back to the villain, to the victim it took, and remembered the feeling of slime forcing itself down his throat, of suffocating. The sludge writhed as another explosion boomed within him, turning to reveal the face of his new victim. Desperate, blood-red eyes met his and Izuku didn't have to think. He didn't need to do anything but move. Shouts followed him as he rushed past every bystander. He could care less that this was dangerous, he could care less about himself. If he had died in that underpass, they wouldn't even be in this situation. When his backpack collided with his body, the villain turned, eyes gleaming with rage when they fell upon him, the boy who All Might saved. Kaken heaved in a gasp of air. Izuku didn't stop, though, because one gulp of air was not enough to save him. Lifting a 1,000-pound weight off of a locked box in his chest, Izuku reached inside himself, as he sunk his bare hands into the slime, and pulled, ignoring the nausea that rolled over him at the feeling of his hands being encased in sludge, ignoring the reminder of his own near-death experience. The sludge villain fell still and Izuku could almost hear the silence of the crowd behind him over the roaring in his ears. Energy he hadn't felt in years flooded him, dizzying him. Heat furled in his core and stars danced in his clouding vision. This was the feeling of something he pretended he didn't have, something he didn't want. This was the feeling of a quirk. A genetic mutation, Izuku would later find out upon his own research. Unique from his mother's telekinesis and his father's, he shuddered at the reminder of his father or the slow ache overcoming him. Fire breathing. Initiated by physical contact, not limited by five-finger activation, his quirk put people in their own heads and forced them to agonize over their own flaws. Insecurity, he dubbed it quietly, where no one would ever hear the name. Reminders of how he obtained such information made the ache building in his head worsen. It manifested when he was touching his parents. They froze at some point during the movie they were watching, and only when Izuku moved to use the restroom did they snap out of his quirk. A fight broke out. The movie had been an act of goodwill from his mother, a silent, tense ordeal to distract his father. Evidently, the night was not as subdued as they hoped it would be. That hellspawn is not my child. After his father left, she could barely stomach a glance at him. Before they shared the pain, they were in it together. Apparently, that stopped the night his quirk manifested. They never told anyone about his quirk. She told him that he was quirkless and he didn't deny it, not when it was the first time she had properly looked him in the eyes since that night. What the hell, Deku? Kaken's snapping voice tugged him back into reality. A reality where blood dripped down his nose and every inch of him ached. The pro-heroes finally moved and All Might, that FANG bastard, shouted something about having empty soda bottles. Izuku didn't wait around to see what they would do to him for interfering. The moment their eyes turned away from him, Izuku faded into the background. He had always been good at that. His feet predictably led him to Dagoba Beach. Why was it that he never failed to wander back here when things became especially unbearable? Why, when bittersweet memories stab his fragile heart every time he sees the glittering view of the sunset? For the second time that day, Izuku leaned against a railing, this time for support. He didn't even realize he was falling until his back hit the sand. Katsuki hated the way his throat couldn't get rid of the feeling of that sludge-effer's slime squirming down his esophagus. He hated that, no matter how much he spit, the taste of that disgusting slime wouldn't go away. But he hated Deku more than any of that. The nerd had a quirk. A FING quirk. The weakling had been looking down at him this whole time, huh? Laughing behind his back every time he called him quirkless? He brushed off the heroes, hell, he brushed off All Might's quick check on him before reporters swarmed him and ran after that damned nerd. Katsuki needed answers and he wasn't afraid to beat them out of Deku. His malice stalled when he caught sight of the blood trail he followed, but returned when he thought of the likely cause. "You freak lied to me," his inner voice snarled. Deku was at the garbage beach, or all FNG places, leaning against the railing and casting a shadow from the sunset in front of him. "Oi, Deku!" Katsuki's smug grin froze when Deku fell forward and over the railing without so much as a glance back. The trash, his mind thought frantically as he darted forward. What if he fell on something and impaled himself? Seemed like something his dumbass would do. To a suppressed amount of relief, he caught sight of Deku laying in the sand like an idiot. Landing on the sand next to him with a thud, he grabbed a handful of the nerd's collar to yell at him, only for the blood to drain from his face when he realized he wasn't breathing. "Amnit, breathe, you bastard!" Something slammed into his chest like a freight train and Izuku lurched up, gagging on the copper-tasting liquid in his throat. Blood spewed carelessly from his mouth as he coughed and his body hit someone else's. The F was that, Deku? Izuku inhaled sharply, throwing him into another coughing fit. "So you were hiding your quirk this whole damn time? Is that it?" He prodded over Izuku's receding spasms. "Kaken." He stuttered, mouth thick with blood. "Don't kaken me," the boy hissed, pushing Izuku off of him with a surprising lack of force. He stood, glaring down at him as sand clinging to him. "No wonder you wanted to hide your quirk. It's so useless you can't even use it without FNG dying." Kaken walked away and Izuku didn't call out to him. Waking up in the middle of the night, stiff and sore, was hellish and made Izuku groan when he attempted to move. The knife gouging his brain wasn't any help as he stumbled to his feet, but the world didn't stop turning when something like yesterday happened and certainly not for Izuku. The apartment was as depressing as the morning he left. As the definitely ruined, but maybe salvageable uniform churned in the washing machine, Izuku messed with a small army figure, thinking of his mother. He tried to steer clear of thoughts concerning her for a multitude of reasons. 1. The last day he saw her had been over 8 years ago. 2. During the 2 years she stayed after his father left, she steadily grew colder towards him. And then 3, which he added to the list only recently, she finally decided she could stop paying for the apartment. Why would she keep doing it in the first place, you ask? Izuku honestly had no idea. Guilt? Pity? Old-time sake? She sent in cash a week before rent was due. Always the same amount, which exceeded the actual cost of the bills since he rarely used half of the utilities. The landlady took the bills without looking up from her spreadsheet and never asked him where his mother was. Who cared, after all, when he was the only tenant who never pushed for another week to gather their money? The most Miss Tara would do was thank him for not being on Little Beach like all the other sheetheads I house, which Izuku chose to take as a compliment. He saved the money, what he could of it at least, and planned on using it to pay for Yue's tuition. Izuku had been saving money all his life, his clothes, his shoes, hell, the untamable bird's nest on his head, was proof of his frugal ways. Sturdy trainers, patched clothes, cheap food, odd jobs, Izuku would do anything to earn money and keep it. Yue might have been a hero school with a fair price range for their tuition fees, but that didn't mean the price wasn't steep. This, sadly, was the reason he sold his hero merch, All Might memorabilia included, a week ago. Even though parting with it caused something to shrivel in his heart, even if the guy was an a-hole, he still loved heroes. Aside from that, anything with economical value in the apartment had been sold long ago, leaving him with a barren residence and a meager amount of objects with sentimental value. But, by God, it had been worth it. Izuku was in the final stretch. At this rate, he would actually be able to attend UA if he passed the exams. He just had to stay low and hope nothing FNG tried him, because if something sent him to the hospital it would be a sheets how in more ways than one. Rent? He could manage, especially with that new metal and mechanics shop opening up a few miles out. Food? Pisage, he had been living off simple food for years. Tuition, in the bag, so long as he didn't break somebody's million-yen car or something. Things felt kind of great actually. Sure, Izuku had been, well, dead a few hours ago, but damn it, he was alive now and this wild aspiration of his truly had a chance of becoming real. The army figure in his scarred palm, small and colors flecking off from age, pressed against his skin. It offered reassurance and doubt, but ultimately, the pleasant memories won this time. A week later, when he heard the metal and mech shop opened, Izuku gathered his collection of usable parts and cleaned them meticulously. There were no other shops in the area that he could go to sell these things, so he couldn't afford for them to turn him away. Literally. Kaken left him alone, aside from the occasional fiery glare, and the others stopped asking questions on account of that signature Kaken glare being turned on them when they stepped too close. Something inside him writhed, the churning like a pot of boiling water overflowing. The overflowing bit especially. It was like a fish in his grip, slippery, and thrashing to escape. And like hell he would let it. Things were going well, thank you, and he did not need his jacked-up quirk FANG up his plans. The constant aching was the icing on the cake, and the piercing headaches were the cherry on top of it. That was a reasonable reaction, though, Izuku supposed. Dying seemed a little extreme, but he had kept his quirk locked up for 8 years. Was this what withdrawal felt like? The manifestation of his quirk hurt, but this was another level of danger. The banner on the inside of the windowed wall said, "Now open," in big, curvy, red and orange font. A bell chimed pleasantly when he pushed into the building, the box heavy in his lithe arms. The room he walked into housed bland, off-white walls decorated with succulents and objects standing out with bright color. Blue padded chairs lined the wall, the counter at the other side of the room reaching both ends of the wall. A gate and latch remained closed and everything felt utterly new. Overall, it was your cliché receptionist room. His mouth quirked up when he caught sight of the mini present mic figure by a similarly situated plastic cockatoo on its perch. Izuku built a radio because it seemed easier than fixing another phone that actually emitted sound. His phone was a relic and it looked the part too. He found it while scavenging and kept it for no reason other than the ridiculous hope that one day someone would want to communicate with him. With the radio, on the other hand, Izuku worked until the voices and melodies came through the speaker clearly. Present Mix Radio Show quickly became one of his most visited stations. He was loud and exuberant, something Izuku could never be. The music he played stayed in Izuku's head for days, humming in his veins and beating with his heart. The man was amusing, too, whipping out subtly snarky remarks and deceiving wit just as much as he said a corny joke. When because he could not afford to think if he attended UA, would Izuku meet him? God, how would he cope with meeting him and Eraserhead? How would he not faint on the spot when all of his teachers were his literal heroes? Eraserhead was an underground hero, so Izuku supposed he maybe shouldn't be aware of him, but he was exactly the hero that Izuku wanted to be. Out of sight, working primarily in ambush and close-ranged attacks. His quirk erased others, but he fought entirely quirkless against mutation quirks, so Izuku could, too, especially with his inventions. A tall woman with salmon-pink hair grinned at him from behind the counter. Her cropped hair, spiked up like it had its own personality, had nothing on her golden eyes. The color dipped into copper and she blinked, her smile becoming more of a show. Quirk, his brain warned. She's seeing something she doesn't like. Damn it. He wanted to sell her sheet, not have a subtle quirk used on him. Hi, he said quickly, heaving the box onto the counter. Do you buy scrap metal in parts? She pulled the box closer and rummaged through the organized, flatter pieces of metal to see the parts he brought. I sure do from you, she said, eyes glued to the contents of the box. The knot in his chest loosened, a sigh of relief passing his lips. Again her eyes flashed bronze, flicking to him, and he tensed. Her eyes drifted to the exposed scars scaling his left arm and his patience snapped. Stop that? He took a step back, hackles rising and his eyes narrowing. Do you want to buy them or not? Stop what? Using your quirk on a minor without consent, he gritted out. That's illegal, you know. Not that he would report it. That would require going to the police, who would probably ask for his guardian. The burly woman laughed, setting him even further on edge. You're kind of fiery, you know that, green bean? She produced a pen and clipboard, sliding it across the counter. I don't know where the hell you found parts like this, but I'd be damn stupid to turn you away. Read the form, write your basic info, sign on the dotted line, blah blah blah. A rivet of fear speared through him as he sat on one of the chairs and began reading. Where your parents, Sprout? They send you over with all this by yourself? Bitterness tasted sour in his dry mouth. Busy, he muttered, standing and handing over the filled-out papers. Right? She tapped the paper with the pen. Midoriya, you say that cash is the preferred payment. I don't presently have enough to pay you, so would you prefer digital payment? I don't think anyone wants to walk around with this much money on them, anyway. He glanced at the box, then at her. She gulped. How much money do you owe me? Stupid question, he realized immediately. If she couldn't pay him right off the bat, then it was a reasonable amount more than he guessed all this was worth. Never mind, he added nervously. 1. Never ask someone what they owe you. People will never pay if they think they can get away with it. 2. I'm guessing you've never sold anything like this before. And 3. I owe you . Izuku's knees went weak when she told him the number. Oh damn. Oh shit. Oh if . He laughed, high-pitched and unbelieving, hands rising to do who knows what. That was, oh God, that was way more than he thought he would get for a few sheets of metal and used parts. Maybe miracles did happen. Whoa, you good kid? His eyes snapped back to the lady. Kinda blanked out on me for a second. I can wait, he croaked. Pay me what you can and I'll wait for the rest. Alright, give me a second. In the apartment, Izuku held his head in his hands, a mad giggle that matched the grin on his face. I can make it, he whispered, breaking the silence. F the world, I'm making it to you. At this point, I feel like I should put you down as a business supplier, Mitsu said as he put down a box full of money-making material for the third time. He blushed and took the clipboard she offered, signing his name. Izuku would keep coming here and selling what he scavenged and cleaned for as long as she would let him. Tuition fees were a beach and Izuku didn't have time for debt or interest adding up. He needed enough for 3 years, and he would pay his way through half of his second year by the end of the summer if he kept this up. Every Sunday, 30 minutes after they open, Izuku meets Mitsu and they exchange money, metal, and small talk. Mitsu showed off a picture of her wife and daughter. Izuku told her that he built things in his spare time. She pushed, a few times, for information on his parents but relented before he became too uncomfortable. Mitsu apologized for using her quirk on him without permission and explained her quirk. It was called Current State. When she activated it, her quirk revealed the physical and emotional state of a person to her. After some questioning on his part, Izuku found out that she received her answers through feelings rather than actual words. Mitsu described it as a compass, pointing her in the right direction. "Oh hey!" Mitsu burst the 5th time he showed up. "My wife, as you know, works the books, but May's coming in today to work on her inventions. They're dying to meet you, so feel free to come back around once." Internally he balked. The short interactions he had here with Mitsu still kept them at acquaintance level. Coming in and meeting her family would break that barrier, that protective wall of security. Part of him, a traitorous, longing part, wanted to. Save for Mitsu, no one spoke kindly with him. No one turned their gaze upon him as if he mattered. His brain whispered that they might be like her, like Mitsu instead of his mom. "I'll see if I can make it," Izuku mumbled, not missing how Mitsu lit up. "Hell yeah!" she shouted after him as he exited the building. Izuku arrived at 1 o'clock on the dot and walked in without any preamble, tensing when he realized other people were sitting in the chairs. This was a business and it was the middle of the day. An employee stood in Mitsu's usual spot, looking bored and utterly uninterested as they lounged in the desk chair. They had a cat quirk, it seemed. Furred, pointed ears that flicked towards the sound of his entrance and slit pupils surrounded by blue irises darted to him. Lazily, she pressed a button and spoke into a microphone. "Aye boss, ya boys here." Not 2 seconds later, a girl that looked like Mitsu's daughter burst into the room and grabbed him by his shoulders to push him further into the building. He gaped at the sheer size of space. Dozens of workers milled about and even more inventions were being tweaked. It was a mechanic's heaven. "Hi, I'm Hatsume," she shouted into his ear over the sudden whir of machinery. Future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Her hands on his shoulders sent bells ringing in his head, all of them screaming don't touch, but he put his shaking hands into the pockets of his cargo pants and offered her a smile as she practically wheeled him around. "Midoriya," he yelled. She let go of him without warning, causing him to shoot forward and stumble. They were in front of a red door. "Zuzu, open the door." Promptly he flushed red, eyes blowing wide. "What?" he asked breathlessly. "Open it." He wasn't too sure whether the handle would electrocute him or if this was a normal door because this certainly wasn't a normal girl. Still, he opened the door to reveal a smaller workspace with tables and stations. Mitsu and her wife looked over, their hands dropping from where they previously gestured with them. Yumi looked the same as she did in the picture Mitsu showed him. Her eyes and braided hair shone, bright and silver, a stark contrast to her dark skin. Thin gray lines on her neck displayed the gills she could utilize. Her ears were fin-like and webbed, like her fingers, fanning out when they entered the room. "You came?" Mitsu cheered, rushing over with her wife. "Meet my wife, Yumi, and my daughter, May." Ayumi waved a webbed hand, smiling softly. She gestured with her hands again and Izuku watched with curiosity. "Yumi says it's nice to meet you, Midoriya." He looked at her sharply, then back to Ayumi's hands. "That's a language?" All of them let out a laugh, making him redden. Mitsu nodded, though. "Japanese Sign Language, or JSL for short. Ayumi's quirk only lets her talk underwater so all of us know it." "Really? Would it be clear underwater? Or maybe garbled? Can you breathe underwater, too? Wait, you have gills, sorry. Are you able to withstand water pressure if you go deep? Do your ears help you hear better above and under the water? Or just one of those? Do your gills seal when you're out of water? Do you have a preference for salt or fresh water? Does it matter at all? What about Dash?" "See, I told you," Mitsu grinned. "He's a riot." Ayumi smiled weakly, looking at him as if he was an enigma. Mei, on the other hand, lit up and began vibrating. "Mom, you didn't tell me he asked those questions." She cried out in betrayal. "We could have made so many babies by now if I had known." Izuku blinked, then promptly turned red, stepping back. He glanced at Mistu, who appeared exasperated, and Ayumi, who was having the time of her life, laughing silently. "Hatsume," she began tiredly. "Explain yourself before he passes out." "They're my inventions," she shouted, grabbing his shoulders and putting her face inches from his. "Mom says you invent things and bring premium scrap. I'm keeping you." Mei did actually keep him in her own way. She began showing up when he dropped off his weekly findings and proceeded to drag him into her workshop to ask his opinion on her babies. "See, if I can just figure out how to disregard the laws of gravity, then my baby will take flight. Why don't you just do away with the propellers and put in the hover tech that the shield company makes?" Izuku questioned, thinking of the parts he had previously brought in. "If they're accessible in some way, I could probably find you the parts by the time I come back. Only with the strength of weeks of sifting through and hauling pounds of scrap metal was he able to stay upright when Mei slammed into him, stealing him into a suffocating hug. He tensed, feeling her skin connect with his, and shoved down the panic that shot up at the contact. The clothes he wore scratched against one of Kaken's latest burns, but he held in the resulting hiss. The scars on his left arm tingled, unused to the amount of pressure her arm put on them. "Are you going to UA?" Mei asked, somewhat hopefully, when she released him. The question sounded so different coming from her. She wasn't asking it to mock him or put him down. Mei was asking him because she wanted him to go. "Yes, I am." Goosebumps erupted over his skin when her face broke out into a glorious grin. Mei was happy that he wanted to go to UA. The first time he brought them all the Dagoba, it had been upon Mei's incessant nagging and pleading. Ayumi and Mitsu were curious too, so they had decided against fighting Mei's will. Their jaws collectively dropped when he threw his arm out with a weak tada. To be fair, at this point, he had cleared out half the beach on his own. Sometimes, when the thought of returning to the apartment became unbearable, Izuku holed up inside a pile. A part of him, desperate and longing, hoped to catch a glimpse of purple mist and glowing yellow eyes, but he often pushed those thoughts aside. Izuku took the Hatsums to the other side of the beach where they were unlikely to search far enough to find his hideout. It had been a month since they all officially met, and since then Izuku had taken up Ayumi's, admittedly surprising, offer to help him learn how to fight. They had an entire room in their house dedicated for training, and Izuku was never one to pass up such an amazing opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. "This Mitsu gestured wildly at the mounds of garbage, "is where you get all your scrap?" Ayumi tugged Mei off of the railing before she could fall over it and turned to him with careful curiosity. "So you rummage around all this, clean it, and bring it to us to sell?" She signed slowly, letting him catch the words as she made them. Izuku, who did little else with his time other than study, analyze, tinker, and haul garbage, had begun learning sign language. Having a conversation with someone, through somebody else's translation, could be a hassle, and Izuku wanted to be able to speak with her. "I wish my moms would let me soft through scrap metal all day," Mei whined. Both of her moms stiffened, glancing at each other as Mei pulled Izuku down to the beach by his arm. "Where are his parents?" Mitsu said aloud, idly in concern. Ayumi frowned, watching Izuku pull Mei out of the way of a tilting trash pile. "We should ask if we could meet them later," Mitsu grumbled, leaning against the railing to face the city. "Already tried a few times, Yumi. He shuts me down faster each time I bring it up." Yumi clicked her tongue in annoyance, joining her wife on the railing. "He must have a lot of free time to learn enough of JSL to hold a proper conversation with me, bring in his own gadgets, and collect all of his findings to bring to us." Mitsu turned to face the ocean, observing as Izuku pushed a pile of collapsing trash to the side, where it clattered loudly. "It's dangerous out here." She chewed the inside of her cheek. What parent in their right mind would let their kid do this? "I would certainly not be trusting enough to let Mei run around with a bunch of strangers all day." It would be easy to conclude that he has subpar parents then, no? "Sure, but I just don't want to assume, you know?" She twirled their keys on her fingers by the ring. What if they're busy people or they're trying to be good parents? Ayumi raised a hand to Mitsu's face, turning her head to face her. She smiled gently. Then we should decide what to think when we meet them. Being able to wear gloves again turned out to be a godsend. He used to wear them when he was little and his mom would throw them into his face, horrified at the mere idea of having to touch him, but Kaken exploded the safeguard once he noticed them. Izuku couldn't give him a response when he asked why stupid Deku wanted to wear gloves in the middle of spring, and bam, bye-bye gloves. The only solution to that became focusing on keeping his quirk locked away and never ever touching anyone for any reason. With the Hatsums though, he felt the safety of gloves settle back into place. Izuku's mind wandered to thoughts of his quirk too easily lately. He doubted it was strong. How could it be after years of disuse? The repercussions of using it alone made his resolve to never use it cement itself further. Questions loomed in the back of his head. The queries about his quirk, because how could he resist when he analyzed the quirks of others so deeply? With every notebook he finished, every quirk he scrutinized, Izuku realized that there had to be more to his quirk than he concluded. The tiny shred of information that he hadn't even garnered, could be the tip of the iceberg. His mind whirred with possibilities and questions that he refused to find the answers to. That was where his knowledge ended, and Izuku knew that there was more. Could he import himself into the person's mind? If so, could he interact with them, or would he be a spectator? Could the person rationalize and accept that, yeah, they're flawed, but damn it, everyone is? Would his quirk still hold them inside their mindscape? How long could he hold a willing volunteer? What about a villain who wanted out? Stop it, he berated himself. This quirk is never going to be used. His questions would go unanswered. He could be a great hero without his quirk. All Might's voice echoed in his head, his words forever branded into his psyche. You can't be a hero. Fing watch me, he snarled back. UA exams were tomorrow. Mei planned on applying for a spot in the support course and Izuku wished her future teacher luck. He knew she would scare the shit out of students and faculty alike. God, he could already picture the face of some poor support student as she grabbed them by the shoulders, shouting, "Do you want to make babies with me?" For Izuku, the hero course was his only route. When he initially did research on the physical and written portions of the exam, Izuku had been shocked by how much the physical exam favored those with flashy quirks. Fighting against robots was meant for people with quirks like All Mights or Kakens. What about people whose quirk relied on people? A torrent of anger flickered through him. Did the faculty seriously think that physical quirks were the only useful ones? It seemed a little hypocritical when two of the teachers would have had to claw their way into the hero course. What had Midnight done when her quirk was of no use against towering machines? What had Eraserhead done when there were no quirks to erase? The guidelines of UA only recently changed to allow quirkless students in, but only a few years prior had they begun allowing people to apply for the use of homemade support items to use in their exams. How many students fell through the cracks because of their implicit bias? In the morning, Izuku picked at the vibrant tones of color on his nails that Ayumi painted on him a few days prior and checked his mental list. Close granola bar, backpack. Said backpack was the most interesting part of the items he carried with him out to the car that the Hatsums were currently sitting in. Mei roughly pulled him inside, her excitement bleeding into her strength. Both of them were built like brick walls at this point, from having to haul machinery around Dagoba and the shop. Have everything you need? Mitsu inquired as he buckled in. Yep, he nodded. Mei grabbed his face with both of her hands, pulling him nose to nose with her. Zuzu, she started, sounding far more serious than he has ever heard her. Are you ready to stick it to the UA faculty? Hell yeah, Mimi. Ayumi snorted, glancing at Mitsu, who shrugged at the silent accusation. He rarely cursed when they were first becoming comfortable around each other, but after 9 months around them all, he could curse enough to make Kaken blush. The ride passed quickly, their departure onto the walkways that led to UA full of hugs and encouragement. At the stairs, he glanced back, briefly meeting Kaken's eyes. He was bundled up in nice clothes far nicer than anything Izuku ever owned, and stalked down the path silently. His eyes narrowed at Izuku and he hastily looked back at Mei, who continued her rant on how bogus one of her mother's competitors' prices were for their services. "I'd say good luck," May started, a grin forming on her features. "But you don't need it." She slapped him on the back, practically knocking the air out of him, and skipped away to find the support course exams. During the written exams, he found himself intrigued by the fact that there were optional open-ended questions. They surrounded his thoughts on their current society and touched base with the morality of having hero schools such as UA. He reached the end of the page and raised his hand. Ectoplasm, or perhaps an ectoplasm clone, floated over to him. He asked if he could have more paper. Maybe ectoplasm provided it within a minute and stayed silent. Afterward, Izuku grabbed his backpack and made his way to a specified room, led by a maybe ectoplasm. Maybe ectoplasm didn't enter with him into the dark room. A few lights allowed him to see the silhouettes of several people sitting at a long table. The ominous effect given off by their shadowed faces didn't do shit for his confidence, but he set his backpack on the table provided for him and set himself into his FLSHU mode that May managed to find out about. When she did, she didn't want to let him crawl back into his shell and lose that fire she caught a glimpse of. It was more than what she usually saw. There was anger in it, ugly emotions that Izuku rarely expressed. "You've come to present us with support gear to use in your practical exam," a monotone voice drawled from the center of the table. There were no questions. Just a prompt. A simple invitation. Izuku refused to stutter, and for once he didn't. These people would listen to him. He needed them to allow him to use his support items. He brandished his multi-purpose knife first, explaining each tool. He had a feeling he caught their attention when he provided a demonstration of the jet of flames that the tiny thing could produce. From there, he segued beautifully into his gun and the bombs he would be shooting out of it. The transition from those to his shoes was slightly less smooth, but it wasn't absolutely horrendous, so he counted it as a win. The explanation of the physical exams passed without much fanfare. Well, aside from the fact that he was seated directly beside Kaken and got called out in front of an amphitheater of people for mumbling about present mic. In his t-shirt and shorts, Izuku loaded his gun and holstered it at his thigh. He flipped through his multi-tool and kicked the heels of his shoes together, testing their functionality. His shoes were made to increase mobility and provide some extra support for when he fired his gun. Knockback was a beach, and he braced his arms for it, thankful for the Hatsum's guidance in making them. They could hover and shoot him into the air if needed, but there was more experimentation to be had before any confidence could truly set in. Propelling seemed like the best choice to not chance his feet being blown up, and he told the people at the table that something could go wrong. Safety before pride. He knew impressions were important and that even if he couldn't see the people at the table they could most certainly see him, but being cocky and injuring himself after hyping himself up would be disappointing for the judges who would decide his fate. The shoes were really the only thing in his arsenal that he warned them about. The gun definitely could be considered a risk, but it was heat and hard impact that triggered an explosion. Heat produced when the gun fired and hard impact given when it smacked into something. The pouch at his hip was lined with a cooling system that didn't catch too much attention when he showed it off, but it was vital to not blasting himself to smithereens. May's machines tended to blow up and have bulk, but Izuku's were more discreet and had a stripe of rainbow. The shoes, for example, were dark in color, with flames of color rising on the sides. The bombs were a complex brew composed of ingredients that May squealed at. When put together, it created a slime-like substance that solidified when frozen and blew up in a surprisingly big explosion, for the ammo being the size of a large marble. The gun shot them specifically and could hold up to 10 at a time without blowing up. In a small bag that weighed heavily against Izuku's hip, he kept the rest of his ammunition. The gun, per May's nagging, was mostly black, and this was the product of her incessant warnings that someone would hate the lack of color on his baby. There were strips of rainbow running from the butt of the handle, up the barrel and to the muzzle. It resembled a very large Glock. Gay Glock, gay shoes, May listed off, peering over his shoulder as he tweaked his inventions. Gay gadgets, Izuku concluded. Gay life, May retorted, pumping her fist against his. An alarm sounded without warning and Izuku shot off instantly, his shoes propelling him into the faux city and leaving the other examinees in the dust. In the Hatsum house, if you didn't have reflexes, You died. Izuku lost count of all the times he had nearly been impaled, burned, slashed, blinded, dumped in water, electrocuted. He could go on. Present Mick's voice shook them from their stupor, sending the lot of them running after him. Tackling the head of the nearest robot, he practically tore off the piece of metal protecting its wiring. A quick scan and he jabbed at the robot's insides, his shoes flinging him back in time for it to explode. He grinned and shot deeper into the city. Wouldn't the explosives he showed us be more effective? All Might asked aloud, several of the staff around him nodding as they watched the boy ricochet from robot to robot. Nedzu eyed the boy who leaped from machine to machine, charging at them and only utilizing a simple tool to take apart robots that even some with destructive power balked at. His gun remained holstered to his thigh, his ammunition at his hip. He has a limited amount of firepower. If he used it all in the beginning, there might be nothing left to rapidly increase his score in the last half. Nedzu wiggled in his seat, watching as the boy helped another student out from under a collapsed robot. When he saw that the child was fine, Midoriya Izuku ran off with a bit of good luck. The teachers around him inched away when they caught sight of the grin on his face. There was a reason some humans thought of him as a bear, after all. Nedzu picked up the sheets of paper Midoriya turned in, one among many who attempted his optional questions, but his views were controversial, bordering on radical. Nedzu designed his questions in a way from them to be taken in many directions. What do you think of society as it is? What is your opinion on hero schools? Two simple questions that garnered varying responses that were ultimately, and boringly, the same. But Nedzu was pleasantly surprised when Ectoplasm handed him the papers of the children who answered his questions. He especially liked the answer to his first question, as morality had never his strong suit. The society of heroes and villains that we have created is unsustainable. It is toxic. We see this best in the symbol of peace. For now, because of him, we are able to enjoy an era where crime is at an all-time low. But what happens when the symbol is gone? What happens when he inevitably retires? There will be a surge of crime, a wave of emboldened criminals that will be undaunted when All Might is not there to keep them in check. Who will we turn to? Endeavor, who has lusted after the #1 slot for decades. There is a reason no one could surpass either of them. No one could pass Endeavor because he is merciless when it comes to achieving his goals. It is displayed in his ruthless methods and notorious rage. All Might is another matter entirely. He remained beyond reach because he works without stopping. Remember that month All Might vanished and everyone panicked? Even then, there had been a rise in local crime all around. Touching on Endeavor's behavior, therein lies another flaw. Being a hero does not mean the same thing it did during the vigilante era or beforehand. It is an occupation. Hero schools are where rows of children are sent to attempt to become heroes or support them, i.e. business/marketing courses, support, or general education, where the majority of hero course rejects end up. Someone I knew as a child, my best friend, even manifested a powerful, flashy quirk. Like a flipped switch, he was surrounded by yes men and praised in abundance for his accomplishments. People turned blind eye to anything he did that could be considered wrong because of his quirk. They said, he'll be a great hero with a quirk like that, and that was it. Because his quirk was suited for heroism, that made him a hero. Heroes don't use their quirks on other children for fun or belittle everyone around them. No one should label a child a hero, not with what that word means nowadays. And since heroism has been broken from its definition, it isn't a far leap to say that the term villain has as well. What about the children with not so flashy quirks, not so heroic or useful? Every day, I see and hear people throw around the words hero and villain. I think of the man Endeavor maimed for stealing a bag of groceries, of the woman who was arrested for vigilantism because she used her quirk on a bank robber. Villains, people labeled them. That man stole because his family was starving because of the high tax rates. Tax rates that will only continue to rise because heroes cause collateral damage wherever they go. Think of Mount Lady, who destroys entire streets each time she uses her quirk. Think of Death Arms, who regularly bashes in walls. That woman's quirk was ventriloquist. She took control of the 10 robbers the moment she was given the chance and held them until the police arrived, in turn suffering from severe quirk exhaustion. When she was discharged from the hospital a few days later, the police arrested her for illegal quirk usage. I won't disparage the police for arresting her for illegal quirk use. The problem is that this situation isn't original. Many other people have quirks that, with the right forethought, could save them from a similar situation. And that's exactly what happened. Another woman with a quirk that could trap people in bubbles with a touch and make them float pulled the same thing and saved a jewelry store full of people. She got a slap on the wrist while the other woman is spending several years in jail. I think of the children born powerful, like my friend, and wonder what happens if they don't want to be a hero, wonder if they are given a proper choice. I think of those with quirks like ventriloquist, who are forced to claw their way up the ladder when others are given an escalator. And what about those who fall? What do you think happens to the outcasts and so-called freaks, who give up? They become what everyone has always said they would become. What is a hero without a villain? They have no meaning. Hero society creates more villains than it will ever be able to fight. It has created a stigma around those with less desirable quirks, and it has put people into boxes. Villain. Civilian. The world we live in is made of shades of gray, not clean-cut like so many have been led to believe. We are living in an unsustainable world, one that will come crashing down on us one way or another if we don't make some serious changes. To say Nedzu was excited would be an understatement. I anticipate the ripples you'll make with those kinds of thoughts, Midoriya. Nedzu passed the papers to Chiyo and he internally groaned because what devil child could have possibly caught the rat's attention? He accepted the papers and took note of the fact that it was flipped to the second question. What do you think of hero schools? Chiyo wasn't sure if he wanted to read something that gave Nedzu that kind of glint in his black, beady little eyes, but he suppressed a sigh and read the answer. Hero schools, while necessary in the current time we are in, are schools that facilitate the idea of creating child soldiers. There is a reason that there has been debate on whether or not to have them. The hero career is one that not just anyone can take up. Students apply for the hero course for noble reasons, others for money, many for fame, but the bottom line is that they are all signing up to be heroes. Heroes are faced with life or death situations daily, so one would think that training them specifically for those types of situations would benefit them, right? It does, in many ways, prepare the students for their career of choice, but it also puts them in great danger while doing so. In UA, the sports festival is a necessary event to rake in the funds that keep the school running. It brings attention to the school, allows students in other courses to gain attention, and provides hero students the chance to show off their quirks and get internships. In theory, this is great for everybody, but what about those with quirks that have specifications or limitations? Their weaknesses are being broadcasted for the world to see just as their strengths are. Villains could easily find recordings of past festivals to analyze the quirks of the latest batch of heroes. Internships happen when a hero offers to take an apprentice on the job. Hero students signed up for this, yes, but the question of should we allow this comes into play. Students, children who are 15 to 16 years old, are taken out on patrols and face villains with their mentor beside them. This is after the sports festival, which means the students are sent out about a month and a half after they begin hero school. How much can the teachers cram into their heads in that amount of time? How much can they express and emphasize the seriousness of the job they are being sent out to do? What happens when a student slips up or can't handle a situation? The government places the lives of civilians in the hands of children. They put these hero students in the line of fire. There have been deaths during internship. Chiyo stopped reading, turning to glare at Nedzu. He flipped back to Midoriya's previous answer and blinked at it in surprise. He turned to the first page, read the name, and glanced up at the screen, where Midoriya Izuku leaped onto the head of a two-pointer, saving the boy who had been cornered by three of them. Of course, this was the problem child that came up to them with the request of a bomb gun and a flame-throwing multi-tool. Despite the gleam in the principal's eyes, Chiyo could feel his lips twitching to form a grin. He has potential. Toshinori could not tear his eyes from the boy if he tried to because there he was. The child that he saved and who subsequently saved him and another student. Reporters and fans swarmed him the moment the fight was over, keeping him from following the boy for a few minutes. It ended up being too long. He wondered about the boy's quirk because, on his application, he was registered as quirkless. He wondered what the boy's quirk could be, how terrible he considered it if he was willing to lie on a formal document like this to hide it. On the rooftop, the boy had asked him, "Can I be a hero without a quirk?" And Toshinori said no. Though, watching the boy tear through the robots, seeing the light in his eyes brighter than they were during their last meeting, Toshinori cursed himself. To put it bluntly, he bungled his first impression. Telling the boy he couldn't be a hero, and not half an hour later he was willing to put everything into teaching him and making him his successor. Midoriya's mood darkened when he told him what he thought was a harsh reality that the boy needed to accept. Toshinori could feel the words crushing him, chafing on his skin and ringing in his ears. "You can't be a hero." His hands curled into fists as Midoriya finally unholstered his gun. The boy hadn't lied when he said the ammunition packed a punch. The first robot to fall victim to an explosion was blasted to pieces to the obvious joy of Midoriya, who smiled and looked down at his gun with pride as he stood alone in a street. Toshinori chuckled. "He's already proving me wrong." He counted 5 more shots before he would have to resort to tearing the robots apart again. If he spaced out the shots or could find a group, maybe he would be able to. A window shattered as he passed it, the glass grazing the skin on the top of his nose. Izuku flinched at the sound of glass falling onto the street. Rubble left from the destruction of the other examinees shook on the street from the vibrations. Following the noise, he turned onto a street with several other examinees on it. They all faced him, gaping at something behind him in abject horror. One of them screamed and bolted down the street, others following quickly once they snapped out of their shock. The zero-pointer stood tall above them all, the deafening grind of its inner mechanics almost muting out everything around him. Izuku stumbled back, ready to hightail it out of that monstrosity's way when he heard a shriek over the zero-pointer's thunderous movements. He stopped and scanned the street, ignoring the few who screamed at him to leave. His eyes snagged on a brown-haired girl who alternated from pressing her hand to her mouth to putting her hands on the rubble that had fallen over her, pushing at it desperately. Izuku kicked his shoes against the ground without another thought, propelling himself across the street in the blink of an eye. He nearly flew past her, the force from his shoes too much, but his hand caught the edge of the piece trapping her, the jagged rock slicing into his unscarred palm as the hunk of concrete shifted off of her. Ignoring the pain that rocketed through his system, Izuku landed beside the girl as she clawed at the road to get herself further away from the zero-pointer. Quirk overuse. Wounds in her leg oozed blood through her leggings. She must have been completely out of it by now. "I'll get you out," Izuku promised her as he lifted her off the ground. He glanced up, his breath catching in his throat when he took in the zero-pointer's distance from them. The girl was depending entirely on him to get her out of here, but how would he do that? His shoes were only stable enough to carry him long distances without blowing up. His gun. His FING gun. He let the girl's weight fall completely against his front, looking at the tiny switch at the handle of the gun with the kind of solemnness found at a funeral. "I worked so hard on you too," he whined, though the words were lost to everyone but him. He flipped on the emergency switch and hurled it as high and as far as he could. Not daring to stand still any longer, Izuku held the girl against his chest, twisted, and hurtled down the street as rapidly as his shoes would allow with the weight of 2 people. His shoes sputtered under their combined weight, but they valiantly kept on. Functioning, aiding in their escape as they pelted down the road. The explosives went off. He tucked the girl's head into his shoulder and jumped into the air with a grunt. As soon as the resulting air of the blast reached them, it thrust them further away. Izuku kept the girl's head against his body, glad enough for her when shrapnel dug into his back. They still had the fall. The ground was coming too fast and his shoes were busted. The best he could do, he thought grimly as he relinquished his hold on the girl's head, was break the fall for her. He flipped them in the air so that he would land first and braced for impact. For pain as the robot bits were shoved deeper into his body. The girl let out a scream that barely reached his still ringing ears and looked frantically at him. Maybe this is why tuition is so high, Izuku thought as the pain from a bit of a giant robot that had just crushed a fake city radiated through his body. His hand throbbed terribly, the pain distracting him from the darkness beginning to cloud the edges of his vision. "Are you okay?" Blinking, he realized that they stopped falling. Weird, Izuku had expected a lot more agony and suffering and whatnot. This was more of a floaty feeling. Perhaps shock was much more of a drug than he realized. The girl abruptly turned them, sending a wave of nausea coursing through him as they swayed. In the air? The weightless feeling disappeared without warning and both of them crashed into the asphalt. Izuku coughed, the abrupt irritation of his wounds jolting him out of his daze. "How's your leg?" He gulped down the lump in his throat, coughing again because of the dust he inhaled. Present mix announcements sounded throughout the city, his voice making it through the cotton in his ears. The end of the exam. Izuku hoped he passed. "Oh my god, you're back, Hugh Dash." "I'm fine," he said as nonchalantly as he could manage. "Just a light stabbing." He closed his eyes and blocked out as much as he could. He'd felt things digging into his back before. Things were usually explosive when it came to Izuku and Mei, but he'd never experienced having so many things lodged in his back. Suddenly, but not unbiddenly, relief washed over him and his body untensed. The girl caught his eye and he offered her the best smile he could manage before giving in to the beckoning darkness at the edge of his vision. Silence stretched for what felt like hours in the observation room, none of them unfazed enough to make an utterance. Midnight promptly broke it with an astonished "holy sheet," as one of the stronger applicants lifted Midoriya off of the torn-up street, per Chiyo's request. "You totally thought Nedzu was going to let that thing crush them, didn't you?" "I did not." Nedzu rewound the video, causing all the chatter to cease as they observed Midoriya's actions a second time. They watched as the boy turned to run with the others and froze at the sound of Uraraka's cry. Watched as he scanned the rubble and flew towards her without a second thought and freed her. Getting the rubble off her had been a fluke, but everything else? Using his last explosives to stop their biggest threat? Using the resulting blast to propel him and the girl even further? Twisting in the air and planning to shield the girl from the fall with metal sticking out of his back? "Teachers of Yue," Nedzu addressed, feeling quite giddy. "Meet Midoriya Izuku, our top scorer in both the practical and written exams." Nedzu rolled the video back to Izuku standing in the dust, the girl leaning heavily against him as he stared at the zero-pointer with determination instead of fear. Again, silence struck the staff. Consciousness came sluggishly and he awoke to the faint smell of rubbing alcohol. Like a whip cracked against him, he shot up, uncaring of the stings and throbbing the abrupt action caused him. Panic knocked on the doors of his mind, brandishing a key, as he surveyed the white walls and fluorescent lights beaming above him. Voices murmured through a door, their close proximity rubbing coarsely against his instincts. This must be Yue's infirmary, he thought, the cold of the tiles sending goosebumps up his legs as he slid off the bed. He glanced at the workspace nearby, freezing at the sight of his photo paper-clipped to the open folder. Hastily, he approached the desk, rifling through the information they had on him. The Hatsums were his emergency contacts. He was registered as quirkless, his non-existent medical history. Izuku backed away from the table, finding nothing out of line, and lamented his t-shirt's absence in the chill of the room. Checking the windows ended up being for naught. There were no latches for him to open the glass panes trapping him from the outside world. The door, large and menacing, was his only option if he wished to leave. People still spoke on the other end of it, discouraging him from taking either option. Stay, and face them when they came in, or open the door, and hope they allowed him to exit? The choice was inevitably made for him, his indecision leaving him with too much to think and weigh on. Rather anticlimactically, an old, tiny woman shuffled into the room, her cane a giant syringe. "Recovery girl?" slipped out before he could stop it. Her eyes darted to him and he nearly cursed himself for calling her attention. Before he could properly begin having an anxiety attack, All Might walked in, effectively cutting off any ramblings he had been about to stutter out. Both of them froze at the sight of each other, neither expecting the confrontation. Recovery girl, evidently too exasperated or too old to be willing to put up with their antics, waved him back to the bed. "You were unconscious for longer than I thought you would be. Are you sleeping all right?" He almost laughed at the notion. Izuku hadn't slept right in 8 years, nor had a proper haircut, but it must have shown on his face because he bonked him on the head with the end of her syringe. "Don't make that face at me, young man. I'll take that as a no." She paused, moving behind him to check his back. It set off all kinds of alarms when her hand gently touched the tender skin of his recent injury, causing him to tense. Recovery girl pulled away immediately, something he silently thanked her for. "The Hatsums will be here shortly," the heroine informed him kindly. "I attempted to contact your parents through them, but they told me that they don't have any communications with them. Would you like to call anyone?" "No," Izuku replied. "My mom's always busy with work, so I try not to bother her." The lie rolled smoothly off his tongue, something he has said to anyone who cared enough to ask. The lie is bitter, but so is he, and Izuku had long ago decided that this untruth was necessary. Recovery girl clicked her tongue, her brows furrowing. "You're in the infirmary, boy. Your mother deserves to be able to acknowledge that and haul ass to see you." He gave her a practice smile, one he knew to appear genuine enough to ward off comments. "She's out on business. She doesn't deserve to know shit." Slowly, the woman nodded. "A parent should be around for their child," she told him firmly, then turned to pin All Might with a stare. "You have 5 minutes before he's officially allowed to leave." Once she left, Izuku surveyed the hero before him, unsure of what he hoped to accomplish by turning up here. His gaunt form still towered over Izuku, the distance between them permitting Izuku to examine him. He looked worse, he noted, concern addling any spite he could muster. The skin of his face stretched across his angular bones, a sign of him not eating enough. Without a stomach, Izuku imagined that such a task would be odd to fulfill. "What do you want?" he inquired in a small, yet harsh, voice. The hero shifted, somewhat startled by his words. Just as Izuku had been scrutinizing the hero, All Might returned the action, searching him for something as well. The electric blue of his eyes rose within his dark scara to meet Izuku's steady forest green. Whatever he found in his gaze as they stared at one another, whatever the hero caught sight of gazing into the windows of his soul, it left him unsettled. Subtly, the man's demeanor changed, his shoulders dropping for a millisecond before going back. "I came to apologize for what I told you." The energy around him shifted, the anxiousness of it melting into something encouraging. "I'm glad that you chose to pave your own way as a hero instead of listening to my words." Irritation spiked at the smile the man offered him. The kind words felt like a slight, no matter the sincerity Izuku saw. People could be sincere about all the wrong things, and All Might was wrong to think his earnest apology would be fully accepted. "I'm glad I didn't listen to a lot of people in my life," Izuku said, the sentence harsh on his tongue. Kaken's words haunted him now, as they did when sleep evaded him. Every insult and threat. His suggestion. "Have a good day, sir." The hero took the dismissal with barely hidden disappointment and a deep bow. As the door closed softly behind the number 1 hero, something nagged at him. Their interaction, as tension-filled and awkward as it had been, left him expectant. All Might had been psyching himself out, Izuku had seen it in his body language. Whatever he decided not to say to Izuku felt important. Like a mischance. "Toshinori, you idiot. You damn fool." He was not sure if the insults were his own or if it was the echoes of Gran Torino berating him for his transgressions. Midoriya Izuku had changed since their last meeting. He was stronger, bolder, bitter. The hero worship, the stars in his eyes when he looked upon All Might, they were gone. He could not begrudge the boy, not when it was his fault that the boy lost faith in him. He worried for him, the scars on his body the result of something gruesome and extensive. His left arm bore gnarled, thick scars scaling from the back of his hand to just under the top of his shoulder. Long-healed, yet flushed pink, a gruesome mark that would never fade. Disturbingly, it reminded Toshinori of the permanent scar in his side. Other, smaller, blemishes were dispersed across his exposed torso, though these were well-healed and faded with age. He wondered if the boy had all of them when they met, tucked away under his school uniform where no one would see them. The boy's changes showed in his broadened shoulders, his gained muscles making him stocky. Toshinori thought that he could perhaps take one for all now, once he healed, but quickly pushed the thought aside. That was not enough. Midoriya certainly was, but Toshinori knew that when he needed his hero, he had failed miserably. Midoriya once gazed upon him like he hung the stars and moon, asking him a question he had asked others. I'm glad I didn't listen to a lot of people in my life. Instead of being among the apparent few to believe in him, Toshinori had been an addition to the list of those who dismissed him and his dreams. Toshinori had not been enough, and now he would pay the price. Chiyo smiled to herself as she listened to the rambunctious trio of Hatsume's dote and worry about Midoriya as they shoved a shirt on him. Her amusement dampened as she glanced back at his file. The scar on his arm was several years old, perhaps 6 or 7, but the file she held told no stories. None to explain the scar, none to even tell her about checkups. An empty medical file did not sit well with Chiyo, not when that scar had to have been tended to professionally to heal as excellently to allow the boy the kind of mobility he displayed when using his arm. The boy didn't mention them or pick at them. In fact, the only indication he gave of knowing they were even there was the light caress of his thumb over the disfigured skin on his left hand while he waited for the Hatsumes to arrive. Chiyo wondered, curiosity burning, but she remained silent. She could wring the story from him at a later date, when he was officially her student to care for. But in the meantime, she would stare at the barren file in disdain. He should feel elated, Izuku supposed, as he sat alone on his bed. His dreams were being put in motion. All might apologize to him, believed in him. But the silence around him weighed on his shoulders, dragging his head down into his hands. Damp droplet-shaped circles grew on his pajama pants, prickles creeping up his body. The army figure in his palm bit into his flesh, carrying his thoughts back to the days before the apartment became so suffocating. The days when he wandered through streets and busy roads, dizzy with hunger when the food ran out and his mother had not returned. His searching led him to the place he now knew as Dagoba Beach. Finding a whole beach of metal and trash caught his delirious interest enough for him to stumble down the stairs. He walked along the paths carved in the trash until it all parted for a glorious view of the water sparkling with the light of the sun. His mom used to indulge them both with fantasies about what they would do on a beach together, where his dad wouldn't follow them. The two of them would swim and play in the sand, enjoying the cool waters and the warm sun. She would gush over the view and the shells, the possibility of finding something decorative and lustrous to bring home and remember the vacation. Izuku looked back at the piles of rubble, several pieces glaring at him brightly. Inside a few of the piles shined metallic treasures, things Izuku thought his mom might like. Maybe if he grabbed one for her she would come back. Her voice squealed happily in his head, her green eyes alight with glee as she scooped him up from the sand and told him she would never leave him alone again. Before he knew it, Izuku was reaching his arm into the pile of trash, desperate, short fingers grasping for something inside the pile even as things sliced into his skin. Wrapping his hand around something, he let out a sob of pain and tugged on it, trying to dislodge the treasure so that he could bring it back to their apartment. When it stayed put, he yanked at it until something gave, not caring that his arm and hand were being cut to ribbons by his harsh movements. The space where his arm was collapsed, a scream ripping from his throat as metal and alike pierced his skin and crushed his bones. He cried out, tugging and tugging at his arm in an agonizing attempt to release it. "Mom, help me!" he shouted desperately, agony shooting up his arm as he moved. "I'm sorry. I won't ever use my quirk again, I promise." "Mom." But she was not the one who came. A man made of purple mist appeared in the clearing, his suit far too immaculate for the part of town they were in. His glowing eyes observed Izuku impassively as he wailed for help. "What is your quirk?" he inquired, ignoring the child's pleas and crying. "Why would you not use it?" "Mom says it's bad," Izuku tried to force out. His vision clouded with spots, the blood pooling at his feet staining the sand. "Mom says I'm evil, but if I could just give her the shiny thing, maybe she would love me again." The man stepped forward, nodding to himself. "I do not have a habit of taking children off the street, but he may have use for your quirk. Or you," he added after a slight pause. Izuku could barely register what he spoke, much less begin to process them, but suddenly he was falling, the pressure crushing his arm alleviated as he descended. The impact of crashing into something solid racked him with pain, his body spasming before he mercifully passed out. Kurogiri. Master, you've brought a half-dead child into the base. He's going to bleed on the carpet? Resisting the urge to cringe, Kurogiri retained his indifferent stare and gestured to the child's prone form. I suspect you may have an interest in his quirk, sir. If you wish it, I will dispose of him at once. His quirk, you say? Master extended his reach, one of his many quirks sinking into the boy. He froze momentarily, then hummed in intrigue. Call the doctor. Tell him to keep the boy alive. The vagueness of the request, a request for the doctor, did not bode well. With the boy gone and the groceries put away, he shoved away the impulse to tug at his metal collar. To the doctor, many things meant alive. Izuku peeked through the ajar door, cautious to keep his presence unknown. Isashi, please, Mom begged, holding her hands up, palms out in defense. I promise, Dash. Promise what? He growled, smoke pouring from his mouth as his throat flared with light. Mom cringed at the wave of heat he sent off when he exhaled. That brat of yours doesn't have a quirk like either of ours, Inko. What am I supposed to think? Please. I don't know what bastard you thought was better than me. Advancing, he trapped her against the wall. But I can assure you that I'm not nearly as replaceable as you are. So tell me, who was it? Mom shook her head rapidly, tears dropping onto their floor. And no one, she sobbed. He slammed his fist into the wall, drawing a frightened yelp from her. Who is his father? He roared, heat singing her skin. I won't ask you again. He's yours. She insisted. Hisashi, I promise he's yours. I had no part in making that demon. His throat glowed with pent-up rage, an inferno waiting to be unleashed. And I want no part of this family either. Dubby, she called through her coughs. Mom batted at the smoke with her hands, stepping to follow his retreating figure. Don't leave. Don't leave. Izuku latched onto her pant leg, his tiny body curling around it as much as he could manage. I can't take you with me. You're old enough to take care of yourself, aren't you? She said through gritted teeth, thrashing her leg around. Mom's stressed out and she needs to relax, okay? I need to have fun. I'm fun. He cried. I can help you relax. Please don't leave me again. You're a child, Izuku. She stuck her hand out and pulled on him, using her quirk to pry him off of her. A problem. He left because of you. You and your damned, evil quirk. Let go of me before you accidentally use it on me. Instantly, he released her, staring at her with fright in his wide, teary eyes. I'm sorry, he babbled. Please stay, W can dash. I'm sick of All Might reruns, she snarled. The key jingled in her hands. There's food in the fridge. And wear your gloves. The door slammed shut before he could chase after her. Hey, wake up. Darkness surrounded him fully, the only thing noticeable in the void of sensation being the incessant poking on his cheek. Get up, I want to know if you're any good at video games. Blinking awake, he groaned. The ceiling spun above him, pins and needles prodding at the nerves in his limbs as a knife slashed at his brain. The finger kept poking him. Get up, get up, get up, get dash. No, he whined, drawing out the vowel, turning his head away from the voice and its poking. Someone giggled and poked him harder. The jabbing ceased and the voice let out an exaggerated groan. I'm bored. Kurogiri hasn't done anything this interesting since I've known him, and Sensei let you stay, so you have to be special. Fully realizing that someone was talking to him, talking about people he didn't know, Izuku's eyes snapped open, a gasp escaping his throat. Where am I? He wheezed in one short breath. Who are you talking about? As if it was tired of being ignored, pain flared in his left arm. The arm that was crushed under a mound of metal. Tears rose to his eyes as they darted down to the bright white cast encasing his entire arm. He couldn't see any part of his arm from the top of his shoulder to the ends of his hands. No mobility was granted by the thick, heavy cast, and he wondered if his arm was even in there or not, or if he would even still be able to use it. Oi, calm down. Whipping his head back to the sound of the now uncomfortable voice, he found himself staring at a young boy. His pale blue hair appeared gray as it drooped around his face. His red eyes shifted around the room as he squirmed in the chair. You're at the base. And Kurogiri is the buskill that brought you here. Brought me. Purple mist. Yellow eyes. Tailored suit. You wear gloves too? The boy continued, an edge of contained excitement bleeding into his rasping tone. I'm Shigaraki Tamura. And Midoriya Izuku. The small room that encased them was simple. The bed was in the corner with a bedside table and an empty desk sat at the other end of the room. The chair was absent but Izuku suspected that it was under the boy. Kurogiri says you don't know what your quirk is? He squinted down at him with mild distaste. That's pretty lame. Mine is called decay and it's really cool. He shrunk under the boy's scrutinizing stare but perked up at the mention of his quirk. What does it do? Shigaraki faltered, glancing at the door, but whatever crossed his face vanished to make room for the proud expression that he put onto his face. I can disintegrate things. Again he looked away, this time at his gloved hands. Want to see? A tug pulled at the edges of his awareness, drawing him to Shigaraki. It reminded him of the sensation he felt when his mom yelled at him. Ignoring the feeling, Izuku nodded, wincing at how the action irritated the birds pecking at his brain. Shigaraki quickly took off one of his gloves and shuffled around the room for a minute, coming back with a small figurine in his hands. It was a hero Izuku couldn't remember the name of. I don't really like this one so I think it's okay for me to get rid of it, he mumbled to himself. Izuku gasped in amazement, observing with rapt attention as the figurine turned to dust before his eyes under the five-fingered touch of Shigaraki. That's so cool. He practically burst, struggling to sit up and fully witness the other boy's quirk. The resulting throb echoed throughout his entire body, causing any strength he mustered to disappear. Shigaraki scooted his chair closer to the bed, peering over Izuku as he panted. Kurogiri said your arm is really messed up? You want to sign my cast? He asked shakily. Messy, uncollected vision of other kids' signed casts swirled through his head. Why would I sign your cast? Shigaraki asked, frowning in confusion. Because that's what friends do. Shigaraki froze and Izuku's brain had the decency to make him aware of his assumption. Friends? He tested, the twist of his lips lifting into a half-smile. You can only be my friend if you aren't some NPC. Player 2? Izuku suggested hopefully. Before he could answer, the door opened and Kurogiri strode inside. Boys, he addressed with his distorted voice. What were you discussing? Midoriya wanted me to sign his cast, Shigaraki said smugly. He's going to be my player too? Completely sidestepping Shigaraki's other words, his glowing gaze shifted to the heavy cast encasing his arm. The arm. How is it? It's okay, Izuku said shakily. Stranger danger rang through his mind like a blaring alarm now that his mind wasn't muddled by pain. The doctor says that he ensured you would be able to use your arm, if you are concerned. Again, that feeling picked at his senses, this time drawing him to Kurogiri. This time it was different somehow. Icy instead of weighted like Shigaraki's. Assurance that he would still have his arm when the cast came off flooded him with relief. Do you want to sign my cast too, Mr. Kurogiri? He offered, trying to think of some way to properly thank him for helping him. Kurogiri is fine, Midoriya. He paused. And I will find a marker. As soon as Kurogiri left the room, Shigaraki shot Izuku a withering glare. I thought that friends were supposed to sign casts, he grumbled. Kurogiri saved me, Shigshiga - he huffed, not happy to stumble over syllables. Kurogiri brought me here, Riki. I need to thank him. Riki? He repeated incredulously. Friends give each other nicknames, Izuku explained, attempting to cover his stutter. He frowned but accepted the excuse, leaning back into the chair. Should I give you one? Deku, snarled Kaken's voice. Sure. Midoriya, he pronounced slowly. Mido. Ria. Miri. Friends can also call each other by their G-given names, Izuku said nervously. Izuku, he stated calmly, making him flush pink. He hadn't heard his name uttered with anything other than hate in weeks, not since his father left. Aizu. Zuzu. Kuzu. He mumbled with indecision. What if I put them together? Midoku. Ridoku. Mizu. Zumi. Was it possible to die from excessive blushing? At this point, Izuku felt confident that the answer was yes. Why are you so red? I don't think I've ever seen someone this shade of color before. Should I call for Kurogyri? He made a sound of mortification from the back of his throat, raising his free arm to cover his face. You're weird, Shigaraki decided. The two names that stood starkly against his pale cast, and every time he looked at them a whole rush of endorphins flooded his systems. He wasn't sure how Mist even wrote with a marker, but Kurogyri's handwriting stretched neatly along a small expanse of space on the cast. Shigaraki followed a different train of thought, printing a giant scrawl of Rakin in large, childish writing. You can't play video games with one hand, Shigaraki thought aloud. But Sensei hasn't come to get me yet, so I can show you what to do. Izuku cheered, shimmying in place to make room on the bed for his friend. Kurogyri had been really nice to Izuku, helping him sit up. He didn't yell at him once. Shigaraki was kind, too, in his own way. He let Izuku cling to his arm, albeit with doses of reluctance that seemed to shrink each time he repeated the action. The meals Kurogyri brought them were the best ones he had ever consumed, his starved stomach agreeing with him wholeheartedly. Sensei has finished examining your quirk, Kurogyri said as he entered the room. Izuku flinched at the mention of his quirk, snuggling closer to Shigaraki for comfort. He would like to test it once your arm is healed. His mother's cutting voice made him shake his head fervently before he realized it. No, it's bad. Mom says it's bad, he insisted, hiding his face behind his right arm. It's not, Kurogyri stated plainly. But it made everyone go away, he blubbered, full-on sobbing now. I don't want you to go away. It's just some stupid quirk, Shigaraki interrupted. If Sensei didn't like it, you'd already be gone. Indeed. We will not go away once we know more about your quirk. Promise? Promise? There was no way for Izuku to tell how long he had been in the base. Because of his arm, he hadn't left the bed for much other than to relieve himself. Shigaraki left for a few hours during each day and Kurogyri tutored Izuku on his subjects while it was just the two of them. Izuku thought it odd that Kurogyri taught him how to properly hold certain knives or paid bills, but didn't question his teacher. Teachers never liked him before, but Kurogyri verbally expressed how much easier it was to handle Izuku compared to Shigaraki, much to the others' disdain. When he woke up one day, the cast was gone. Like the first time he woke up, sharp pains prodded beneath his skin and his eyes trailed the ceiling sluggishly. Even the jarring realization that the weight he had been working around simply vanished couldn't pierce through the fog that descended upon his brain. In place of the cast, slash after notch after jab of scar tissue sat obviously on his skin. He tried to move his fingers, nearly sobbing when they responded immediately, even if the movements were trembling. Once his head cleared, he bounced around the room, waiting for his friends to come back so that he could show them his arm. It looked spindly and thin from disuse, but Izuku could see it, and that was more than enough for him. Kurogyri, he squealed when the man opened the door. Kurogyri, look my arm. He chuckled. Yes, Midoriya, I see. Do you know where my cast went? Unbeknownst to the inquisitive child, the man stiffened, his aura darkening. I didn't see anyone take it off. Do not concern yourself with such things, Kurogyri said. But you and Riki signed it, Izuku pouted, puffing up his cheeks. He peered down at him curiously. What does that matter? He asked. It's a symbol of our friendship, Izuku continued, spiraling into tears. See, can I please keep it? Hesitantly, Kurogyri answered. I'm afraid it has already been disposed of, Midoriya. He glanced up at the room, bypassing the crying boy to pick up a small figurine. Midoriya, hold out your hand. Holding out his right hand, Izuku sniffled. His teacher pressed the figurine into his hand. This is yours now. Tamura and I want you to have this. Do you accept our gift? Nodding rapidly, Izuku's breath hitched with renewed bawling. Weiss, he stuttered, holding the small object close to his chest. Would you like to know what your quirk is? The sudden change in topic jarred Izuku, but he nodded meekly. Tamura-sensei has deduced that upon touching someone, you can put them into a battle with themselves. He says that according to his analysis quirk, yours pits a person against their insecurities. Izuku tilted his head in incomprehension. Kurojairi sighed deeply. Your quirk makes people be rude to themselves, he said simply. Before Izuku could start wailing again, he shushed him. This is a very good quirk, Izuku. When you learn to control it, you will be a very powerful asset to Tamura. You want to please him, don't you? Why yeah. And I believe that as you develop we will find new facets within your quirk as you grow. I doubt that any emitter quirk in the current times is as simple as the user thinks they are. He allowed Izuku to ramble about the varied uses of an old hero's brief shock emission quirk, both of them grateful for a more pleasant change in topic. Later in the day during his time with Shigaraki, he rolled around on the bed, relishing his newfound ability to move so easily. Riki, I thought you said this one was easy, Izuku groaned, sinking into. Shigaraki sighed. Shigaraki grunted in displeasure but didn't push him off. It is easy, Izuku, Shigaraki insisted. You're just terrible at playing video games. Shigaraki's casual use of his given name still made him blush. He doubted that anything his friend called him other than Midoriya would have made him a stuttering mess, but at least he was beginning to become used to his name being spoken with fondness. Izuku watched Shigaraki defeat a mini-boss with ease and finesse that he did not understand, but he smiled up at Shigaraki anyway. I think you're just amazing at this, Riki, and I'm a beginner. Shigaraki's cheeks lit up with pink and he shoved Izuku away, causing the latter to laugh and push himself up to look his friend in the eyes and say, I think you're wonderful, Riki. And as he did every time without fail, Shigaraki's face went beet red and he scowled at Izuku as he latched onto his side. Izuku had a feeling neither of them got hugged much, so he hugged Shigaraki a lot. Once he figured out what kind of reaction Shigaraki had when given an honest compliment, he drowned the kid in them. The swift change in Izuku's everyday life left him reeling, but he wouldn't change it for the world. It was nice to have a friend who didn't insult him or use their quirk to hurt him. It was nice to have warm meals and talk with people who didn't hate him. Shigaraki and Kurojairi were weird, but Izuku was too, so he didn't care. Shigaraki was his friend and he treated Izuku with the kindness he figured a friend should. Kurojairi taught him interesting things and hadn't snapped at him once. But nothing so brilliant as this new life could last. The light in the room turned on without warning and Kurojairi's usually gentle touch harshly dragged him out of his bed. Midoriya, get dressed, he commanded. That thing pulled at his brain, directing him to Kurojairi, so Izuku barely hesitated to listen. Kurojairi walked out the door, gesturing for Izuku to follow, and he balked. He whispered. Even with his healed arm, he stayed in the room, doing small exercises with his arm and continuing their usual schedule. We're going outside? He left the question unacknowledged, instead saying, Tamura's waiting. Izuku scrambled after him, latching onto Kurojairi's nearest hand. When he glanced down, Izuku huddled closer, frightened by the unfamiliar setting. His teacher allowed the contact, not making a comment. His mood lifted slightly at the sight of Shigaraki, but he refused to meet his eyes. Scanning the room, he found a man, lithe and pale, squirming in a chair. He thrashed fruitlessly against his bindings, a gag muffling his pleas, and a blindfold obstructing his vision. Izuku could still decipher his words, though. The strange feeling got stronger, filling the room. Use your quirk on him, Kurojairi ordered, using a voice Izuku had never heard before. Izuku whipped around, his scarred arm twinging at the sudden movement. Kurojairi's eyes narrowed and Izuku took a step back. Enodesh, do it? Kurojairi had never looked at him like that before. He threw his gaze to Shigaraki, pleading for some assistance, but he avoided his eyes once more. The man was kneeling, his exposed chest sallow and cold with sweat when Izuku raised a hand to his chest. Nothing happened. Curious, Kurojairi muttered, then doubled back to this new persona and shot him a scathing glare. Use your quirk, now. Something in his chest lifted, an unknown weight dissolving as Izuku tried for them, and the man froze. Shoving down his horror, he stayed put. The pain in his head built steadily, impossible to ignore. Kurojairi, something's wrong. He grabbed Izuku's arm and pressed his hand back into the man's chest. Keep. He froze, falling victim to his quirk, and Izuku let out a sob of apology to both of them. I'm sorry, He breathed on repeat as everything became too much at once. Izuku stumbled back, wrenching himself away from both of them, and fell to the ground. He stayed on the ground, curling into himself and breathing hard against the knives digging into his brain. Voices called to him and hands pulled him off the ground, but Izuku didn't want to hear any of it. Something was coming out of his nose. Something in his mouth tasted funny. He gave in to the darkness beckoning to him, gladly accepting the escape. If Tamura were asked, he would refute it and refuse to give any sort of a straight answer, but he felt happy when Izuku was with him. His kind touch sated whatever beast inside him hungered to destroy. His warmth radiated from his body and Tamura basked in the affection he offered so easily. The boy didn't balk at his rude tone of voice or fear him and his quirk. Izuku was an uncharted degree of good, and Tamura had only begun to navigate it. Tamura noticed that Izuku didn't like having his skin covered, not as he did. Izuku liked short sleeves and bright colors, a contrast to Tamura's preferences. Their skin brushed occasionally, but he never went still like Kurogiri. He never touched Izuku and caused him pain. Kurogiri hadn't touched his hands, and yet he was subjected to Izuku's quirk. Apparently, his quirk behaved differently from his own, not requiring 5 fingers to be activated. Originally, Izuku's outright refusal to use his quirk made him resist the urge to roll his eyes, but as he watched Izuku's expression twist with pain, the harder it became for him to stay put. Kurogiri straightened beside Izuku's bedside, his experienced hands ensuring that his friend was safe. Alive. He will not want Midoriya around anymore. You realize this? Tamura understood. He knew that Sensei would have no use for a quirk that damaged its holder so dreadfully, even if the power garnered a certain amount of appeal. That meant Izuku had no use. He watched absently as Izuku fell through Kurogiri's portal, willing himself not to cry. Don't cry. But alone in his room, the silence consumed him with taunting echoes of his friend's laughter. He shivered without the heat of Izuku's body beside him and finally allowed the dam to break. Curled into himself, muffling his cries with his pillow, Tamura mourned everything he gained and lost in such a short amount of time. He cried at the loss of those hands messing with his hair and the compliments he would not hear for simply being. He longed for his friend to come back. Please come back. But Sensei would not allow it. Kurogiri already sent him off at his orders, and Sensei's orders were irrefutable. During his next training session, Tamura disintegrated half the room, infuriated at himself. At Kurogiri. Sensei. The amount of rage he felt was unprecedented, and this time, Izuku was not present to calm him down. Sand blew through the tips of his fingers, chasing after the wind only to fall back a little further from where it started. Izuku thought it was like him. He chased Tamura and fell, gaining something, but not being able to move any further. Izuku sat alone on Dagoba Beach, surrounded by trash, scars racing up his left arm to forever remind him of his time with them. He didn't want to find his way back to an empty apartment. He didn't want to think about how no one would comment on his absence because he had no one. Liars, his mind hissed in fury as he bawled. Liars. They said they would stay. They said they would stay. Promise? He screamed at the betrayal, his voice as wrecked and unstable as he felt. Izuku cried for his friend, his tears landing silently in the sand as the sun set. He cried for those small smiles and blushing faces and loud cheers when he won a game. He longed to catch one more glimpse of the warmth of those ruby-red eyes that were always so relaxed around him. Izuku knew why he was thrown away, tossed out of their lives like he had never been there to begin with. It was his quirk. His stupid, evil quirk. The odd feeling disappeared. Izuku blinked and found himself in his room. He ran his hand over the scars and fought off the tears streaming down his face. He barely covered them up, but he made it a point to never mention them. No one asked either. May and her moms knew he'd gotten it at Dagoba, but nothing else. They did not know about his quirk either. He refused to put their relationship with him to chance. In middle school, it hadn't been the trickiest thing to cover them up. The uniforms did the job well enough and no one ever saw him out of them besides the Hatsums. Izuku curled up on his bed and stared at the figurine on his nightstand. It was one of a soldier, not a hero, and tiny enough to have fit in Izuku's pocket. It was the only thing he had from that weird hideout. The only physical thing aside from his scars to remind Izuku of how exactly he knew about his quirk's abilities. Questions about Tamura and Kurogiri rolled around in his head, but he knew they would be left unanswered. The thing inside his chest, the damned quirk, writhed in remembrance of its own use, begging to be let out. Izuku imagined himself adding another weight onto the locked box. He crammed it in. When Izuku imagined receiving his letter from UA after taking their exams, he pictured himself in the apartment, alone and anxious for either a confirmation or the damnation of his aspirations. But this was so much different than he could have imagined. Mitsu put her hands together, her golden eyes positively glowing with pride, as she stared at the unsealed envelopes. Ayumi vibrated in her seat as she smiled, showing off her sharper-than-normal teeth. "I'm so dash," a smile broke out across her face, tears making her eyes shine. "God, how the hell did we end up with two amazing children?" "What she means," Ayumi signed, pausing to wipe away her own tears, "is that we could not be more proud of you too. We're going to brag about this for the rest of our FFING lives." Mitsu sobbed. "Our coworkers are going to tell us to shut the hell up, and I'm going to shove pictures of you in their FING faces." She leaned against Ayumi's shoulder, sniffling and rubbing at her eyes. Not that Izuku could really judge. He had, after all, been crying since the hologram of All Might told him he managed to not only pass, but earn the top spot. Mei latched onto him after they all met in the living room, the two of them bursting at the seams with exhilaration, and hadn't released him since their initial collision. "Did either of you call our grandparents?" Izuku realized, a moment later, that he was being included in the hour. Mitsu called him their kid. He supposed that this was hardly the first time, but it stunned him how easily they included him in their family. "No," Mista gasped, jolting upright and throwing herself off the couch. "Shit F," she cursed as she narrowly avoided crashing into a wall. "Dad? Get ma, Yumi and I are raising the pride of this family." He blushed at the words, sinking further into Mei's embrace. A voice garbled by distance and technology reached their ears, saying something that made Mitsu laugh as she re-entered the living room with her phone. "Dad, I'm talking about our kids, not the robot that may exploded in your garage." The man on the other line laughed, then paused. "Kids?" he asked. The ensuing video call left him in a goopy puddle of mush, all the endearing introductions and acceptance jarring him. Apparently he had grandparents now, which was FENG wild considering he had no parents 9 months ago. Mei giggled, squeezing him with the arms she wrapped around his shoulders. "Shut up, Mimi," he muttered, only succeeding in causing her giggles to intensify. Why couldn't he have a cloaking quirk instead of some dumbass empath quirk? The door's enormity was its own brand of intimidation because apparently everything in this school needed to be ginormous. He wondered if there had been a past student with a mutation quirk that made them rebuild the entrances to accommodate them, or if it truly was an intimidation tactic. If his tuition was going to giant robots and large doors, then he had some choice words for whoever makes those decisions. He pushed the door open and thought about simply shutting it again when the sound of Bakugo's aggravated voice reached his ears. And he wanted to say thanks to whatever deity was getting a kick out of his suffering, the loud kid who called him out at the exams. Instead of doing the desired action and calmly retracting himself from the situation, Izuku sighed in defeat and slinked into the room. No one glanced at him, too involved in their own conversations to notice Izuku silently passed the threshold. Until someone practically popped into existence in front of him, the smile on her face bright, and pointed her hand at his chest. "It's you, from the practical exams," she said excitedly, breaking the cover of chatter Izuku had planned to use as his shield. People's conversations paused at her shout, their eyes flicking over to them. "I wanted to say thanks, you really saved me out there." "Oh, hey," another student shouted, coming over to them. It was the tailed boy he helped out from under some fallen robots. "You saved me too, thanks." A large figure stopped behind the blonde with a tail. "I carried you out, you all right now?" Izuku opened his mouth to stutter some response out to make them back off, but a hand chopped in front of his face. Standing taller than Izuku by a margin was the boy with the glasses, his back stiff and straight as he held out his hand. Your performance during the practical exam was very becoming of a hero. Maybe if I just pretend I don't know what these people are talking about, they'll leave me alone. You didn't hesitate to help, even when the challenge of taking down a zero-pointer was in front of you. Oh god damn it. Izuku held in a sigh of mortification as the room erupted with disbelief. You took down a zero-pointer? A pink girl with horns cried in alarm. That's so manly, dude. A red-haired boy exclaimed, stepping closer. How'd you do it? Those things were huge. The room's enthusiastic interrogation halted, suspense filling the air as his classmates turned to him for a response. Izuku blinked, the expectant silence of all classmates a far throw from the clamor they created. Support items? He deadpanned, giving them a thumbs up and feeling so effing awkward. They're great. If you're all here to talk, you should leave. Izuku jumped, bumping into the red-haired boy with sharp teeth when he took a step away from the door and saw a raggedy man on his side in a yellow sleeping bag. Welcome to UA's hero course. He stood and unzipped the sleeping bag, eyeing the students with a blank, tired expression. It took 8 seconds for you all to shut up. That's not going to work. Rational students know how precious time is. With the sight of him standing at his full height, his capture weapon and hair on display, Izuku wondered if this was some sort of dream. Eraserhead, he muttered so softly in marvelment he didn't think anyone would have heard him. But oh god. Oh, if Eraserhead glanced down at him, his expression shifting ever so slightly from the bored mask he wore. Izuku could honestly feel his death. Yup, this was how it happened. Death by eye contact. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, your teacher. His eyes strayed from Izuku, slowly taking in the mass of students that accumulated behind him. Ignoring whatever reason you're all crowding the door, he pulled out UA uniforms from his sleeping bag. Put these on and go outside. On the way to the locker room, blood-red eyes burned holes into the back of his head. The other students were mingling and talking about Eraserhead's behavior. Some of them complained about missing the orientation ceremony that every other class got to sit in on. He kept the relief he felt to himself when he realized that there would be an orientation ceremony and that they would likely not attend it. Large crowds were never his forte. Bakugo pushed past him, his shoulder roughly slamming into his as they entered the locker room. Resentment pooled in his core as he remembered their last conversation. If that interaction could be called a conversation. What the hell, Shidi Deku? He seethed, gripping the collar of Izuku's uniform. I told your useless ass not to apply. Izuku only glared up at him, meeting that once friendly ruby gaze, without flinching. I don't care what you tell me to do, he said steadily, holding his burning stare even when Kaken's other hand popped in warning. I'm going to UA, Kaken, and if any student or teacher is worth their salt, I'm not certain they'll tolerate you beating up another student. His ears rang at the too-close blast. Half his vision on one side blacked out from the flash of light. The skin of the side of his face hurt. Kaken growled. You worthless dash. Izuku grabbed the arm pinning him to the wall. I am not worthless, he snarled. Kaken's grip loosened, shock widening his narrowed eyes. Stop effing saying that. I worked hard and fought for my spot at UA, so don't you dare say I can't go. He opened his mouth, lip curled and poised to beat him into the ground like he had done for years. But this time, Izuku slid his hand onto the bare flesh of Kaken's hand, watching as he froze until his touch. His skin crawled with unease, the sensation of utter weightlessness he felt almost enough to distract him from the buzzing pain mounding in his skull. Slipping from his lax hold, Izuku made to bolt, but Kaken recovered faster than the rest of them ever had. The contact must have been too short compared to the others to put him in a daze. He bit down on his own relief because that meant Kaken had not been hurt like the rest of them. The F was that, Deku? He raged, flying at Izuku as he reached the mouth of the alcove. You think you can use your quirk on me? Izuku stopped, swiveling around to face him. His eyes burned with fury, the faded scars on his body tingling. His cheek throbbed with the recent burn. If you think you have any room to talk like that, then you're more of a dumbass than I pegged you for. Catching the right hook, he slammed Kaken into a brick wall. His hands popped with bursts of his quirk, but Izuku thrust his knee into his gut, not daring to allow him any time to recover. Kaken heaved on the ground, giving him the chance to turn tail and dash away. His headache didn't last long. Halfway through changing, a pair of eyes settled on him, making him shove down the urge to let his eyes drift to the source of the pressure on his neck. The room's noise lessened enough for his eyes to finally snap up. Staring he had dealt with. Humiliation, a common occurrence. But that had been middle school. This was high school, and he'd be damned if he allowed himself to be gawked at like some zoo creature for them. With that deliberation, he met the sharp-toothed boy's red eyes, one so unique from the already contrasting gazes, Izuku almost startled visibly. Concern furrowed his classmate's brows, his mouth pulling into a slight frown. His eyes lifted from Izuku's scarred arm when he finished dressing, finally meeting his own. "Dude, those are some gnarly scars you have on your arm." He refused to flinch at the comment. He refused to be reduced to his scars in front of his classmates. He wondered if Bakugo was one of the several gazes glued to his left arm and longed for Mei's hand clasped strongly around his own, for Mitsu's arm weighing reassuringly on his shoulders, for Yumi's shadow cast over him as she stood taller than all of them and warded off the stares. When Izuku first told them that he acquired his scars from an unstable pile in Dagoba Beach, they all reacted in their own ways. Mei immediately drop-kicked the piece of scrap metal she had been inspecting, dusting her hands off, and sat down next to Izuku without saying a word. Ayumi's ear fins flared in surprise and she broke the metal water bottle she had been holding, the metal molding to accommodate to the shape of her curled palm. Mitsu's face drained of color, anything expressive in her features dropping. The fact that they were physically present at Dagoba Beach didn't help in the slightest. The confession made them back off on their questions concerning his past for a few days. He was expressly forbidden from going anywhere near Dagoba Beach during that time, and though they couldn't enforce the decree, he obeyed and waited for a chance to explain that he was fine now and knew how to be cautious. Staring into the red-haired boy's eyes, he wondered why people think his scars were their business. It wasn't a shared wound. Hero students, no, people should know how rude it is to call attention to and recklessly point out something that someone can't fix like they need to do something about it. Izuku knew that his scars were gnarled and ugly, but that didn't mean other people could say that. "Yup," Izuku said snappishly, breezing past them all. He was not ashamed of his scars. Scars told stories, tales that strangers had no right to ask him about. No one could force him to hide his memories away, and for better or worse, Izuku wanted to remember his time with Tamura and Kurogiri. That was fast. The gruff voice forced him from his thoughts. Izuku blinked and felt the sun warming his side. He was outside now. With his teacher. The teacher, who happened to be the pro-hero Eraserhead. Most students take their time, make a friend or two. His eyes were drawn to his arm, but they flicked back to his face in an instant, paying the marks covering his skin no mind. "I saw your practical exam," he said, his face not shifting from the bored mask he wore. "You cost us a giant robot?" Relieved that his respect for his hero could remain intact, Izuku adopted an amused expression. It was going to run someone over, he reasoned, daring to meet his teacher's eyes. "I think my actions were justified. Do you really think we would have allowed that to happen?" Eraserhead regarded him carefully when Izuku hesitated to respond. Coming to a conclusion, Izuku shook his head. "No," he answered. "But accidents happen. Sometimes people aren't paying close enough attention, and I didn't want to take that kind of chance when she could have been maimed in an exam, of all things." After a lapse in their conversation, Eraserhead spoke again. "You recognized me earlier," he prompted. His aloof demeanor quailed and melted away, heat rushing to his face as he scoured his mind for a proper answer. "Yeah, you're my favorite hero, so I basically scanned and analyzed every single bit of information about you I could get a hold on." "Nope. Definitely not." "Why, you're a great hero, Eraserhead?" Questions whizzed through his mind, his hands twitching for a pencil. "I have so many questions." The sound of voices approaching called an abrupt and unfortunate end to their conversation. Class began with a bang, the threat of expulsion now hanging over all their heads, and Izuku ran his thumb over the top of his left hand, running his thumb over the grooves in his skin. He could do this. Izuku was called for the grip test and picked up the clamp that Yaoyorozu had disregarded. He ignored Ida's comments and hand chopping, watching the digital number rise as the clamp squeezed. Midoriya, we are supposed to be making use of our own skills. Ida scolded in an affronted manner. I am, he responded dryly. Sensei hasn't said anything, has he? His classmates turned to their teacher, who shrugged. He's making use of his surroundings. Ida stiffened and apologized, the tests moving on. Yaoyorozu ended up at the top for many reasons, and Izuku couldn't wait to analyze her quirk. If she could make a motorized scooter in a minute, one that functioned as it should no less, he wondered what limitations and requirements she was bound by. His scores seemed utterly average compared to some of his classmates, but he stood in the middle of the pack, something he acknowledged with pride. Not having a physical quirk sucked, but it wasn't as if he was doing terribly. The invisible girl and the short, purple-haired boy were not nearly as physically fit as him, and neither of their quirks were suited to help them aside from Mineta, who stuck himself onto someone when the chance arose. Seeing the multitude of new quirks in his class exhilarated him. If they felt comfortable talking with him about them, he would have to ask them about their quirks when the opportunity came. To everyone's immense relief, no one was kicked out on their first day. Why didn't you use your quirk to help yourself out? Uraraka poked him suddenly in the shoulder. His classmates glanced at them, likely wondering the same thing. Why isn't Hagakure using her quirk? Izuku shot back. The girl in question squeaked at the stares that were directed at her. Uraraka blinked in confusion. Not every quirk is physical. Eraserhead's stare burned into his back, reminding him what his file said about him, reminding him of the lie that he kept alive, but he let Izuku walk back into the locker room without a word. Izuku left before any of his classmates could even start switching their clothes. Alone with Eraserhead again in the classroom, he grabbed his notebook and decided that his questions for his teacher could wait while his memories of his classmates' quirks were still fresh in his mind. His leg bobbed at an increasing speed, the sound of his rapid mumbling tumbling out of his mouth lost to him as he neatly and efficiently dove into his thoughts. When his hand started to cramp, he paused and switched the dull pencil into his right hand to continue writing. Regrettably enough, Izuku knew there wouldn't be time to make an appropriate page for each of them because of the time restraints and his lack of knowledge. Some of them weren't able to demonstrate the extent of their quirks, and he was sure that each of them had more than the naked eye could see. Hagakure came to mind again as he jotted down questions concerning her refractability. As he commented, her quirk would have done nothing to help her during the practical exam. She did not appear to have enough brute force to break a robot, so perhaps her points were more dedicated to rescue points than to villain points. Or, a small, sneaky voice began, she stole villain points too. It would be in character with her quirk to be more sly than she let on. With her ability to go overlooked, it would make sense for her to learn to be more clever to make herself stand out. Movement caught his attention and every instinct in him screamed danger. The world crashed around him, and all he could think about were the stares burning into his back and the charred notebooks, his skin stinging with the phantom pain of his worst days. No. Not again. He could not remember where he was, but he sat in a classroom and that was enough of a warning sign for him. He tried to remember the Hatsums, but they were consumed by jeering classmates and mountains of familiar terror. What should he do? What should he do? He stopped writing, the haphazard half-thoughts halting in his panic, when another hand pressed itself over his bare skin. The cage inside him burst, the lock loosened by his lapse of concentration. He scrambled to reverse his mistake, but pain descended on him like a flock of hungry vultures picking at his body, and clarity struck him, leaving nothing but the expressionless face of his teacher, who stood stock-still beside him. Shoyuta wasn't exactly sure what he expected Midoriya to act like, but he was simultaneously aligning with his assumptions and completely disregarding them at the same time. The kid was intelligent, resourceful, and possessed the foresight to build muscle mass. He moved with the dexterity of a fighter and bore the scars on his arm without shielding them. Shoyuta granted the kid a pass when he dodged Uraraka's question, his deflection enough of an answer for every other student. The boy intrigued him, to say the least. When Midoriya entered the classroom again, his quick-paced gait accompanied by jittering hands, he expected him to bombard him with the questions that he had unabashedly yearned to ask when they were outside. Midoriya ignored him completely, though. Not even sparing his teacher a glance, he plopped himself into his chair and pulled out a notebook. He watched his student steadily delve deeper into his own world as his foot tapped quietly against the desk leg, incoherent mumbles reaching his keen ears as he wrote and sketched. The nature of what could possibly absorb so much of Midoriya's concentration evaded his knowledge until he heard snippets of his student's jumbled thoughts. Hadn't he mentioned a hobby during his support gear evaluation? Analyzers in the field of quirks were severely understaffed and undermotivated. Too few could grasp quirk science because the field of study was so abused by people in the industry. Quirk analysts, especially those in support, needed to think further than what their quota would be fulfilled by, but most did not. Students trickled into the room slowly. The one named Kirishima stepped closer to Midoriya, something heavy in his gaze, and Shoyuta held up a hand and shook his head. He wanted to see how long this kid could continue for. More students came in, taking their seats and speaking, but Midoriya paid them no attention. He paused his writing for a moment and Shoyuta wondered if that was it, but then his pencil was in his right hand and he began anew. Ambidextrous, huh? He grimly wondered if the skill had been acquired when the scars marking his skin were bandaged wounds. Shoyuta had been careful not to stare, unlike some of his students, but he allowed himself the chance to scrutinize his memory of the times during the apprehension test that he did look at his arm. The scarring was old and unirritated. Midoriya's motor skills were obviously intact. The surgical way some of the less prominent lines presented contrasted the more jagged ones, but he chalked that up to whatever medical treatment he managed to find. Bakugo, the aggravatable boy with the explosion quirk, glared at Midoriya with a burning fury of a multitude of suns the entire time they were in the same room. He stood on the edges of the group of spectators that watched Midoriya work. The bell rang and his students filed out. Midoriya didn't seem to take notice. Sighing, Shoyuta made his way over to Midoriya's desk. He didn't make it far before every bit of movement the boy had been making, the bobbing of his leg, the muttering, the darting of his eyes, all of just stopped. Except for the writing. His hand valiantly kept moving, even if the rest of him froze. Shoyuta dipped forward, trying to catch his eye, but the boy's eyes were worryingly distant. He put his hand over the still-moving one of his student, prepared to say something when everything disappeared, a sudden darkness swallowing him whole. Shoyuta wondered briefly if the coffee Nedzu forced him to drink during the faculty meeting that morning had really been terrible enough to cause him hallucinations. He wouldn't put it past the rat, but quirk, his brain supplied, remembering Midoriya. He has a quirk. Rage simmered at the realization that this boy had lied on multiple legal documents. Why would he lie so thoroughly to avoid people knowing about his quirk? Should have expelled him. A voice hissed in his ear. His own voice. You should have seen it. You were just distracted. Midoriya? He called over the rising noise around him. No answer. In the midst of the pitch-black expanse, something began forming, a figure. It startled him to see it turn and watch his own face make some twisted combination of a grin and a snarl, words spilling from its mouth. Ripped from the world of nothing and thrust back into his classroom, Shoyuta fell onto his ass, disoriented. The lights of his classroom assaulted his vision, the world spinning. Midoriya, he said hoarsely. Instead of an answer, Shoyuta heard hacking coughs, and he hauled himself upright. Facing the wall, Midoriya braced himself against the wall and coughed blood into his hand in an attempt to stop the liquid from spewing everywhere. His legs buckled and Shoyuta caught his quaking body. He didn't manage anything else before delving into another fit of wet coughs. Standing, Shoyuta burst out of his classroom and sprinted down the halls, distantly aware of the fact that he bypassed several lingering students, but he could care less when his student was coughing up as much blood as he was. Midoriya stops coughing, his body going dangerously limp, and Shoyuta bolts down the halls with renewed speed. Shouts follow him in the voice of one of his coworkers, but he ignores them, not stopping until he reached the infirmary. He barged inside and put his student down on an empty bed. Shizenji is by his bedside in a moment. What happened? What happened? Shoyuta wasn't sure if he could accurately answer that. I don't know. She cut him a sharp glare. He used his quirk. I don't know, he stressed. Quirk, she questioned. I thought he didn't have one. It had been a big deal for the UA staff when it was announced that a quirkless kid made it into the hero course. He would have been the first. I guess we know why he never used it, Shoyuta muttered darkly. Shizenji cursed loudly. Aizawa, chest compressions now. His blood turned to ice, but he obeyed the order. This was not how the year should be starting. This should not happen at any point in the year. Too much time passed, seconds and hours all at once, as he pressed down on Midoriya's chest. He pushed harder, hoping that he wasn't hurting his ribs too much, but damn it, he would rather have the boy whine about pain than not be able to feel anything at all. Please, Shoyuta begged the boy on the bed. Please, just breathe. Mercy must have been given because Midoriya's body lurched up, a wet cough sending blood spewing from his mouth. Shoyuta didn't dare step away. No one could drag him from that spot because what if his student stopped breathing again? What if he died again? He wheezed for air, choking on the blood that stained Shizenji's pristine sheets. Shuta's hands, nauseatingly sticky from blood, were there before he could think, rolling Midoriya onto his side. Shizenji kissed him and he melted into the bed, every bit of his energy spent. Breathing ragged and stuttering, Midoriya gulped in every ounce of air he could manage around the liquid in his throat. He stared at nothing, then his eyes focused and flooded with tears. His hands, both of them red with his blood, rose to shield his face as he sobbed quietly. The realization dawning on Shoyuta was not a pleasant one. This has happened to him before. The notion was terrible, horrifying, but Midoriya knew what that experience had been. Shoyuta could not concern himself with anger if he tried. No wonder his parents felt they had to lie about their son's quirk. If he used it for it, he glanced at the clock, 10 minutes haven't even gone by, that short amount of time, and he ended up dying. He shut down that particular train of thought before he lost himself in the panic. Midoriya flinched when Shizenji moved away from his side. Shoyuta did not know how she could do that, did not know how her face could be so calm when his student's blood dotted the pastel colors of her doctor's coat. Midoriya curled further into himself when Shizenji spoke, her voice soft and steady. I'm not entirely sure what caused that, but he will fall asleep soon. I'll call his dash. She stopped and hummed in annoyance. I'll call the Hatsums, I suppose. The Hatsums? He asked, his tone dangerously close to snappish. What about his parents? She sighed, glancing at Midoriya's unconscious form. His mother is the only relative he has, but the last time I spoke with him about her, he insisted that she was too busy to bother. Shuta's disdain must have been plain on his face because Shizenji made a noise of agreement. I know, but he wouldn't budge. The Hatsums are good women. He trusted them. His medical file is worryingly empty too. What? Finally, his feet unglued themselves from his previous spot, allowing him to whip around to face her. But his arm dashed. I know, she interjected grimly. That kind of injury combined with his lack of disability would require extensive procedures and physical therapy. Shizenji called the Hatsums, the implications of their resident mystery student left to settle. Hello, this is Recovery Girl from UA High School. I'm calling about Midoriya Izuku. She glanced at Midoriya's file once more before tossing it aside with a roll of her eyes. At the moment, he is stable, but is there anything you could tell us regarding his quirk? The line went silent before a garbled voice said something. No, you heard me correctly. I would like any information possible on his quirk. She paused, listening to the woman talk with a pinched expression. I see. If you could make time to come to UA, all right, thank you. I will tell the principal to expect you. Shizenji clicked her tongue in annoyance. No file, no way to contact his mother, no information on his quirk. And that woman didn't even allow me to explain his condition. With the time given to them, they situated Midoriya properly, hooking him up to a monitor. After pulling it to Midoriya's bedside, he sank into one of the plastic chairs provided. The door banged open and Hisashi burst inside, huffing and disheveled. Shoyuta, he gasped, his shoulders sagging in relief. Hisashi, he greeted monotonically, all his energy drained away with his adrenaline. There was blood, he explained, jerking his thumb to the general area outside of the infirmary. There's a lot of blood in your classroom, Sho. His eyes gradually drifted to Midoriya and widened behind his tinted glasses. He rushed to the other side of Midoriya's bed. What happened? He asked, scanning his prone body for injuries. Shoyuta explained the situation, Shizenji intervening where he wavered, and Hizashi returned his stare to Midoriya with shock coloring his features. His quirk ended him? He whispered, rightly horrified. That is the unfortunate conclusion, Shizenji replied solemnly. And his emergency contacts, who are not his parents, are on the way? Yes. Shoyuta rubbed his head to stave off the oncoming migraine. Something is wrong here, but we need more information, something this boy seems to be particularly skilled in hiding. Hizashi set his jaw, eyes sharpening. I'll inform Nedzu. Mei scanned the cafeteria, her golden eyes snagging on the bunch of hero students spilling into the lunchroom. She zipped over excitedly, wondering if Izuku was inadvertently hiding behind one of his classmates' broad-shouldered backs. They appeared perturbed by her sudden emergence at their sides, but she focused on examining the crowd. A frown pulled at the corners of her lips when she realized he was missing from his class. Ooh. She grabbed the shoulder of a blonde boy with a black streak in his hair. Where's Midoriya Izuku? We aren't sure, answered a tall girl with a large ponytail. We haven't seen Midoriya since our homeroom. Scenarios flitted uselessly through her mind and she shoved them all aside. Not one of you has seen him? They shook their heads and her worry skyrocketed into the stratosphere. The last time he went missing at UA, he ended up in the infirmary with injuries and new scars, so where was he now? Her cell phone rang, jolting her out of her thoughts. Stepping away, she answered the ringing. Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, she recited with a distinct lack of her usual enthusiasm. Hello, this is Recovery Girl from UA High School. You are the daughter of Hatsum Ayumi and Mitsu, yes. Yes. Mei was no longer in the cafeteria. Instead, she was sprinting blindly down the hallways, attempting to recall the maps and directions they had received at orientation. I am calling about Midoriya Izuku. He has you on his emergency contact list dash. The infirmary is in the Hero Course building, right? She half shouted into the phone. Because I can't remember the map and I'm just running around the school and dash. You're a student, she mumbled, the noise barely carrying through the phone. Yes, now dash. Oh sheet, there's a blood trail. Mei halts at the doorway of classroom 1A for a brief moment, eyeing the vermilion colors scattered in droplets, leaving a path of sorts for her to follow. I'll be there in a minute. Hanging up the phone, Mei bolted down the hallway and narrowly avoided slamming herself into a wall. She passed an equally harried present mic on the way, their eyes meeting for half of a second before they continued in opposite directions. Heaving in the air, Mei knocked on the door to the infirmary. An exhausted-looking man answered the door, staring at her blankly. His eyes traveled behind her, his eyes narrowing with annoyance. Glancing back, she realized that the entirety of Class 1A was arriving behind her. I'm Hatsum Mei. She introduced herself quickly. Where is he? Instead of answering, he widened the gap in the door enough for her to enter. She darted inside, hands trembling as she laid eyes on her best friend. Nothing looked wrong, per se, except for the paleness of his skin. Paleness could mean all sorts of medical mumbo-jumbo though. Don't wake him. She whirled around to see an exasperated recovery girl staring at her. He needs proper rest. I'm sorry about hanging up on you, she said, her voice wavering. Please, what happened? I'll let Aizawa explain that to you, she sighed, gesturing at the man standing in the doorway. Shoyuta did not possess the patience it would take to deal with them right now. Why are all of you here? He asked, knowing the answer. Sir, Ida shouted. We are concerned for Midoriya's well-being and health. Shoji informed us that Hatsum was contacted because he was in Recovery Girl's care. Don't forget the blood trail, Ashido commented, her eyes darting around in an attempt to peek into the room behind him. There was a blood trail. Aizawa. Yes, Bakugo, he sighed. It's the nerd's quirk, isn't it? Shoyuta barely kept the disinterested expression on his face. Bakugo knew? But since when? Go inside, Bakugo. Outraged cries burst from his concerned students, but he ignored that, preoccupied with the newest addition to the mysteries of the day. Leave, he commanded. Midoriya needs rest and you are all too loud. Before they could refute him, he shut the door in their faces. The room remained quiet, despite the additional people in the room, and Shoyuta lamented the fact that he needed to break the peace in the room. "We have questions for both of you." They both turned, eyeing each other up. "How do you know Zuzu?" Hatsum inquired suspiciously. "He's never mentioned you before." "I've known him longer than you, Sheetrag," Bakugo fired back. "And he's never mentioned you either." "Stop antagonizing each other," Shoyuta ordered, flaring his quirk in warning. "I will kick both of you out if I need to. Our questions can wait." The pair thankfully shut their mouths and waited, glaring at each other. He did not want to even begin unpacking the meaning behind that short-lived interaction, so he leaned against the wall, hands clean of blood but still pink from the scrubbing, and stared them down. "Do both of you know about his quirk?" Hatsum's head snapped up. "He doesn't have a dash." "I knew." Bakugo cut her off. "It's a mystery to me how it's so effed up dash." Shizenji slapped his arm. "Don't curse like that in my workspace." Hatsum looked between all of them in confusion. "What are you talking about?" she implored. "Deku has a sheety quirk, dreadlocks." Bakugo snapped. Shizenji whacked his arm again and he'd sked. "Moving on," Shoyuta drawled. "Bakugo, do you have any details? If you're that curious, why don't you check his fine through that journal he's so obsessed with?" Quirk analysis, Shoyuta realized. Bakugo might be onto something. "Go to the classroom, grab his bag, make sure his notebook is in it, and bring it back here." He stiffened. "Don't tell me what to dash. Do as I say or you'll be expelled." Shoyuta pinned his student with a stare, forcing him to relent. The door slammed shut behind him. Ijiro stared at the blood on the wall, on the floor and on the desk, bewildered along with the rest of the class. They had returned in hopes of figuring something out because what the hell kind of quirk injured the user? But the moment they were inside the classroom, they stopped short at the scene before them. "Dude, those are some gnarly scars you have on your arm." Was he even going to get the chance to apologize for that? Bakugo appeared out of nowhere, shoving past all of them, and barely paused at the scene worthy of a horror movie to pick up the lone backpack left in the room. He rummaged through it while the class tried to pry answers out of him. Apparently, he found whatever he was searching for because his palms crackled with explosions and he was gone, leaving them alone without any answers. Bakugo returned not long after his departure and shoved the backpack into his arms. "His sheety notebook is in there," he growled, taking a seat on the far end of the room. And by God, the contents of the notebook were terrifying. His co-workers all had pages chock full of analyses on them and ways to completely destroy them in combat and negate or avoid their quirks. The suggested paths for improvement were interesting and the questions he posed were looking into some things Shoyuta hadn't even thought of. "I don't think what you're looking for is in there." He looked up to see Hatsum's eyes locked on the notebook. "Zuzu has way too many of those things lying around. If he was doing an analysis on himself, it would be in an older journal, maybe even have one of its own." "Do you know where he keeps them?" "Yeah, they're all scattered in a few different locations, but I'll get them for you." Shoyuta nodded. "I'll arrange for one of the teachers to escort you wherever you need to be." "Do my moms know?" she asked suddenly. "They were the first ones I called," Shizenji assured her. His attention strayed from the notebook, looking between the two students in the room. "Do either of you know anything about Midoriya's mother or how to contact her?" If anyone were to possess information on his parents, mother, or father, it had to be one of them. Hatsum bristled instantly, her demeanor becoming closed off and furious. "You'd be better off not contacting that hag at all, I think," she spat, eyes narrowed in resentment. "Or maybe you should. Then I can see what kind of sheet person it takes to leave her son alone for months on end dash. Watch what you say about her, dreadlocks," Bakugo growled. Hatsum ignored him in favor of focusing on Aizawa. "I've known Zuzu for nearly a year and I've never seen her. Not a glimpse or a photo. She never drops him off or picks him up. In the few times I've been in his apartment, it looked like only he lived there." She scowled at the floor, curling her hands into fists. "Honestly, he sort of lives at Dagoba Beach and that place is homier to him than the apartment. Inko, whoever she is, isn't part of Zuzu's life and I don't think she should be at this point." Bakugo seemed to be having his own revelation, his hands falling to his sides as he lost himself in his head. But Shuta's number of questions to answer just raised itself. You think he lives alone in an apartment? Hatsum winced. He stays at Dagoba and my house mostly, but yeah, that's what I gather. Bakugo, in your experience, what is Midoriya's mother like? Startled from his thoughts, his head snapped up. All I remember is her being really freaking nice, he said lowly, more to himself than to Shoyuta. My mom hasn't mentioned her in a while and I can't remember the last time I saw her. A name finally registered in his mind. You said he stays mainly at your home in Dagoba Beach? Isn't that where most illegal trash dumps are? Hatsum nodded and wiped at her red eyes. It's also a great source of scrap and parts. That's how we met actually, she chuckled softly, glancing at Midoriya. My parents run a mech shop and he started selling them parts he salvaged. All by himself? Shoyuta almost asked. Bakugo, see if your mother has any means of contact with Midoriya's mother. Whoever this woman was, wherever she disappeared to, it undoubtedly rested in Shuta's mind that she left her son alone for far too long. Exactly how long he could only guess. As to why, he looked at Midoriya's pale face, his freckles splattered across his cheeks, and thought of how society would see him. It only fueled the fire of fury within him to think of why Midoriya Inko would leave her son on his own. Hatsum's mother's arrival was akin to that of a strike of lightning. Everyone already present in the room jolted at their sudden entrance. On their tail, ectoplasm glided into the room, silent and serene. The shorter of the two looked like Hatsum's relative. Her hair, like her daughter's, was a salmon pink but it stood spiked on her head, close cut to her head. Her golden eyes landed on Midoriya and her daughter at his side. The lankier one stood silently at her side, like an executioner standing by her queen as she examined the room. Her dark skin and silver eyes swept over the room, her webbed appendages fluttering when she saw Midoriya. The gills in her neck vibrated slightly, a rumble sounding in the room. Their daughter nodded at them, silently passing information, and Hatsum, the short-haired one, there were too many in the same room now, stalked over to Shizenji, her figure looming over her with an expectant look plainly written across her face. When they explained, their intimidating demeanors dropped, and she sat heavily in a provided chair by her daughter. I knew something was wrong, but not dash. She lifted her head out of her hands and peered over to Midoriya. Not this. Ayumi, as they'd thankfully been introduced, put a reassuring hand on her wife's shoulder. Mom, I need to go find Zuzu's journals, Mei said, standing from her seat. Determination blazed as she locked eyes with Shoyuta. Ectoplasm, could you escort Hatsum wherever she needs to go? Of course. He inclined his head to the occupants of the room and they swiftly disappeared through the door. Do you have any information on Midoriya's mother? He asked on a whim, figuring why not at this point. Ayumi's ear fins flared, shuddering in disdain, and she met his eyes with a glare. Mitsu's response was a smothered snarl into her hands. That beach? Never had the chance to meet her. Good for her though, her eyes glinted with rage. Because as soon as I see her, I'm going to sock her in her child-negligent face. Bakugo shifted in the corner of the room. Anytime she comes up in a conversation, Izuku swerves hard to avoid answering. He doesn't mention her and from what Mei's told me, he barely ever stays in that apartment. She stopped and fixed her gaze onto Shoyuta, making sure he heard her. The apartment, by the way, I've been inside a couple of times and it's so barren. You wouldn't think a person lived there at all if you walked in. His room had a few items, notebooks and sheet, but the other bedroom is completely devoid of knickknacks and clutter. Are you aware that he stays at Dagoba Beach as well? Her head snapped up. He'll take that as a no. That dump. She swore and curled her hands into tight fists. Nah, to hell that, I'll adopt him, I've been planning to anyway, and he can live with us. My wife's fully on board, has been since she met him, and she cursed again and put her elbows on the bed. How to convince his overly selfless ass though? He'll say he's effing fine and that we shouldn't worry, mom's just busy my ass. Can you understand, Giselle? Ayumi asked. Shoyuta signed the affirmative. I would like you to know that we're his family now, and I don't particularly care if that woman comes back. We love him, and the only reason I would ever want her near him was so that she may apologize for being such a subpar mother. Shoyuta gave her an appraising look and decided he liked her. It sounds like there's a general consensus surrounding Midoriya's mother. He glanced at the boy, watching the rise and fall of his chest. Getting this done won't be easy. Shoyuta had a feeling he didn't need to reference what wouldn't be easy. I know. God, I know, but we can't just dash. We have connections in the police force that will look into his situation, but the best we can offer him would be to put him under the temporary guardianship of a teacher here using the school's guidelines to ensure that he is being taken care of. And if he told us everything? Then he'd be in a proper home in a third of the time, but most kids in his situation don't spill their guts because they're promised something better than what they have. How long will it take to put him under your care? Ayumi asked, pinning him with her metallic stare. My care? Yeah, we assumed you were going to take him, Mitsu said, her eyes narrowing. I'd need to talk it over with my husband first. He knew, though, that Hisashi would never turn Midoriya away. But you're right, that is my intention. Then let's get detailed. The rhythmic beeping near him was the first thing he noticed. Opening his eyes to see the colorless ceiling, the pain in his head grew quiet, hushed by the darkness surrounding him. The panic that arose inside him as his memories returned, Eraserhead, expressionless, and still under the influence of his quirk, reached the monitor before he fully processed it. Would they let him stay after this? He used his quirk on a hero. He attacked a teacher. Izuku prayed that Eraserhead was okay. Did he hate him now? He didn't want Eraserhead to hate him. He hadn't even made it past his homeroom class. What time was it? Maybe he could. An unsympathetic 142 stared him down from above the door. His eyes burned with unshed tears. Don't cry. He pushed himself up into a sitting position. Don't even breathe, his voice hissed bitterly, then maybe you can forget how badly you screwed up. No one else lay asleep or otherwise in the room. It was just him and his thoughts as they fought and shoved to consume him in their frenzy of emotions. Izuku grieved for his lost chances, for the doors that opened only to surely be slammed in his face. He raged at himself, sick of how he always threw away what he craved. Fingers curling around his arms with a bruising grip, he hugged himself, desperately searching for any sort of reprieve from this nightmare, from himself. A sob ripped out of his throat, broken and rough. One of his hands pulled at his hair in frustration, in shame, in hatred, and he closed his eyes in a futile attempt to halt the hot streams of water pouring out. Minutes passed. Izuku carefully swung his legs off the bed. His entire body felt stiff, a familiar sensation, disturbingly enough. Dying more than once was usually not something a person, let alone a child, could attest to. Resuscitation involved multiple compressions to his chest. Hard compressions. As in, he felt it now, and it would probably stay with him longer than the stiffness in his body. The tile floor sent chills up from his feet the moment he made contact with the cold surface. The 4 in his arm held him close to the bed but allowed him a few steps of freedom. The last thing he needed right now was to take out his 4 and have people barging in thinking he died or something. Hunger announced itself loudly with a rumble from his stomach. He should just leave. No one would want him around anymore, so why not leave? They're going to be so disappointed. Izuku cringed at the thought of the Hatsum's reaction. I already ruined my chances. The door opened soundlessly. Izuku watched, frozen, as Eraserhead stepped in the room with a coffee and a bun holding his hair up. They locked eyes and stared at each other for a few moments, the clock ticking audibly in the thick silence. Am I being expelled? If the question took him by surprise, he didn't show it. 4? He asked in a tone softer than any teacher had ever used with him. Izuku's face scrunched up in confusion. What did you mean for? I've read all those long-winded rules for grounds of expulsion and suspension. He glared at his teacher's blank expression. I used my quirk on you, a teacher. Severity and situation of the matter at hand and in context, I attacked you unprovoked and trapped you with my quirk. That puts me in the red zone. I missed all my classes but homeroom. You look okay but he scanned Eraserhead critically, despair written helplessly across his face. Did I hurt you? No, Midoriya, and you're not being expelled. The relief had him leaning on the bed again. Thank God, May would have ended me. We do, however, have some questions. Izuku looked up and nodded. Of course they would, given everything that occurred. Would you be willing to answer some now, or would you prefer to wait until morning? I'm fine doing it now, sir. He was not fine. The very idea of being questioned about any of the events that took place yesterday sent alarm bells ringing through his head and made it harder to breathe. What made you dissociate? Right into it, huh? No prep? Just going for the jugular. This place is too new, Izuku replied uncomfortably. And I'm too used to being in my middle school. And what about your middle school made this the norm? I didn't get lost in my head often, Izuku said firmly. I just got scared, he finished lamely. Of what? I got beat up a lot in middle school, he confessed, feeling his face heat up. People like to break my things. But I swear I never used my quirk on them. If I did, I don't think I'd be here now. He tapered off with a nervous chuckle. Eraserhead's expression shifted slightly. Because of your quirk or because of the students at your old school? He asked carefully. My quirk? Izuku threw out quickly. Sure, they all hated me, but they would never go as far as Dash. Were you protecting your notebook? Izuku's mind snapped out of his defensive stupor in an instant. Excuse me? Eraserhead turned and grabbed something off of a nearby table. His notebook, he realized, but not his current one. These contain in-depth analyses of heroes and villains alike, sketches, as well as questions and observations. You have listed flaws and limitations pertaining to their quirks and their skill sets. There are even suggestions for how they might improve themselves. Eraserhead looked down at the worn notebook he held loosely in his hand. There are multiple scenarios written about how to effectively take down each of your entries. I know the support department would go crazy over some of these designs for gear. You could make an insane amount of profit advising heroes and helping them improve if their pride could handle you scrutinizing everything they have yet to improve on. Izuku's face burned, suddenly taking inventory of the fact that all his notebooks were stacked behind Eraserhead. He picked up Izuku's previous notebook, the one Bakugo blew up. There are several with torn pages and crispy edges. It's no wonder you felt threatened when you thought you were back in hostile territory. Why do you have all my notebooks? He squeaked, eyeing the bright colors of his first few journals. God, he'd gotten those when he was 6. Why were they all here? We thought we might find something about your quirk in one of them. Instead, we found a breakdown of all our staff and too many heroes to count. Very dangerous information you've compiled in all these. I like the ideas you have down for my goggles. Mike certainly got a kick out of your word vomit. Thank you, Eraserhead. He glanced at Izuku. Call me Aizawa, kid. I'm your teacher? Okay, he agreed. I'm off track. Aizawa set his notebook down. What's your quirk? Izuku's flush disappeared, leaving him pale. His hands fidgeted as he avoided his teacher's eyes. Well, I don't actually know that much about it, Dash. Do you always die when you use it? No, but it always hurts. He clenched his jaw. I can't lose focus either, or else I might accidentally use it on someone. Aizawa leaned forward, catching his eye for a moment. What does that mean? My quirk, it's touch-based, but all it needs to activate is skin on skin. I don't need all 5 fingers. Izuku peered down at his hands. I used to wear gloves, but I couldn't keep buying new ones. The silence, though it only lasted a second, made Izuku stiffen. I didn't see much when you used your quirk on me, it was all dark. I could only see myself and then I heard my own voice. Something started coming into view and then you pulled me out. Izuku sighed in relief. That's good, he muttered, relaxing slightly. What would I have seen if you hadn't pulled me out? He said it cautiously, like he knew Izuku possessed a quirk that could hurt everyone he touched. The careful flatness of his tone nagged at Izuku's nerves, his instincts demanding he lie, skirt the truth, anything to keep him safe and unhated. Sir, I honestly don't know what you would have seen. Izuku started. I've only purposefully used my quirk a few times and one of those was forced. That's the only reason I know anything about my quirk in the first place. It's not exactly like any of them told me what I did to them. What do you know? Izuku took a deep breath, psyching himself to tell his teacher something he had never once said aloud to anyone. He hesitated, terror shooting through him at the thought, but he effed it all because here he finally was. He was at UA, and even though they might chuck him out for having a quirk like his, he seriously contemplated lying outright and saying he didn't know jack about his quirk. He had a chance to stay. Stay and learn how to be a proper hero, to learn how to save people and be good. Izuku wanted to be a hero. My quirk, when activated, puts a person at war with everything they think is wrong with themselves. He looked away from Aizawa in shame, praying that he wouldn't be disgusted with him. I really tried to keep my quirk off since I couldn't wear gloves. You've been actively suppressing your quirk? Aizawa interjected urgently. When did you start? Izuku's mind brought forth the memory of gloves smacking him in his face, his mother a few feet away from him, a mix of bewilderment and anger staring him down as she ordered him to put them on and made him promise to never take them off. Don't touch me, her voice shook, but he could tell it wasn't from fear. Don't touch anybody ever again. Her shouts echoed inside his head, the gloves too big, the air outside too warm, as he wandered around the apartment complex. She didn't want him to touch her because of his quirk. So that meant she would be nice if she knew he wouldn't ever use it, right? I think I was 5. He says it as if he was encased in a memory again, and judging by the distant look in his eyes, he definitely had something on his mind that he didn't bring up. Should his brain scream distress and demanded retribution for whoever put it in this kid's head at 5 years old that his quirk was so utterly horrible that he needed to concentrate to keep it completely off? 5? He said instead of the curse that nearly came out in a hoarse whisper. What? Midoriya, no wonder you nearly died using it. The kid, that goddamn problem child, flinched and looked up at him with those wide emerald eyes, confusion gleaming in their depths. What do you mean? Says the quirk analyst, Shoyuta hisses. Quirks are extensions of us, Midoriya. They are an evolved supergene that manifested and wove into our DNA. It is a part of your very being that you have focused on keeping down. For 10 he stops and holds his coffee mug tighter. You've denied your body and mind access to your quirk, and it puts too much stress on you when you do allow it some leeway. 10 years of constant suppression and then sudden usage would end anybody. The realization that dawned on his face let Shoyuta feel some sort of relief. At least he knew the why now. But this new development glared in the face of any comfort he'd found. He met many who disliked, who hated, and loathed their quirks, but only a rare few of them ever admitted to shoving their quirks away instead of simply ignoring them. Skin-on-skin contact initiates the possibility of his quirk activating if he doesn't concentrate. Uniforms took care of most exposed skin, but his hands, his body from the neck up, he couldn't cover them. Except he had gloves, part of him seeds, gloves that Heats couldn't keep buying. That meant someone destroyed them. Someone stole a safeguard and a reason to let himself relax his focus. Let me be clear, Midoriya, Shoyuta said calmly. Do not suppress your quirk anymore. We will provide you with gloves if you need us to, and I'm going to offer you quirk counseling so that we may train you to safely use your quirk without such deadly consequences. But what if What if you need to use your quirk and you can't? Shoyuta cut in, his eyes glaring down at him. What if you do use it and you die? What then? Is there someone to resuscitate you, or do you just die because you're too scared of your own quirk? He paused, pinching the bridge of his nose. You have potential, Midoriya. Be rational and accept UA's help. Accept my help? Midoriya stared at his bed, thinking hard for a few moments. When he looked back up, Shoyuta resisted the urge to grin. I accept your offer, Aizawa-sensei. Can I go to class? Recovery girl mocked with distaste. I feel fine, I promise. Izuku pleaded, attempting to placate Recovery girl. She scoffed, Aizawa walking in with another cup of coffee. You were dead for 2 minutes several hours ago. You're not going to class. Izuku dropped his head into his hands and groaned in despair. They'd been doing this for 5 minutes, her shoving medical jargon down his throat, him refusing to swallow it. Aizawa didn't seem to be inclined to argue on either of their behalf, which Izuku wasn't sure whether he should be irritated about or not. No offense, but I have more experience with this than you do. I know I'm okay. He insisted. The first time it happened, I walked home with stiff muscles, slept, and went to school the next day, good as new. The stiffness passed, so I'm good to go. Good as new was stretching it a little. The day after the sludge villain incident, Izuku had nearly skipped school because of how terrible his body felt. Apparently, being nearly suffocated to death and, later, actually dying was not the best thing for one's body. She pressed her lips into a tight line. How many times has this happened, exactly? Recovery girl stepped closer. Who helped you afterward? Nobody, he almost snapped. It only happened one other time. Now will you please let me go to my classes? I already missed pretty much the entire first day. Young man, I assure you, your excuse is irrefutable. She tapped her cane on the tiled flooring and glanced back at his file. You woke up 30 minutes ago. I still need to give you a thorough check. Homeroom is in an hour. He turned to Aizawa, searching for any kind of assistance he might find. Come on, I haven't even been able to see the Hatsums yet. Ah, there arises a topic your teacher avoided during your early morning discussion. Recovery girl turned around, shuffling to her desk. What? Izuku glanced between the two adults, unease welling up within him. Aizawa sighed, eyeing his defensively drawn-up shoulders. We know you live alone, Midoriya. Izuku froze, then peered back at the notebooks stacked neatly on the counter. He cursed the lack of information on his file, knowing that there were no people aside from the Hatsums listed as his emergency contacts. He should have put together that May gathered all his notebooks for them, possibly with a teacher. That meant they knew about Dagoba, and Aizawa clearly stated that they knew he lived alone. How did he explain this? What reply would make them leave him be and let him return to the beach, where the waves still reached his little space carved out in a heap of metal? What could he say to them for him to be allowed back to the Hatsum's house without fanfare? How did he get back to the comforting warmth, to the never-silent home the Hatsums had given him? My mom's job requires her to be far away. She doesn't like the idea of me being alone, so I spend a lot of time with the Hatsums. His voice is surprisingly steady, but he could hear the brittleness to his voice. If they tried to bend him, he would shatter. And your place at Dagoba Beach? May and I spend a lot of time there, so I thought it'd be nice to have a resting place where we could just sit around together. She told them about it. May searched it for his notebooks, presumably with a teacher present. May told them about it. Izuku leaned back onto the bed, putting his hands onto the sheets to hide their trembling. The Hatsums say they haven't seen your mother once in all the time they've known you. Bakugo says he hasn't seen her in years and his mother stopped talking with her a long time ago. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts, harshly thrown back into reality. Bakugo? K.C. Nope. Bakugo. Bakugo. He was here. He's the only other person we know that has had experience with your quirk, Aizawa says. But let's not stray from the topic at hand. Your apartment is barren of anything that would make it a home, including a few basic items. I'm minimalistic. Even if that was a good answer, minimalists still eat, Midoriya. Who says I don't? The lack of virtually any food except for granola bars. Ah, but the granola bars are not a meal, Recovery Girl said shortly. I eat with the Hatsums. So I've heard. You eat with them each day. Is your mother so preoccupied that she has absolutely zero time to spend with her son? Abruptly he asked. Why isn't she on your emergency contact list? Izuku's eyes twitched, internally scrambling to patch each hole Aizawa poked in his story. Was he abruptly changing the topic to try and catch him off guard? Was that what this was? Still, Izuku hesitates, even though he knows it'll be the death of him, and sighed. Look, she's too far away to come around if anything happens to me. She's on planes half the time, too, so it's not like she's available at any time. Knowing full well that she wouldn't give a flying F about anything that happened yesterday, Izuku wondered if his mother was in planes often. Aizawa doesn't pause. What is her phone number? Izuku knows he isn't leaving with his life intact. Not when his teacher is being so damn nosy. I don't know, Izuku muttered, an icy feeling spreading through him. Does she not call you? From what we know, she doesn't visit you. She's just busy, okay? His voice was failing him now, old lies he used to tell himself coming out cracked and quiet. She didn't abandon me. The rapid-fire questions stopped, Aizawa's voice unfaltering and firm. Midoriya Izuku, under the power of the Pro-Hero Childcare Acts, I invoke an emergency foster license and revoke your mother's guardianship, effective immediately. You will be staying with my husband and I until your home situation has been thoroughly investigated. If it is deemed fit for you, you may return. If not, we will have to discuss more permanent actions being taken. Izuku blinked and stared directly into his hero's eyes, attempting to gauge whether or not he was serious. Really, he asked, drawing out the word. He looked at Recovery Girl, who gave her full attention to the document she wrote on, and frowned at the glimpse of amusement he caught. Can he really do that? Is that allowed? Yes, she answered decisively. Behave for him and Yamada, would you? Who the hell was Yamada? Izuku wouldn't be going off to live with people he didn't know. No way in hell. But the Hatsums have graciously offered their services to pack your belongings while school is in session, Aizawa stated, cutting him off. We will be meeting them at your apartment to make sure they didn't miss anything, and then we will go to my home. Hold on. Recovery Girl, I'll be expecting him in class. With a nod to her, he left the room. A moment of silence filled the room, static filling Izuku's ears. Fine, you're free to go after this checkup, she muttered with a scowl. The uniform they gave him was too big. Not enough to hinder him, but enough for him to notice. The gloves he wore were meant for when he worked with Mei, so they were kind of bulky and not meant for wearing during everyday life. Not that it mattered. It was such a slight change compared to everything else, so why the hell would it matter when his sense of normalcy and his life was going to be uprooted? Was this why people said the first days of school were the worst? Was this why people said school was hell? His experience felt unique. He certainly hoped no one else had to go through what he had. Regardless, too much shit happened. Let's check things off, see where Izuku feels like he wants to go apeshit, and go from there. He made it into the hero course. He went to class and did not get expelled, but people stared and commented on his scars. Not the best, but alright. At the end of homeroom he had a flashback and accidentally attacked his teacher with his quirk. Not good, not FNG good, man. Then he died and was resuscitated. Could have gone worse? I guess? He missed all of his goddamn classes and his notebooks were thoroughly looked through by his teachers. They probably saw all the FING comments I made about their costumes and gear. They hate me now, don't they? They only have his notebooks because Mei searched for them and somehow brought them all. Mei told them. Mei told them. Mei told them. He was offered quirk training. Nerve-wracking and terrifying, but kind of nice to think about. What else? Let's see. His teacher forcibly acquired guardianship over him. There we go, that's the kicker. Now, not only does he not get to return to Dagoba or the Hatsum's house, but he's being forced to live at Aizawa's instead. A man who he trusts as a hero. A man who he does not know in the slightest. All he really knows is that he is a teacher and that does absolutely nothing to quell his concern. Here seems like a good place to lose his goddamn mind. Izuku stopped his stroll in the middle of the sidewalk and looked over at the entrance gate of the school. Maybe if he ran now he would be able to escape to somewhere. The Hatsums were in on this scheme, a fact he bitterly wished to ignore, so going to them to hide would only lead him back here. He ran his gloved hand over the too large sleeve of his uniform and tugged the end of the sleeve. Sighing, he resolved to await whatever the day would bring him and roll with the punches like he always did. Sooner than he thought, he stumbled across his first weird thing of the day. Tokoyami, who was kneeling by a bird feeder. Izuku crept up on him, peering over him to watch as he handed his odd shadow companion bird seeds. He can eat? Izuku questioned. Both beings jolted, his presence taking them by surprise. Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Midoriya, he introduced, stepping back. I'm in your class. Indeed, Tokoyami said, rising to his feet. You were the enigma who vanished. You caused quite the stir. Stir? The shadow figure laughed. This kid disappeared and from what we saw and Shoji heard, he should still be with Recovery Girl. What you saw? Izuku echoed nervously. Tokoyami glanced at him. In the classroom, we found blood pooled on the ground and splattered across a desk. Naturally, we have been concerned. Izuku let out a squeaky cha, tugging at his gloves. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I will not pry, but do exercise caution. You are an intriguing character who I would loathe the demise of. He gently pet the shadow, which stayed small at his side. Thanks, he gave them a smile. So, do you have a name? Izuku said to the purple blackbird thing. He sort of reminded him of Kurogiri, with his similar colors and glowing yellow eyes. His name is Dark Shadow, he is my companion. Dark Shadow nodded and waved one of his clawed hands at him. It's nice to meet both of you, Izuku said cheerily, offering a toothy smile. Tokoyami stared at his face for a moment, then laughed when Dark Shadow hid behind him. Sorry. Izuku spat out quickly. Did I do something? Tokoyami shook his head, a grin spread across his face. No, you have not committed a misdeed, he assured. Dark Shadow just tends to shy away from brightness. He paused, meeting Izuku's eyes. You are very bright. Izuku tilted his head to the side for a moment, unsure of what he meant. The meaning clicked and he felt heat rise to his cheeks, eyes widening as they both kept staring at him. Thank you. Izuku played with the end of his sleeve. I hope we'll get to know each other better. Tokoyami smiled down at him and Dark Shadow winked. Class will begin soon, we should travel to our homeroom. Why yeah. Izuku agreed. When they walked in, their small talk was immediately cut short by Ida rushing over to them, his hand slicing down in front of Izuku. Midoriya. Wow, look at that, everyone was staring at him now. Are you alright? We are all very concerned. Izuku inched past him, waving goodbye to Tokoyami and a receding Dark Shadow. Yeah, I'm fine. No need to worry, Ida. But, despite his claims, when he sat down at his desk, everyone, sans Bakugo, was most definitely waiting for an explanation. What the hell are you extras doing by my effing desk? Oh thank God, Bakugo's here. He never thought that would be a sentence he would say. We're worried about Midoriya, man. Kaminari shouted. We weren't allowed to see him and there was a ton of blood dash. Not my FNG problem, dunce face. He set his bag down and scowled at their classmates, ignoring their protests. Beat it, he ground out. Nicely enough, they did scatter, going back to their own groups. Aizawa entered, ordering silence. Izuku refused to look at him. He had entirely forgotten about their hero course lesson. With all might. But he really didn't want to deal with his righteousness right now. I am entering the room like a normal person. Izuku groaned internally, resigning himself to the overwhelming exasperation. When they changed into their costumes, no one made a comment on his scars, but he felt their eyes. He brushed it off. He dealt with it before, he could handle it now. His costume was a dark green jumpsuit, holsters and pockets present for his support gear. He wore black gloves that ended above his elbows under the jacket he made and pulled up his hood, fixing it into place. His respirator could lay on his neck for the moment until he knew what they would be doing. Goggles sat at the top of his head, black and akin to Eraserheads in style. Hatsum Ayumi and Mitsu were both trained in combat. Granted, they mainly knew self-defense, but that was a major step towards a decent offense. They gladly taught him what they knew. Falling right, training your body to react with form in mind, how to block and slip from someone's grasp, they taught him and Mei everything. Wow, Midoriya, that costume is so cool, Uraraka said, appearing at his side. Her voice dropped and she gave him a sideways glance. You actually are okay, right? You don't need to sit out or something? Izuku nodded firmly. She nodded back, accepting his answer. Man, all of you got such cool outfits. Hagakure whined, her gloved hands twisting in the air. I have to agree. Yaoyorozu looked down at her outfit with a pinched face. This leaves something to be desired. Izuku looked between them with mild confusion. You both know they could have made your costume with your hair or something, right? They take your DNA and incorporate it so that it works with your quirk. What? Hagakure deadpanned as Yaoyorozu struggled to find the right words, settling for a miserable groan. If you contact the department, they won't refuse you. If they do, then I think you should report them. For what? A nasally voice snickered. Liking the ladies? Izuku grabbed the purple-haired boy by the back of his clothing and pulled him away from the girls. Touch them without their permission, and I'll punt you into a wall. He warned. Are you ready to begin? He let go and the boy scrambled to make an escape. The girls gave him thankful smiles of respect. Izuku ended up being teamed with Kirishima against Shoji and Todoroki. They'd be going first, pleasantly enough. Izuku wanted to be able to observe without worrying about his own match. For now though, he had 10 minutes to come up with a plan to protect their bomb. Your quirk is hardening, he stated, loading his gun. I can't use a quirk, but that hardly matters. Hey, Midoriya, about yesterday dash? We can talk about that later. Izuku cut him off. We're against two powerhouses and we don't have time to waste. Are you willing to make a plan with me? Kirishima looked put out, like he still wanted to say something. Yeah, let's win this. Izuku grinned. Alright, give me feedback as I start saying things because I tend to talk a lot. Right? So, Todoroki has a temperature manipulation quirk but he's frozen his left side. Maybe he won't use his fire? From what I gather, he's got extraordinary ability and control. He could, theoretically, try to freeze us out. What did we do then? Izuku raised an eyebrow, raising his gloved hand. Your quirk should be able to break through ice and my gloves aren't just for show. They are useful. Good points, good points. After that, they'll come in. Todoroki seems like the loner type but Shoji is friendly enough to try and plan with him. His quirk is great for surveillance but he's strong too. I think you should guard the bomb, Kirishima, while I be the first line of defense. My support gear works long and short range and I don't know how much training you have in close combat fighting. Your quirk requires it but do you know proper fighting techniques? I started going to a class during middle school. He shrugged. I'm still not great at fighting with technique but I can brute force my way through a lot. Then yeah, I should go out. Do you know how to shoot? His puzzled look was enough of an answer. He unloaded a few smaller pieces of ammunition and placed them in a bag, offering them. These won't explode, right? He said as Izuku handed them off. You're not gonna blow me up like the zero-pointer? Izuku laughed. These are sticky bombs. When they hit something they'll explode and trap someone under them. Izuku handed him another few in a separate pouch. These are for if you hit someone in the face. Or you need to get them out quickly. Just crush them in your hand over the substance and it will release the person. Use them accordingly and definitely keep your quirk in mind if you end up fighting. I just gotta throw him? Be careful though, don't accidentally activate them. They're frozen now and if we're lucky Todoroki will provide us with some premium ice to keep them nice and chilly until you might have to put them to use. Not too cold though, or else they'll bounce right off their target. He drew a breath. If I come across both of them, the fight might end pretty quickly depending on their coordination, Izuku confessed, fiddling with his firearm. And if they split up? You sure know how to cheer a guy up, Izuku answered, matching his teammate's grin. If they split up I would have to worry about Shoji alerting Todoroki to my every move or Todoroki, well, then I'd just have to deal with Todoroki. You have enough to defend yourself with? Do you have a plan of attack cooked up? Course I do. Izuku said. Shoji relies on his senses to tell him where someone is and I can use that against him. His strength and many limbs could definitely be troublesome if he gets close but I don't intend to let that happen. Todoroki on the other hand could go either way. Because he might not use his fire? That would definitely work better for close range than his ice. You are so right but I kind of meant that when people have flashy quirks they tend to rely on them almost entirely. He might not know how to handle a fistfight. Izuku peered up at Kirishima. Or he could be. He's a little hard to read with all the silence. Are you telling me he's essentially a pass-fail? Yeah, but if he gets past me I'm confident in your abilities. Kirishima flashed him a sharp-toothed smile. Thanks, Midoriya. Also, Izuku added, meeting Kirishima's gaze. Radio silence will likely be the best course of action. Right, yeah, Shoji could totally mess us up if he overheard us. They nodded at each other, trusting that their partner would do their part. Time's up. Heroes, you may enter. Izuku nodded in unison with his partner, turning to the door only to watch it be encased in ice. Ice that was quickly coming at him. Jump! He called out, leaping out to the already frozen floor. Frost crawled up his legs, puffs of air becoming visible in the cold. Kirishima broke his leg out of a patch of ice, shivering. Izuku looked at the door, then at his teammate, before pushing himself back across the ice to him. What are you? Izuku ignored him, handing off his jacket. "It's got heaters in the lining," Izuku said as he moved back to the door. His gloves radiated heat, water running down the door. He waved to Kirishima without looking back and left the room, closing the door softly behind him. Pulling his goggles down, he switched to thermal vision, striding down the hallways until he caught sight of Todoroki. He was alone, half cold, half lukewarm, likely from his iced side. Izuku focused as Todoroki turned a corner, heading into the hallway where he'd hopefully meet his demise. He switched back to normal sight and looked down at the gun in his hand. He'd given Kirishima 3 rounds, leaving him with 2 sticky bombs. For Shoji, if he showed his face, he had his own unharmful flashbangs and some awful-smelling gas in a capsule. He would have to use them sparingly. Todoroki turned the final corner into Izuku's path. He lunged at the unsuspecting student, knocking into him and leading with a hard crack at his face. Todoroki stumbled but managed to push him back, throwing a layer of ice Izuku's way. He surged over the wave and out of the corner pocket, to the hallway. Todoroki glared, sending another wave of ice. Izuku jumped the hurdle and fired at an angle. The momentum smacked them both into a wall on their ends of the hallway, but Todoroki, for all his struggling, couldn't break free from the goop that held his right side against the wall. Ice still came, but Izuku dodged and rolled and leaped until the capture tape was secured around his right arm. Todoroki has been captured. Izuku shuddered and pressed his gloves to the ice that encased the lower half of his body. God, he was cold. He stepped away with wet clothes, activating his thermal vision again to see Shoji entering the building at a swift pace. Shivering in the frozen building, Izuku turned to Todoroki. "Freeze that sheet and it'll take longer to get it off. Heat it up and it'll just expand. I'll get you out after this is over." Taking off down the hall, he readied his mini arsenal and reloaded his gun. The pathway he'd come from was effectively blocked by Todoroki's ice, leaving him to find another way to get back to Kirishima. He had a sinking feeling that his plan wouldn't work as well as he wanted it to. He would slow Shoji down, but if he didn't want to be captured, he would need to lead Shoji back to Kirishima to waste his time and let Kirishima attack. Hopefully by then the time would be up. He was close enough. Shoji would have heard him by now. He secured his mask. Darting into the hallway Shoji was in, he threw out the capsule and a watered-down flashbang. His goggles and mouth cover protected him, but Shoji cried out at the assault. He charged and pushed off the wall, flying over Shoji. Izuku ran, his shoes aiding in his pseudo-escape. Shoji in hot pursuit, he did his best to avoid the tentacles that shot at him every 2 seconds as he led him back up the building. In all honesty, it wasn't his best plan to lead the enemy to the prize, but Shoji might notice a wild goose chase, and if he finished Izuku off, Kirishima would have no backup in a fight with him. Something latched onto his ankle. He crashed into the ground, the hard thud audible as he saw stars. Rolling over, Izuku threw out his last flashbang. Scrambling out of his hold, Izuku realized they were coming up on the room with Kirishima and the bomb. He didn't know how much time Shoji had, but if his tentacles lashing out at half the speed they were before was any indication, Izuku would bet it was nearly up. "Kirishima! Incoming!" Izuku yelled into the comms, sprinting into the last hallway to the room. He slapped a tentacle away and burst into the room, shooting to the side instead of running straight. Something behind him made contact with a splat and Izuku rushed to Kirishima's side, panting and shaking. The bomb had been pushed to the corner of the room, too far for Shoji to reach as Kirishima pelted him with all 3 bombs. Only his head stayed visible over the expanded slime compound. Shoji has been immobilized. Villains win. All Might declared. Izuku huffed and took off his mask and goggles. He offered breathlessly to Kirishima, who whooped and rushed to free Shoji. "Let's get Todoroki," Izuku said as Shoji stepped away from the doorway he had been glued to. His face ached from its meeting with the floor and his shoulder pulsed with pain and it was still so cold. He wrapped his arms around his middle and attempted to fight the sluggishness. A small weight was added onto his shoulders and warmth encased his upper body. He melted into it, knees going weak at the relief. Hands steadied him and he stilled at the touch. It receded as fast as it appeared, gone in an instant. "Sorry," Kirishima said sheepishly, then smiled. Thanks for the jacket, it's really nice. His eyelids drooped. The hands were back. This time he allowed himself to lean into them. More appeared and he was lifted off the ground, more warmth. Following as he was wrapped in something. His whole body continued to tremble but he stayed awake. When they arrived at Todoroki, Izuku had to be let out of Shoji's arms to give them the anti-stick. His hands shook embarrassingly as he handed them to Kirishima, who threw him a concerned look. You have a fire quirk, right? Kirishima pointed out. Use it to help him warm up? His toes were numb when they exited the building but at least he could feel his fingers. Todoroki's left hand stayed on his back, a constant presence of heat adding to his jackets. The building was indeed unfrozen and when they arrived back to the group Izuku, accompanied by the human space heater, Todoroki, was immediately sent to see Recovery Girl. Damn, that put quite the hole in his plan to observe his classmates' styles and quirks. He hadn't thought about what might happen if he got injured. There was a fleeting thought that Recovery Girl might be able to get him back to class quickly enough for him to catch the rest of the class's matches. Recovery Girl was not happy to see him. She muttered profusely about hypothermia and the unnecessary stress on his body. She ordered him to change out of his wet costume and told Todoroki to stay where he was. The rest of class came and went, Recovery Girl allowing them both to leave for lunch. At least I'll get to see the rest of them after lunch. Sorry, he blurted as they walked through the hallways. For making you use your quirk on me? Izuku clarified. My ice was the reason you were put in this position in the first place? He said flatly. Izuku hummed. Yeah, but you don't seem to like heating things up with your quirk. I'm surprised you wouldn't just use your quirk on both sides, but maybe it's easier to use it on one side compared to another? If you'd allow me to, I'd like to ask you about it later, but that's besides that point. You covered the hot half of your body with ice A and so I thought you might have an aversion or be bad memories. Izuku stopped, feeling a cosmic hand settle on his shoulder and say, shut the F up. Sorry, he said again. What do you mean both sides? I can only use my ice on my right side. Thank you, God, for giving me something else to ramble about. Well, no one has two quirks, but there are some like yours, dual quirks, or quirk that may act as two separate forces. Yours is temperature-based and maybe your cells are split like your hair is, but you might be able to channel the rise or fall of the temperature on your other side if you practice or simply focus. You think I might be able to use her ice on my left side? There was something in his voice, something fragile and hopeful that Izuku wanted to assure. It's a hypothesis, but yeah, it's a definite possibility. He nudged Todoroki with his elbow, throwing a playful smile his way. But, you have to work on close-range combat. It's so obvious you don't know how to fight without your quirk. My father says with a quirk as powerful as mine, I wouldn't need that. Bitterness lay in his tone, the air becoming thicker to Izuku. That's such bullshit, he laughed, apparently taking Todoroki by surprise. In a fight against someone like Eraserhead, you'd be toast. People with non-physical quirk tend to have resentment to those that do, and they have to work twice as hard to get to the same place. He coughed, suddenly aware of what he said. And not that you don't work hard. I'm sure you earned your place here just like everyone else. Todoroki's blank expression was betrayed by the upturning of his lips. Actually, it's common knowledge that I got in on a recommendation. But there are so many recommended students that get turned away. You and Yaoyorozu must be incredibly talented to have made it in. A hand landed on his shoulder, light and warm, but Izuku still flinched back. Todoroki retracted his hand, his face carefully neutral once more. Thank you for your confidence, Midoriya, but I assure you that I was not offended by your statements. Oh, okay. You aren't wrong to say I rely too much on my quirk. I could use a teacher. Perking up, Izuku nodded rapidly. I know a couple of women who are absolutely amazing. No, Todoroki interrupted. I want to learn from you. You beat me with efficiency, evaded Shoji, a multi-limbed, strong opponent, and won. Kirishima did not face us head-on. From what Shoji and Kirishima relayed to me, you were incredible in their eyes as well. You guys had time to talk? Izuku inquired, desperate to distract himself from how warm he felt. He knew he must look like a tomato from the neck up. Yes. You were very out of it while we were leaving ground beta. Would why you be free? To meet with me? I have time this afternoon, we could meet in one of the gyms. This afternoon. He was supposed to meet with Aizawa and the Hatsums, maybe even his husband, and pick up his stuff. But Todoroki had the time and Izuku certainly didn't agree with any of Aizawa's plans. Gym Gamma? Izuku said. Right after school would be best. I'll get permission. Midoriya was a curious person. That is, to say, Shudo didn't know how to feel about him. He utilized the obvious amount of intelligence he had and was physically trained as well. In Shudo's eyes, he should be a competitor, someone to surpass. That's it. But he also didn't live up to Shudo's original estimation of his character. He was kind and easily flustered. Not used to compliments or someone touching him. He was adept in battle but didn't say so himself. He hinted at having a non-physical quirk, something essentially everyone in Class 1A possessed. In the aftermath of the battle training, Shudo noted the change in his demeanor as well. During the trial, when he'd been captured, Midoriya held himself with a cool sort of confidence, something that quickly disappeared once they finished. Or rather, once Midoriya found his coherency. Midoriya told Shudo he might be able to use his mother's ice with his cursed left side. That, in itself, made him rethink his perception of Midoriya. He had been quick to pick up on his reluctance to use his father's fire, using it against him in the battle and trapped his offensive side, leaving his attacks limited. Shoji commented that he was amazingly agile, to dodge and evade all 6 of his limbs. He also used Shoji's enhancements against him with his own type of flashbangs and odd smells. When they returned to class after lunch, where he was jumped by the Hatsum girl, Midoriya stayed mostly to himself. After apologizing to Shoji for all the stuff he put his senses through, which Shoji waved off with a compliment on utilizing the counters for his quirk, he sat in the front, surrounded by classmates that he was friendly with, watching and writing about the matches as they proceeded. Garbled speech reached his ears and curiosity made Shudo lean towards him and peer down at his notebook. Analysis. It shouldn't have come as a surprise, given how skilled and attentive he was. All Might called on him and Yaoyorozu often to explain where and when someone faltered or could have done better. All Might seemed familiar with Midoriya in some way. They were tense around each other, All Might becoming more of a nervous wreck with every interaction. Midoriya, on the other hand, regarded him with indifference if he addressed him directly at all, which is to say, he did it once and lost most of his elation when he did. Going back to his notebook, Midoriya's mumbling turned quiet, barely audible compared to before. Before he had any time to pursue that train of thought, he looked up to see Midoriya fling himself around the corner of the building, wearing the same athletic uniform as him but wearing the long gloves of his hero costume. Todoroki, he gasped. Let's get inside. Midoriya was short. An obvious statement, but Shudo knew firsthand that he could make himself appear larger than he was. He was a threat in a fight, a force to be reckoned with. He stepped onto the mat, readying himself for a fight, but Midoriya stepped on, looked him up and down, then shook his head. We aren't going to start with fighting. First, you need to know how to fall without breaking your neck. So that's what they did. Midoriya manhandled him gently, something he hadn't thought someone could do, and corrected his form. Most of it was embarrassing. Some partial moves that Midoriya performed with him were especially bad, but the green-eyed boy continued unfazed and Shudo followed in suit. Then they heard doors opening. Midoriya's muscles tensed at the noise of footsteps, but didn't look as Aizawa and Yamada, their English teacher, entered the gym. I think we're done, Todoroki, Midoriya said softly, giving him a forced smile. He knew the uneasy tension that filled the air, the uncomfortable expression on his face, but Shudo also knew that whatever this was, it didn't concern him. He bowed to Midoriya. Thank you for the lesson. Goodbye. Though the temptation to stay gripped him strongly, he walked away from Gym Gamma without a backward glance. The air tasted sour, but Izuku blamed his nerves for wrecking his taste buds. His hair stood on end and something heavy surrounded both of the figures that stopped a few feet away from the mat. Almost. Izuku was almost able to forget everything but teaching Todoroki. Ayumi's lessons were ingrained in how he moved, Mitsu's made into deep-rooted instinct. Were they angry with him now? They expected him and he ditched them for Todoroki. Maybe, if Aizawa was furious enough, he would rescind his emergency fostering and let Izuku go back to his old life. Hey little listener, are you still there? Izuku flinched at the familiar voice, finally turning to see Aizawa and present Mike, or Yamada, as they called him in class. I just want to go home, Izuku confessed quietly. You don't have to do this. Yeah kid, we do, Aizawa told him softly. Yamada advanced, cautiously stepping onto the mat. The Hatsums put your stuff together, but we can stay in the apartment for a while, if you need to. Izuku shook his head. That wasn't what he meant. Mei told them about Dagobah, but apparently, she kept some of it to herself. He didn't want them to have access to such a private part of his life. He hoped they didn't live too far from Dagobah. They were pro-heroes, but he might still be able to slip out and find his way. In the car, Aizawa broke the strained silence. You haven't been suppressing your quirk at all? Izuku shook his head. Those are some nice gloves you have on, Yamada commented from the front seat. We can go look at more later, if you want. Izuku signed a quick thank you, finding himself unable to speak. Yamada beamed, glancing excitedly over to his husband. Sho, he knows Jiso? He whisper-shouted. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement, approval lurking in his eyes. Ayumi was mute and Izuku had been quick to pick up JSL during the many nights he stayed too late and the Hatsums wouldn't let him leave without a parent escort. He, of course, mentioned that they could just drive him to the apartment themselves, but they said they didn't like the idea of him being alone. This caused many sleepovers and eventually he rarely saw the apartment unless he had to wash his clothes or the urge to scour his notebooks to review crept up on him. Hitoshi will certainly be pleased. Yamada hummed cheerily. Mac, too. She hates noise in general, so I'm naturally the target of her fury. Ooh. He signed, glad that his teacher's attention had turned back to him so he didn't have to speak. Mac is one of our cats. Hitoshi is our son. They're what? He's adopted, of course, and we love him. He's in UA too, actually. The Gen Ed course, but he wants to get into the hero course via the sports festival dash. Hisashi, Aizawa interrupted. Right. He'll have the chance to tell you himself when we get there. The rest of the ride was Yamada chattering away, filling what would have been tense silence. Izuku was undeniably apprehensive about the whole ordeal that would take place, but he relaxed into his loud, joyful personality. It reminded him of Mitsu without the cursing. He kept it up until they reached the apartment's door, gesturing for Izuku to open the door. He was very suddenly reminded of everything that had fallen away in Yamada's talk of which cats would love him. Grabbing the doorknob, he twisted it and walked in, the air as empty and cold as the last time he was inside. But now it held something else. Something more. Ayumi peeked around a corner, her face lighting up at the sight of him, and he tilted his head in wonder. She was glowing. And not that she wasn't totally beaming at the sight of him, bustling over with a box in her hands, but she was literally glowing. It was subtle, but in the dim lighting of light bulbs Izuku never bothered to replace, he could most definitely see the halo of brightness around her. Izuku, what's wrong? Mitsu, he guessed she'd come in when he was busy staring at her wife, walked over and cupped his face in her hands. Her golden eyes turned bronze as she activated her quirk. You're glowing, Izuku stared at Mitsu, then glanced back at his teachers. Why are you all glowing? Glowing? Ayumi questioned after setting down her box. We're what? Mitsu looked down at herself, then at everyone else. Aizu, you're seeing something we can't? They have different colors. His hands stilled, before he turned to Aizawa, signing, quirk. Quirk. He raised an eyebrow. You think this is part of your quirk? What else could it be? Mitsu stared at Izuku in wonder, grinning. Kid, what's my color? He focused on her outline. Dark orange. She thought about it, then shrugged with a dramatic sigh. Of course it's dark orange, my childhood decisions are coming back to bite my ass. Ayumi slapped her arm, rolling her eyes fondly. What's mine, Izuku? Bright green. She pumped her fists in the air, shooting him a blinding smile as her wife scoffed. Course you got something vibrant, Yumi, you're an attention hog. She snorted in response. Must I remind you of last year's family cookout? Izuku laughed outright, but Mitsu sputtered in indignation. Yumi. You fiend. Yamada caught his attention with a wave of his hand. What's mine? He asked. Izuku smiled. Yellow, like daffodils. Aizawa chuckled and Yamada nodded, putting his hand to his chin in thought. I like it. He decided a moment later. Yours is red. Izuku signed to Aizawa. Like your quirk but softer. Before he got a response, Mei burst into the apartment, nearly knocking over Yamada when he jumped to the side to avoid being hit by the door. Zuku! Her delighted eyes zoomed onto him with her quirk. Mom just told me you arrived. Where were you? Her gleeful attitude staggered at his signing but amped up even higher after the falter. In the courtyard with my babies. Well, a few of yours too, but mostly mine. Did you blow anything up yet? Mei gasped loudly, affronted by his betrayal. Zuku, you wound me, she said, putting her hand over her heart. Of course I have. Are Ms. Ito's plants okay? Ayumi hid her grin behind a webbed hand, but Mitsu groaned, undoubtedly remembering Ms. Ito's horrified face when she saw the charred remnants of her plants. Don't bring that up. She whined. Her pouting face brought a teasing smile to his. The Hatsums always made things better. Shoyuta gave his thanks to the Hatsums as they finished loading the car with Midoriya's meager amount of belongings. Ayumi had signed to him that half the clothing they'd found would have been too small for Midoriya to wear. She told him they were fit for a 6-year-old at best and that her family would take care of donating them. He wondered what Hitoshi was up to. They told him about Midoriya and that he was coming to live with them, but it hadn't garnered much of a reaction. They took him in the same way they did with Midoriya. Drastically different circumstances, but with the same authority to thank for the quick transfer. Shoyuta kept most of what he knew about Midoriya's situation to himself, leaving the chance for Midoriya to open up and keep what Shoyuta knew of his experiences, and more, private until he wanted to tell them. The development of his quirk was odd. The way Midoriya described it to Hisashi, who translated as Shoyuta drove, was that, in the dark, they had glowed. He couldn't see it as well in the light. In fact, he said it was barely visible, likely why he hadn't seen it during school. They would have to test it out later. Midoriya has relaxed his stiff posture after Hisashi started rambling about their cats, and, thinking back to how boisterous the Hatsums were, he'd bet Hisashi reminded him of at least one of them. The tension came back. It crawled into the vehicle slowly as they drove closer, showing in how the boy leaned against the car door and curved his shoulders in. Hisashi kept up his chatter, managing to distract him again, but when they parked, Midoriya's mood dropped instantly. He helped them with the boxes, but his eyes darted around with apprehension in them. He wanted badly to dispel it, to tell Midoriya that he had nothing to be frightened of, but his words would hold no ground. He had been alone for too long to believe the word of a man he met 2 days ago. Once they entered, Hitoshi walked out in a hoodie and jeans, observing Midoriya as much as he observed him. Good to meet you, Freckles, Hitoshi said. I'm Hitoshi. Grab your stuff, I'll show you your room, Hitoshi ordered lightly. Midoriya listened and Hitoshi took the rest of the boxes from Hisashi, raising an eyebrow when Shoyuta signed that it was all Midoriya had. When they disappeared down the hall, Shoyuta faced his husband and leaned into his warmth, so thankful to have him. Hisashi wrapped his arms around him and buried his face in Shuta's hair. Midoriya would need support, with what was coming, and they would raise hell to make sure he got it. Izuku entered the room. No, actually he stopped on the threshold to stare at the room in wonder. It was decorated almost exactly like the one he slept in at the Hatsum's house. Their guest room had practically become his bedroom. The furniture was arranged as similar as it could be in the room, considering its shape was different than the one at the Hatsum's. Pops thought this would make you feel more at home, Hitoshi explained. Yamada. Izuku set his boxes down, sitting on the bed and folding his legs underneath him. Am I going to get a name, or should I just keep calling you Freckles? He asked awkwardly. Izuku rushed to sign, sorry. I forgot. Ignoring the way Hitoshi faltered, Izuku continued. I'm Izuku. He finger-spelled his name, offering a small smile. Izuku? Hitoshi asked. Izuku nodded. All right, do you prefer me speaking out loud or would you be more comfortable with sign? My dads didn't tell me much about you. Both are good, Izuku assured before adding. I can talk, I just don't want to right now. So you like cats? Izuku eyed the lean cat slinking into the room from behind Hitoshi. Yamada said they only had one orange one and she was named Tora. If I didn't, I don't think I'd be able to live here. Hana already hates my guts. Mutual disgust would be the end of my life, I'm sure. He smiled, if only slightly, as he sat down on the bed. Another cat darted into the room, one of the gray ones, and hit the other cat on its way to Izuku. It jumped into the bed and sat next to him, ignoring the annoyed hiss that sounded from her companion. This one was either Hana or Smoothie. Hitoshi scoffed, crossing his arms as he stared down the cat. It just started rubbing itself over Izuku. Really, Hana? What's Izuku got that I don't? I spend my time with a woman who has a fish mutation quirk, Izuku explained, slowly offering his hand for her to sniff before petting her. He huffed. You should cherish that advantage. Watch. He stuck his hand out towards them, and Hana hissed before he got too close, darting to Izuku's other side. See, she's a hate-filled beast? Izuku laughed, and Hitoshi grinned like he won something. The quiet kept him awake, in the end. At the Hatsume's house, there were snores and the whirl of machinery to tide him over, but here, silence reigned. No light, no sound aside from the cats occasionally padding around. The smell of lavender lingered from Hitoshi's prolonged stay. He lasted about an hour of simply staring at his ceiling before sitting up. The desks sat empty, like the closet, and he had no desire to fill them. That would mean accepting that he would be staying here for a long time. He refused. The night bled into early morning and he left the room. Cats bombarded him and twisted themselves around his ankles, but he eventually made it to the kitchen and sat on a stool. The clock declared it 5:38, and a few minutes later, Hitoshi strode in, glowing purple in the darkness. Heard you get up. Did they take in another insomniac? He said as he reached for the upper cabinets. It's quiet here, Izuku said, taking Hitoshi by surprise. I'm used to ambient noises. Waves and stuff? Oh, like from your phone? Hitoshi guessed. Izuku shook his head. No, I used to sleep on a beach a lot. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and slid it across the counter for him to see. That salvage thing can't project sound, anyway, so it's not like I could even if I wanted to. Carefully, as if picking up a baby, Hitoshi lifted his phone from the counter and examined it. They told me you made support gear. I do. Izuku retorted defensively. Then why is this your phone? Can't you, I dunno, make a better one? I guess, he admitted with a shrug. I've just never had to try. May, my friend, says she hates it and that she's making me one for my birthday, so I think I'll just wait and see what she cooks up. Hitoshi stopped making his coffee for a moment to stare at Izuku. Hatsume May? That May? Izuku nodded slowly. Oh wow, I'm not sure you want that phone when she gives it to you. Last I heard, she blew up half the support department. He laughed, imagining her grin as she waltzed out of the smoke, waving her wrench around, ideas pouring from her mouth. Definitely that May. You like coffee or? He asked after a moment. I'll take some please. Sliding him a cup and sugar, Hitoshi poured himself a cup. Do you know anyone that's likely to drop out of the hero course? Izuku thought about his classmates and nodded. Apparently we all have potential, according to Aizawa, but there is a boy who acts really pervy when it comes to the girls. Izuku made a displeased face. His name's Mineta and I already threatened to dropkick him yesterday when he started making comments about the girls' costumes. Nice, then I won't have to feel bad about replacing him. Dealing with both of you in class is going to be a nightmare, Aizawa grunted, entering from the hallway. Thank you so much, Hitoshi smirked, raising his mug to his lips. The rest of the morning was spent exchanging light conversation before they were told to get ready for school. Aizawa held him back, switching off the lights. Can you still see it? Yes, he paused. Actually, I think it's brighter now. What do you think it means? Aizawa said, turning the lights back on. I'm not sure, Aizawa cut him a look, raising his eyebrow. Fine, I have an empathetic quirk, right? Well, empaths deal with auras all the time, colorful or not. The colors obviously represent the person it surrounds and maybe the color will change with their mood. Or, since my quirk focuses on insecurities, maybe when they start to feel bad something will happen. I mean, I noticed that the air gets really heavy and tastes awful when people aren't in a good mood. Midoriya, the air? Explain. Oh, he said nervously. When we were in the gym it was like something was rotting and I'm pretty sure it was me, but since I can't see my own aura, it might have been you or Yamada since nothing was up with Todoroki. Thank you. Go get ready. The abrupt dismissal jarred him, but he listened. They all rode in the car, Aizawa and Yamada in their hero costumes. Yamada has his hair down, groaning about the time it took to gel. No one spared them a second glance and Hitoshi snickered, telling him that even though he was a popular hero, no one recognized Yamada as present Mike with his hair down. Hitoshi and Izuku parted from the heroes, walking on their own in an odd, but not necessarily uncomfortable silence. Thank you for being so hospitable. Izuku rubbed his thumb nervously across the ratty fabric of his backpack. I know you must not like me barging into your home. You aren't? Huh. Your arrival was sudden but you aren't imposing. Hitoshi caught Izuku's eye, a steady reassuring gleam reflecting in the sun. The moment shattered as the rumble of chatter rose ahead of them. The press? What were they? Oh. A reporter elbowed their way out of the crowd and approached them, shoving a microphone in Izuku's face. Your students here at UA. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? They were quickly swarmed. Izuku stumbled into Hitoshi's side, panic rapidly setting in at the sight of so many people crowding them. Someone put their hand on his shoulder. He jerked away, suppressing the urge to grab their wrist and throw them. A voice spoke, their breath ghosting along the skin of his exposed neck. Too close. Too close. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Please leave. Get away. Don't. Someone grabbed his wrist and pulled. He tried to wrench himself out of their grip, hysteria and fear leaving him a mess of ragged breaths and blurry vision. The person held on. The noise stopped and the person sat him down somewhere. Izuku, a familiar voice called. You're safe, no one is going to hurt you. But what if I hurt them? I'm dangerous. I can't touch them. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I won't touch you, I promise. Just breathe with me, it'll be okay. An exaggerated inhale from beside him registered, but barely. Another, this time, he tries to imitate it. Fin. Steady. Toshi? His slurred voice cracked under the pressure of his breaking dignity. He feels distant, yet there. Can I put my hand on your shoulder? After a moment of thought, Izuku nods. The warmth that placed itself onto him is grounding and a much welcome tug back into a more conscious reality. Are you back with me? Yeah, and God, does he hate the tremor he hears? Hitoshi shouldn't have to be here, comforting him. Sorry I had a panic attack? He sighed, pressing his fingers into the back of Izuku's hand, different to the previous touch, present, but not firm. It's not your fault reporters are such inconsiderate a-holes. He starts, wanting to say something. He falls short, gazing up to Hitoshi's lavender eyes already observing him carefully. The fingers on his hand don't falter. Thank you. He settles on, unsure that, should he argue, he would make any progress. Be thankful that you still have 2 minutes before we're late to class. Aizawa isn't fond of tardiness. Class, he murmurs. Class. I'm so sorry. Don't be. Let's go. I don't know where your homeroom is, but I doubt you being late would be good either. Ida would flambe me. Izuku agreed, then hesitated. Well, maybe not. But Izuku! Hitoshi yelled, hurrying him. Right? Izuku called, scrambling after him. He burst into the room, huffing slightly, and rushed to take his seat. UA was a massive building and Hitoshi had brought him the most familiar part of it to him. The general education halls. They just so happened to be on the other side of the building. Izuku had to go through support, where an explosion nearly flung a door in his face, closely followed by a yell that sounded suspiciously like, "Hatsum," but he didn't have the time to ponder that. He skidded to a halt in front of the giant door and pushed into it heavily. Ida was by his side from the moment he set foot beyond the threshold, chopping air and shouting in his ear, but Izuku only waved him off once he dropped into his desk. He felt tired, drained. Midoriya, this is very unbecoming of you. Izuku winced at the close proximity of his booming voice. A proper attendance is mandatory for a striving hero such as Dash. Ida, the press is crowding the entrance. Karo. Azui intervened. Most of us got hung up for a while when we had to get past them. Quiet. Aizawa's monotone voice quelled the remaining noise in the classroom, all the students returning to their desks and sitting at attention. His eyes flicked to where Izuku rested his head in his palm. Today, you'll pick class representatives? Oddly normal. Wake me up when you've elected them. Izuku put his head under his arms, relishing in the darkness, the cool feeling of the desk against his face. There were sensible people in the class. Those guys would either take the spots or make sure other appropriate students took on the task. Someone nudged him and slipped a piece of paper onto his desk. There were names written, checkboxes beside them. Were they voting on a rep? He scanned the list and lazily slashed 3 boxes and wrote a note beside the final one. Someone took his paper and he relaxed onto the desk again. His time of rest and forgotten woes was tragically torn from him. A hand of someone most cruel jostled him from his half-conscious state. He smiled tiredly at Uraraka, who urged him to his feet with gentle hands. Meet the new class representative, Midoriya. Izuku went stiff under the hand on his shoulder, straightening in alarm. And our vice rep, Yaozu. His classmates cheered. Izuku blinked in total bewilderment. Wait, what? He said weakly. The bell rang and Aizawa emerged from his cocoon. Good, you've chosen. What? Izuku tried again. How had he been elected? He slept through class for heaven's sake. His eyes went to Yaozu with some form of relief. Thank God she was with him at least. He caught her in the hall, walking by her with his anxiety through the roof. Yaozu? He cleared his throat. What happened? Why am I the class rep? She gave him an amused look. It shouldn't be a surprise that you were chosen, Midoriya. She huffed with a smile. While we missed you the first day, you more than proved yourself during All Might's hero lesson. Then even more when you observed the remaining matches with such vigor. He sputtered, pink dusting his cheeks. But I'm not fit for this position. He insisted. My fighting skills don't play into how well I lead. It should be you or someone like Ida or Azui. Azui? Yaozu says, sounding rather interested. Yeah, I mean, I've talked to her like, once in passing, but Tokoyami hangs around her and she's pretty cool-headed, based on her hero course matchup. I don't know much about her, which is why I chose her after you and Ida, but she's definitely sensible and a good fighter. Plus, she stopped Ida from yelling at me with sound reasoning, so I think she could handle the class. Yaozu tilted her head, a fond expression crossing into her face as she stared at him. He stuttered, finding himself much warmer than before as she just kept looking at him. Again, I have to say that you shouldn't be surprised by our trust. She paused, glancing at their classmates ahead of them, then back to him. Why did you vote for me? We've barely spoken before now. You mean aside from the fact that you clearly have a head for strategy and act more responsible than half the class does? You made it into UA by recommendation, and you've certainly proved yourself to be impressive during the quirk apprehension test and the battle training. Your quirk, while versatile, would be extremely difficult to use if you weren't dedicated and intelligent enough to remember the chemical composition of whatever you decide to create. You possess a level head and have more approachability than Ida when it comes down to it. You are kind, and while I do not know the depths of your character, I know enough to realize that you are a formidable ally, an adverse opponent, a compassionate friend, and a strong leader. Our classmates would be idiots to disregard you in any way. I certainly know that you are far better suited for the role I've been voted into. At her silence, he quickly looked up to her. She had stopped walking, a stunned expression stuck on her face. Speaking of her face, it was beginning to become very pink. And her eyes were watering. Sheet, what the hell did he do? Alarms blared in his head, scolding him for whatever the hell he did to make her cry. Yaozu, I'm so sorry, Dash. But then she was hugging him. He stiffened at the contact, instinctively blocking his quirk when she wrapped her arms around him. It turned out to be a fortunate thing too. She grabbed his face when she pulled away from the hug. You may not believe you belong in your position, Midoriya, but I assure you, you are more than worthy of it. His mood rose and fell like a roller coaster. His heart swelled at the soothing words, but his brain began blurring his thoughts from the hands that touched his bare skin. No one touched his face. It just didn't happen. The Hatsumes didn't grab him without warning, they didn't touch him without letting him know what they were about to do. Yaoyorozu removed her hands from his face. Are you alright? Great, she was concerned now. Look at what you did, you flipped the mood from encouragement to confusion/panic. Why yeah, he answered, stepping away. I just don't like to be touched. Damn, stuttering, making him sound like an idiot. She gasped, taking a step away from him. I am so sorry. Yaoyorozu apologized frantically. I shouldn't have grabbed you like that without your permission. And after you said such nice things about me too? She bowed low, much to his embarrassment. It's fine, he squeaked, gesturing for her to stop. Just don't touch my skin, and I won't freak out. I hope. He didn't have experience with touch outside of the Hatsumes, and they were a grabby bunch that constantly bombarded him with small gestures of physical affection. He liked them, there was no point in denying that, but he never allowed too much direct contact when he was around them. For example, Izuku dodged Mei's cheek kisses, which she tried as a joke, then began attempting to catch him off guard, like the plague. He let himself relax his control when he was around them, wearing concealing clothing and gloves. It was a stark contrast to what he used to enjoy wearing. Ah, so is that part of your quirk? Yaoyorozu questioned as they walked forward. His hackles rose at the query, but he knew his quirk would come up eventually. It's not like they wouldn't realize something was up when he continuously wore his gloves all the time. But knowing never helped him calm down. Finding himself unable to speak, he nodded. Thankfully, Yaoyorozu let the topic drop. I heard you thought I should have been considered as a class rep. Izuku eeped, flinching back and slightly into where Kirishima sat beside him when Azui dropped into the seat on the other side of him. What Yaoyorozu did put his entire being into a state of perpetual panic, never mind his earlier panic attack. They didn't know about his quirk. They didn't know that they couldn't touch him without him having to suffer the consequences. Sure, he wore his gloves, but the phantom pressure of Yaoyorozu's hands kept his nerves on edge. Maybe I should tell them? The thought, while rational, only served to counteract any relaxing he had been able to do. Midoriya? Huh. His head shot up, finding Kirishima gazing down at him in a slight panic. Are you okay? Uraraka chimed in, her concern alerting him to the fact that the rest of his classmates that sat at their table were also worried. He nodded hastily. Why, I'm fine. The wobble to his voice was damn near unnoticeable, thank God, but it stubbornly stayed in his voice. If he couldn't get a grip, Izuku would have to start worrying about not being able to speak at all. Just extra jumpy today, he said sheepishly. Are you sure, Ribbit? Azui croaked. You've been pretty pale since homeroom. Why, you had a question? Smooth transition? Or it was a statement? There was a pregnant pause between his words and Azui's. They all undoubtedly noticed his swift change of topic. Shoji told me that he overheard you and Yaoyorozu's conversation after homeroom. Azui tapped her forefinger against her chin, her cheeks dusted with pink. He said that you recommended me for one of the spots? Izuku nodded, heat rising to his face. Right? Shoji had a surveillance quirk and walked a few meters ahead of them when they had that conversation. Can I ask why? We haven't spoken that much. But her presence itself was FANG calming him down, and after what happened in her battle training match, calming someone down certainly wasn't her only skill. He tilted his head, slightly baffled. We haven't spoken a lot, yeah, but I can tell you would fit the role nicely. I'm not sure if you actually have time or anything, but if I go off of what I've seen from you, then the vote was easy to make. What you've seen? Azui prompted. You've got a level head, Azui. A calming presence and a mature aura to match. In your and Tokoyami's match against Bakugo and Ida, you collaborated well, and whether that should be attributed to the fact that you're a friendly person or not, it's an invaluable trait. Dark Shadow was a bad match for Bakugo's quirk, and while he wasn't working together with Ida at all, his brute strength still could have overpowered him if you hadn't been with him. Tokoyami was flustered and Dark Shadow couldn't defend against Bakugo's assault. You stepped in and used your tongue to stop Bakugo from dealing what would have been a devastating blow in an ambush maneuver, flinging him against the wall. You didn't give him a chance to recover and use his gauntlets, smiling him into the wall again and swiftly using his disoriented state to allow you to get in close and capture him. When you finished, you made sure he was all right and then checked on Tokoyami. Your partner was slightly debilitated by Bakugo's quirk, dark shadow in worse shape from all the bursts of light, but you managed to calm him down and keep the two of you moving. When you reached Ida, he had removed any furniture for you to jump around on and moved the bomb behind a pillar for less of a visual. Tokoyami isn't familiar with too much combat, relying on dark shadow to fight for him, and Ida would be too fast for him to fight with his quirk still reeling from his earlier fight. You made the decision to go in first as a distraction. You are fast and can jump out of Ida's reach if he tried to capture you. Tokoyami entered when you fully distracted Ida, responding to a signal you made through the comms, and when Ida eventually noticed him slinking along the wall and halfway towards the bomb, you defended him long enough to allow Tokoyami to grab your team's victory. I personally don't see why you would find my faith in you surprising, considering all of that. To put it simply, you're reliable and calm, you work well with others, and you have the determination and kindness of a leader. A sound mind and quick thinking never hurt either, especially in a fight. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, staring at his lap. Also, you stopped Ida from yelling at me this morning, so that was nice. Silence. Sheet, did he say too much? Immediately, he turned red. What was he thinking? Why would they want to hear what he thought of them? Bakugo never liked hearing anything he had to say, whether it was praise or anything else, they wouldn't be different. I'm sorry, he said, curling into himself. He wanted to disappear. They were being so nice to him and he went and rambled about their match. In front of Ida, Stalker, Bakugo's voice jeered. Worthless Deku, just shut up already. You must think I'm weird, I'll shut up, I promise. You won't have to listen to me talk. Whoa, where'd that come from? Kirishima said. Dude, you just gave her really sincere compliments, why were you apologizing? We don't mind listening to you talk either. Uraraka said firmly. Based on all the notes you take, I think we could all improve our techniques if you gave us pointers. Plus, you're cute when you ramble. He looked up sharply at that. Cute? No one ever called him cute. Ayumi and Mitsu did, but they were family. Uraraka abruptly became the color of Kirishima's hair, breaking off into incoherent mutters. I don't know why you would apologize, Ribbit. He looked back to Azui, who was smiling fondly at him. Thank you for what you said, Midoriya. Oh, and Komitsu? He opened his mouth to respond, but an alarm interrupted him. He flinched at the loud blaring and, for a singular moment, no one moved. Chaos ensued. Everyone stood and ran for the hallway, his friends included. They dragged him with them once they realized he wasn't moving. He broke out of Kirishima's grip and backed away from the exit, backed away from where he knew there would be a large crowd of panicking students. Kirishima looked back, attempting to grab him again, but Izuku stumbled back, shaking his head vehemently. He tried to speak, to communicate his fear, and why they should absolutely not go into the hallway, but Ida grabbed him and meshed him into the crowd of students. His quirk immediately cowed when the bodies of his peers pressed into his. His entire body shrieked at the contact, his mind screeching in alarm. He couldn't breathe. He had to get out. But he couldn't. They wouldn't let him. Pain flared in his scars, reminding him, kindly, that he was trapped like before. He couldn't fight the pressure that slammed him into the wall, not unlike how impossible it was to remove his arm from the crushing weight of the trash, metal digging into his arm. Distantly, some part of him realized the bodies around him quieted. That someone shouted something and the crowd mentality became relief instead of fear. Distantly. Currently, he was trying to become one with the wall and just... Hitoshi's voice, soothing and there, reminded him to breathe. Izuku tried to. He attempted to quell the overwhelming inability to process anything but the static buzzing in his ears. The fabric of his gloves felt coarse. Every brush of his uniform against his skin sent violent jolts of adrenaline rushing through him. The air smelled entirely too bitter. Something within him writhed at his dismay, begging to be let go, pleading to be let out and protect him from the people trapping him. Trapped. He couldn't move. Pain pulsed in his left arm. Purple flashed in his hazy vision. Kurogiri? A dark green blur moved beside him. They would get him out, right? But Kurogiri said he was useless. Mom hates him. They'll leave me here to die. Izuku, I need some kind of response, okay? He whimpered at the voice. It was too close. Too loud. But it was familiar. Peace unlike anything he had ever experienced washed over him. Breathe. Izuku did as he was told, inhaling and exhaling shakily. Good, that's good, the voice said. Then, with something menacing and protective lacing his tone, who the hell put him in the effing mob of students? Someone else answered, but Izuku didn't want to hear their conversation. Every sound thundered inside his head, ricocheting against his skull and pounding at his brain. His vision cleared, if only somewhat. Enough so that he could make out Tsu sitting patiently in front of him, Hitoshi at her side, and a few others nearby. He shoved disappointment down. Midoriya Izuku was not his mother. He shouldn't want her anywhere near him. And yet, he still clung to the barely there memories of her laughing and holding him close to her. He wanted so badly to hate her, but Izuku had lived off of her memory for too long. Sustained himself with the almost forgotten smile that graced her face whenever he ran into her arms. Izuku didn't want him, but he desperately needed his mother. Finding Izuku in the middle of a panic attack had not been what Hitoshi expected, but he was more surprised by the fact that Izuku went into the crowd at all when he knew he had such a terrible reaction to big groups of people. Then some hero student with red hair ran up to them and Hitoshi glared at him, ordering him and the other students to keep their distance. Guilt crossed their faces and it clicked. Rage that he didn't have time for erupted within him. They forced Izuku into the crowd. As soon as Izuku was under the control of his quirk, he rounded on the hero corps students. One of them was the kid who stopped all the panic. There was a brown-haired girl, a green-haired girl, and the one with sharp teeth. Who the hell put him in the effing mob of students? They cringed at his angered tone. If we'd known that he would react this badly, we never would have dashed. Hitoshi scowled. I really doubt he didn't put up a fight. Glasses and sharp teeth winced. You forced him into a highly stressful environment for him, ignoring his protests, and triggered a panic attack. The alarm dashed. You're lucky he wasn't trampled. He bit out. You're lucky the situation ended as fast as you made it because otherwise, he would have just had to sit there, alone, and deal with this by himself until he passed out from not effing breathing. At the tug on his sleeve, he turned to look down at the green-haired girl. I think Midoriya's calm enough for you to stop using your quirk? Midoriya was his surname? Fitting. He turned to Izuku, glad to see that she was right, then slid his gaze back to Izuku's classmates. Stay back. Do not crowd him. Greenie backed off. At least she and the other girl were sensible. He released his hold on Izuku slowly. His quirk left the mind foggy, and if he was having some kind of sensory overload it wouldn't do him any good to be thrust back into the extent of all his senses. When he fully let go, he sighed in relief when Izuku didn't immediately begin hyperventilating again. Izuku! He murmured, leaning in but not breaching the space they had given him. Can you hear me? He nodded but curled tighter into the ball his body formed against the wall. Can you speak? Izuku paused, then shook his head. Hitoshi pursed his lips. Do you have the energy to sign? Again he hesitated, this time lifting shaky hands out of his lap. A little bit. It was trembling and nearly unintelligible, but something in his chest loosened. Would you like me to sign to you too? Hitoshi had seen his reactions to his classmates' argument with him. He might not be comfortable with too much noise. Izuku squinted at him, then shook his head. Damn it, he cursed. If he couldn't concentrate enough to read signs, that definitely raised another red flag. Okay, I'm going to move closer to you, is that fine with you? He sent a glance towards the unspeaking students, wordlessly ordering them to stay quiet and unintimidating. Lord help them if they don't. When Izuku let him know it was indeed fine, Hitoshi scooted over to the wall and leaned against it beside him, making sure he was close enough for Izuku to know he had someone beside him. Do you think you can stand? Hitoshi shifted, showing his movements to Izuku so that he didn't startle. I can find headphones so that you have white noise. Beach waves or anything dash. Beach, Izuku said simply. Hitoshi moved and held his hand out for him to take if he wanted to. They stood together, Izuku on shaking legs. I can give him my headphones, Greenie offered in a low voice. And thank God she did. Hitoshi had seriously been considering straight up stealing one of their headphone sets if no one had the decency to do it. They're in my bag and it's not that far. We'll be in Aizawa's classroom. Choosing to ignore their blatant shock, Hitoshi guided Izuku down the halls until his body caved on him. Hitoshi held him up, not liking the faint whine that Izuku made when he was taken off the ground. The bell rang and he winced as Izuku shuddered and pressed into him as students filed out of their classes and into the hallway. Hopefully, his dad would clear up his absence and no one would scold him for ditching. Because, well, he looked down at Izuku, who gripped his uniform in a vice grip, clinging to him like he was a lifeline. Hitoshi thought he had an adequate excuse. Shura's class emptied out and Hitoshi walked in, gently pulling Izuku in with him. His dad sat straight up in his sleeping bag, glaring death until he took stock of the fact that they must look like they are worse for wear. Shoyuta shimmied out of that stupid birthday present Hitoshi had given him over a year ago. It had been a goddamn gag gift because Aizawa Shoyuta could sleep anywhere. But no. He used that obnoxious thing every day. What's wrong? He asked, eyes scanning each of them before settling on Izuku. When we got to school, reporters mobbed us and Izuku had a panic attack. I calmed him down fairly quickly, but it probably left him on edge. Shura's expression soured immediately. Then the alarm went off and he tried to stay in the cafeteria because obviously he and crowds don't mix. But a couple of your students pulled him into the hallway despite Izuku trying to stop them and triggered another, much worse attack that went on for at least 5 minutes. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Who? I don't have names, Hitoshi admitted sheepishly. But the two that forced him into the crowd had glasses, blue hair, sharp teeth, and red hair. I don't have the full story, but they don't look too hot from where I'm standing. I'll speak with them later. He looked back down to where Izuku practically collapsed against Hitoshi. For now, we should let him rest. Another one of your students, a girl with green hair and, I don't know, a neutral expression. She's bringing headphones for Izuku. As if waiting for her cue, Greenie knocked lightly on the door before stepping into the room, holding out a pair of headphones. He nodded in thanks before awkwardly situating them on the floor, Izuku attempting not to be a dead weight in his arms and managing to hold himself up long enough for Hitoshi to put Greenie's headphones onto his head, the sound of beach waves playing through his phone. Izuku melted against the wall, his breath finally not sounding so strained. You said he was in a big crowd of students? Shoyuta said suddenly, coming to sit in front of them. Yeah, the whole hallway was full and everyone in it was being squished between someone else. The whole thing was madness. He cursed, making Hitoshi raise an eyebrow. His quirk, Shoyuta began. He has gloves but it activates without him needing to consciously call on it. It requires skin-on-skin contact and should have no off switch. Should have? Someone, we're not sure who, maybe several people, told him to never use his quirk when he was younger. While most people who have negative reactions to their quirks simply never use them, he actively pushed it away and stopped his body from using it. Now it was his turn to curse. Shit, that's bad. I won't tell you what it does, that's Midoriya's business, but he's adverse to touch and it's instinctive for him to suppress his quirk at this point, I think. He sighed heavily. I told him to stop doing that. His gloves and uniform easily protect him from direct physical contact, but if it was as crowded as you say, I doubt he would have left anything to chance. I'm just glad I found him, Hitoshi said as Izuku leaned into his side. I don't like the thought that he might have been alone or with someone who might only make things worse. You did well, Hitoshi, Shoyuta promised him. Don't waste time thinking about what could have happened. He's here with us now, safe, and we're going to make sure he knows it. Hitoshi glanced down at the tuft of green curls, at Izuku who fell asleep against him. Glasses and teeth flashed in his mind, their eyes shining with guilt. He looked back up at his dad, who stared at him with an intensity he matched. Agreed. Rikidash. Tamura shushed him, the light clicking noises continuing as he focused on the small screen. Hold on, I've almost beat him, he insisted, not noticing that the durability of his weapon was decreasing each time it made contact with the beast's scaly skin as his partially gloved fingers tapped furiously. Wait, but your sword dash, he cut off as the screen displayed Tamura's avatar whacked at the mini-boss for the final time. The weapon exploded into shards dramatically and the beast mauled his avatar. The graphics, though terrible, were made up for by the rather amusing theme music that played in response to his death. Now, I'll have to find all those materials again. Tamura shrieked, enraged. And the enchantments. Those damn enchantments. Izuku frowned. Hey, it's okay dash. He reached out without thought and repressed a flinch when Tamura threw his arm out to push him away. Riki, please? Hesitantly, he sat beside Tamura as he fumed. Picking up the discarded gaming device, he rifled through his inventory. You have some of the materials already, he commented, laying back on the bed and pulling his friend down with him. The main thingamajigs aren't even that hard to get with your other weapon, right? Leaning into Tamura's side, he showed the screen to his friend. And you wanted to find a pet, didn't you? Tamura took the device out of his hands and tossed it to the end of the bed. Izuku blinked at the action with mounting confusion. Reaching out to grab it, he yelped when an arm snaked around his waist and yanked him back into Tamura. Wiggling, he giggled as Tamura grumbled into his fluffy hair. Want a hug? He asked as though they weren't already pressed together. Tamura grunted in agreement, loosening his arms to let Izuku flip onto his other side. His hand brushed along his stomach and Izuku let out a loud giggle. What was that? Tamura asked, repeating the motion and garnering the same response. Stop. Izuku laughed, squirming. That tickles. He ignored his squeals, a smile replacing the rage from before. Will you do this every time I tickle you? Izuku nodded, burying his blushing face in his shoulder as Tamura held him in place and tickled him. He panted and clutched his friend's shirt, left reeling once the torment ceased. Riki, he whined tiredly. His eyelids drooped as the high of emotions drained away. You have a nice laugh, Tamura murmured softly into his hair, pulling Izuku closer as he fell asleep. Izuku blinked awake and stared at the wall blankly, eyes empty as the phantom sensation of Tamura's hands faded back into his memories. Desks sat neatly in front of him, the comforting sound of waves filtering in as he fully regained consciousness. Desks? Why were there desks? Remembering everything, Izuku jolted violently and threw himself off of the ground and onto his unsteady legs. Something on his head ripped away, jerking him backward, and the waves were gone. He stumbled back and hissed when something dug into his back. Vision swimming from the pain jutting through every corner of his brain, he ducked his head and put his hands over his temples in an attempt to quell the incessant throbbing. Ku? Hey, look at me. Head snapping up, Izuku met Hitoshi's eyes. His gaze became fogged, the previous movement too sudden. His whole body shuddered in pain, a pitiful noise crawling out of his throat when another jab of pain sliced into his brain. Panting, he clamped down on the source of the pain. The proverbial action felt like holding a fish in his bare hands as he tried to shove it into a box. Twisting and thrashing, he slammed the opening shut that fished within it, and his pain faded away. Are you okay? He jolted at the sound of Aizawa's voice, then relaxed. Yeah. He breathed deeply, relishing in the ability to shrug without intangible crows pecking out his brain. I made it go away. Immediately, Aizawa and Hitoshi stiffened. Midoriya, Aizawa began. You made your quirk go away? Izuku looked up in confusion. Hadn't he just said? Right? He wasn't supposed to lock away his quirk. He looked away, ears burning, and bit the side of his cheek. Do I have to let it out? God, he sounded like a child. Yes, they answered at once. Aizawa continued firmly. The longer you wait, the worse it will get. You saw how I was, right? I could barely move, he chuckled weakly, hugging himself. We're in homeroom. Teachers need room to teach. The infirmary? Hitoshi offered. I don't think Recovery Girl will put up an argument. And that's how Izuku ended up on an infirmary bed, regretting every choice that led him to this moment. Aizawa and Recovery Girl stared at him expectantly while Hitoshi simply faced him from his bedside. You're sure I gotta do this? He checked, just in case. Yes, they all answered. Izuku made a disgruntled noise and resigned himself to his fate. He laid back against the bed and closed his eyes, focusing on the imagined opening. Heads up, he warned, an inkling of what was about to hit him trickling through a gap in the box as he readied himself to open it. I might pass out. The moment of peace that occurred in the split second after he ripped open the box would be forgotten, but he took solace in the brief moment of time before agony washed over him. Any notion of the world around him was swiftly done away with as his entire body tensed and convulsed. He choked on a gasp and, God, why didn't he stay asleep? He groaned, muscles twitching with oversensitivity. Quirk, he hissed, slurring the words terribly with his tongue of lead. Recovery girls got you hopped up on some pain medication, but I guess biology is doing you in, huh? Izuku turned his head slowly, squinting at a figure by his side. You're so. He raised a hand and waved it at Hitoshi. Purple. Heh, and you know who you remind me of? His mouth stretched into a smile and he moved his hands to his hair. You remind me of Kurogiri. He was always so nice to me, you know? He paused, frowning. Until the end. He left. Kurogiri left him. Why did he leave? He pulled his hands away. He said he'd stay. He promised me. Why did he dash? Izuku blinked, a foreign feeling becoming apparent. He looked at his hands. Aizawa stood and stalked over from the other side of the room. Whatever he told you, dash. He promised me it wasn't bad, Izuku whispered, cutting him off. He promised. But when I used it, he dash, why was it out? Why had he let that thing out? He could feel it in his skin, he could feel it surging through him. Why did I let it out? Why is it out? This is wrong. It needs to go back, dash. Hey! Aizawa snapped his fingers in front of his face, his expression serious. Listen to me, Midoriya. Your quirk is not bad. It's not wrong to use it. Izuku laughed, eyes distant. They said that too, he mused. Gaze snapping to meet the Aizawa's, he glared, his eyes a burning copse of distrust. Then they saw it, and I was worthless to them. He spat, tears welling in his eyes. I'm not stupid, he continued, voice breaking. But I was, and I thought dash. He forced out a sharp laugh. I was so stupid. I'm not doing that again. I can't. Your quirk isn't the problem, Izuku, the Hitoshi soothed. People are prejudiced a-holes. But Riki could turn things into fang dust, he argued. Dust. Anything. He was useful. People also don't like it when their heads are messed with, Aizawa added. Hitoshi stiffened, gaze flicking between the two of them. And you don't have to be useful to be worth something. You matter beyond what you can do for other people. You're so nice, you know? Izuku said dopily after a moment. Isn't he? Hitoshi agreed. Hey, I'm the president, right? Izuku asked blearily. Aizawa blinked at the sudden change in topic, but Hitoshi merely laughed. Are you the dash? He paused. Actually, you are the president, Midoriya. Hitoshi's snickering stopped. Wait, what? I don't want to be prez, he whined. I'm too much of a mess to be in charge of anyone. That's fair, Aizawa conceded. Who would replace you? Izuku made a sound, as if the answer was obvious. Yaoyan Yurtzu, he stated falteringly. And Azui can be her deputy. These are sound decisions. Aizawa nodded. He paused, hesitating before speaking again. Midoriya, who are the people you spoke of? Kurogiri and Riki? Izuku pulled something out of his pocket, turning it over in his hand. The miniature soldier with flecked paint looked tiny in his hands compared to when he first received it. I dunno really. He shrugged, not looking at either of them. But for a while they saved me. What do you mean, saved you? Aizawa prodded. He turned over his pockmarked arm, examining the long-healed lacerations. With Mom gone, I wasn't gonna make it much longer. They helped me. His expression soured. And then they put me back. Aizawa didn't ask him anything else about his past. You can't just take all my journals. Izuku argued, standing in front of the accumulated stacks of notebooks. Semitas and Snipe politely ignored his indigent shouts from the other side of the lounge. I have seen the interior content, we can't have those things just lying around, Aizawa said. Nodding at the stacks. If you'd like to code them, we can see if Nedzu would be willing to let you learn one of his convoluted ciphers. It's that or they burn. He bristled, glowering at his teacher. I made one of these when I was 6. Izuku snatched a neon-striped notebook off the top of a pile and waved it in front of him. How is this, or any of them that I did before the age of 13, worth burning? Midnight stood from her seat on one of the couches, eyes bright. Actually, she piped. Your notebooks helped give a lot of us pros at UA perspective. Of course, we are kinda worried about what this info could do to us if it got into the wrong hands. We were very pleased with the amount of information on villains you also presented in your notes, too. Vlad King added, raising his mug in a toasting motion. But Aizawa is right. Code would be the safest option for everyone. They read them? All of them read his journals? They read their own entries and they thought his analysis was good? Every part of his body ought to have shut down for the kind of mush his brain gave him instead of thoughts. But they wanted to burn his notebooks. Those battered, torn books were so much of his life. They preceded Tamura and Kurogiri. They came before Mom left or Bakugo decided he wasn't worthwhile. Hero analysis for the future was a part of him now, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let them turn all of that to ashes. But they could go over his head and do it anyway if they wanted to. They could take years of his life and the memories scribed into the pages, and he wouldn't be able to stop them. Izuku understood the dangers of having a hero's information out in public for anyone to use. He really did. The threats still stung. We would also like to visit the idea of offering your analysis to pro heroes outside of UA. Aizawa informed him flatly, like he wasn't saying something that made Izuku's heart want to beat out of his chest. Plenty of pro heroes, actually. All the pro heroes you wrote about would benefit from your criticizations. I may have mentioned to one of my sidekicks how absolutely ruthless you are with everyone, and now, thanks to gossip, they have been requested by some heroes. 13 chimed in. I, for one, would love to see Endeavor's face if he ever reads his entry. Several teachers' faces went through various types of emotions. Midnight said, fist-bumping them. Wait, really? Izuku said suddenly. 13 nodded and Izuku stifled a shout of glee. Heroes wanted to read his notebooks. Real pro heroes. He glanced back at the 14 notebooks and blinked. Some of his entries were so disorganized and messy, the thought of showing that to anyone made him want to hide in a hole forever. I'll code them, he said easily, snatching them off of the counter and whisking past all of his teachers. If he truly intended to rewrite all of his entries, he would need more paper, Izuku realized as he sped down the hallways. Should he just get more notebooks? Izuku already wrote in a code Mei made to conceal details of her inventions, so he should ask Aizawa if he can just write in that. Cool, an excuse to visit Mei. I am never letting you near her again unsupervised, Aizawa grumbled, patting a scorched portion of his forearm. Ignoring that regrettable statement, Hitoshi turned to Izuku. What do you make, anyway? All I've seen is your trash phone. Izuku stifled an offended noise and fiddled with his gloves. Was his phone that terrible? It wasn't like he needed anything better, not that he could afford anything more than what he built. Sure, it was technically an actual trash phone, but Hitoshi didn't have to say it like that. Sorry, Hitoshi muttered, and Izuku realized he had started to press himself against the car door. Your phone is fine, Izuku. It's definitely better than anything I could build. I made a gun, Izuku said monotonically, still averting his eyes. And some hover shoes? Heelys? They're shoes with tech. He never really made names for his inventions because they were so basic in nature. They're nothing special, but they'll help me out when I need them. He didn't look up to see Hitoshi's bemused and bewildered gaze turn to him, nor Aizawa and Yamada's shared look when he downplayed his work. So, is this gun just a gun? Or did you bedazzle it? Izuku snorted, his shoulders shaking as he finally raised his gaze to meet Hitoshi's. Yeah, it's real shiny, he said with a half grin. Gonna blind my enemies, then wham, I'll kick them with my light-up Skechers? To think I doubted your ingenuity, Hitoshi said flatly, his lips quirked in a smile. But for real, what do they do? Izuku explained his inventions, accidentally going on a tangent about how he barely understood the chemistry he figured out that allowed him to use stick and explosion without blowing up both himself and Dagoba. When it happened, he didn't exactly have a science lab and the whole thing was an accident that tragically stuck together many parts that would have earned him a pretty penny. Not one to let such a travesty happen, Izuku figured out what went wrong and created a way to reverse the chemical reaction. Hitoshi stared at him for a few seconds when he stopped talking. To recap, you accidentally made an adhesive substance that has yet to be broken out of by anyone and engineered a way to make it obsolete, all so that you could sell scrap metal? Izuku stiffened at the amused tone of his voice. Be glad I did, or I never would have made it here. All of his companions paused at that. What do you mean? Aizawa asked daringly. Tuition's a steep thing to pay when you're your only source of income, Izuku stated quietly. The car was silent, the others paying him their full attention. Why do you think I got a trashed phone? He said self-deprecatingly. Shit, I'm sorry, Hitoshi winced. I shouldn't have said that. To be fair, it is made of trash, so you're not wrong. Wait, really? Hitoshi asked incredulously. Actual trash? Izuku flashed him a grin. Straight from the beach, he said proudly. I also made a radio, which is my pride and joy. But what about your Nerf gun? Hitoshi asked. That glorified multipen doesn't play his radio show, Izuku said easily, gesturing at Yamada. Or anything, but you get it? Yamada gasped, twisting in the passenger seat to get a better look at Izuku. You listen. To my show, he exclaimed. I do, Izuku confirmed. It's specifically why I made a fully functioning radio. Yamada's squeal of excitement put cracks in the windshield before Aizawa canceled his quirk. Where did they find this kid? He sleeps on a beach on occasion, knows just enough chemistry to not die, builds electronics out of trash, and has a tragic backstory. His eyes shined when he trailed off into a tangent about frequencies and rust, and he looked adorable. The change was so drastic from earlier in the day. His hands were moving animatedly, not shaking and gripped around his uniform like a vice, and Hitoshi found he preferred this much more to the panic. They arrived at the house in a flurry of movement, each of the cats coming to the entryway to greet them in their own ways. Tora, being the affectionate puddle of purrs that she was, ran up to them immediately and began rubbing against them, trying to trip them into falling into the floor and into the other cats. Hannah glanced over from the counter and then diverted her attention elsewhere with obvious distaste. Smoothie waltzed out from the hallway and actually tripped Izuku, forcing Hitoshi to hastily steady him. Mac and Cheese, however, kept their distance, peering out from the end of the hallway before slinking away. Izuku gasped and unslung his backpack from his shoulder, kneeling down to rifle through the yellow bag. The remaining cats swarmed him, and he made a delightful sound before pulling odd-looking headphones out of the bag with a quick, "Tada." He fiddled with something on the sides and smiled. These are headphones for white noise, so don't worry about getting me any. Hitoshi glanced at his dad's, then back at Izuku, who gently nudged Smoothie to stop her from eating his backpack strap. I thought you were reviewing code? I can multitask, Izuku said defensively. Plus, with Mimi already working, I didn't have to do too much to find the right materials. Are those also made of trash? Dad asked bluntly. Izuku's silence was very telling. It doesn't cost much to buy good headphones, Midoriya. Izuku looked away, then tapped the headphones again. Too late, I made them, so it'd be a waste to buy other ones, he argued. And everything I make is made from scrap metal other people threw away. It's free and a decent source of materials. Does it connect to your phone somehow? Pops asked, bringing the conversation back on course. Nope, my phone doesn't make noise. Pops looked personally offended at the idea, but Izuku didn't look up. This has a slot for a recording of what I want to hear. All I need to do is put the recording in and I can listen to anything. You're unbelievable, Hitoshi commented, earning a wry smile from him. I try. Ida's forlorn expression when he realized the bus seat arrangement was completely different from his expectations forced Izuku to fight down a smile. Yaoyorozu had taken her place as class republic and Tsuyu had gracefully accepted her offer to be the vice republic, but they let Ida try to organize the class for them, even if the effort ended up being futile. Izuku ended up sitting between Kirishima and Tsuyu on one of the center-facing columns of seats. Uraraka consoled Ida across from them, biting down her own smile. Are you guys excited for anything in particular? Kirishima asked. Tsuyu nodded. There's a water zone somewhere inside, Ribbit. I'll get to show off in my element. Kirishima grinned. Alright, that'll be really cool, Azui, he complimented. His smile faltered slightly as he showed off his hand hardening. My quirk isn't that great to show off or do anything flashy with. Izuku perked up at the mention of quirks. I guess, but that doesn't mean it isn't useful, he said. Quirks don't make a hero and they definitely aren't everything. There are tons of heroes with flashy quirks and trash personalities. What, like Bakugo? Kaminari cut in, smiling widely when Bakugo began snarling and yelling. Not necessarily, Izuku apprised, dutifully ignoring the instinct to flinch when Bakugo turned his ire towards Izuku. He has a good head on his shoulders to back up his brute force. Shut up, Deku. Bakugo growled. I don't need your effing help. Chill, man, Siro said placatingly. He was giving you a compliment. Uraraka brightened suddenly. Is Deku to play on your name's kanji? She burst, smiling when he nodded. I get it, it's like Dikairu. You can do it. No, Izuku thought as something warm bloomed in his chest. No, but thank you, Uraraka. Would you mind if I called you that? Her voice brought him back into focus. The thought of someone calling him Deku made his mood dampen, but this was Uraraka. She didn't want to use it to call him weak and useless. To her, the name was a drop of inspiration, not something that was used to tear him down for years. I don't mind, Izuku found himself saying. Yeah, Uraraka cheered. Nice to meet you, Deku. He stilled at the unexpected name, expecting to hear Deku, but didn't correct her. A pleasant feeling encompassed him for the rest of the ride, his classmates' voices filtering through his brain, some of them following Uraraka's lead when they wanted to get his attention and saying, Dikairu. The absurdity of the events made him itch to laugh. Bakugo was being teased while people conversed easily with him when they wanted to. Things were so different, and Izuku couldn't have hoped for something better than this feeling of belonging. 13th speech resonated with Izuku on a deep level. Quirks, as useful and fantastic as they are, can deal a great amount of harm. Long faded scars from days that Bakugo felt especially wrathful twinged in reminder of what minimal quirk usage could do to someone. Then there was his mother, with a seemingly innocent quirk that could pull anything from a remote to another person's organs. Izuku glanced at the center of the U, squinting as a mesh of color spawned in the air, growing mass steadily until he had to look away. The stench reached him and he took a step back without thinking. Something big was coming. People were going to enter the USJ, and he didn't think they were the friendly sort. Catching Aizawa's gaze, he began signing, hoping that 13 could understand too. People are coming in, is this planned? His eyes widened and Izuku wished his instincts had been wrong. All right. 13 clapped their hands together, their voice sounding strained. Izuku noticed Koda and a couple of the other kids moving with more urgency than the others. Kids, I have something to show you outside. Come with me, please. Groans came from his classmates, but 13 straightened. Move it now, Dash. The light in the plaza erupted into a sun, making Izuku's vision white out as he pulled up his respirator to avoid the concentrated stench of their new guests. He blinked rapidly, his classmates' voices sounding increasingly concerned, and pulled down his goggles to shield his eyes before turning back to the Kurogyri? Izuku stared at the purple mass that the villains entered through, his brain slowly processing what he saw as someone pulled him back by his arm. He snapped back into reality when Aizawa jumped into the crowd, fighting to give them time to escape. Kurogyri appeared in front of his classmates, in front of him, and said, "My name is Kurogyri and we are the League of Villains." The rest of his speech was lost, Izuku's brain kicking into overdrive, scrambling to ravage his memory for any weaknesses that the Warper had. Aim for his medal. Collar! Izuku shouted, interrupting Kurogyri. Hitting him anywhere else won't work. Kurogyri's gaze narrowed on him, but he obviously didn't recognize him. Well, aren't you a troublesome golden egg? What a hassle, he groused. Without warning, the ground vanished beneath him. Shoyuta had to buy them time. He had to concentrate. These thugs weren't even that skilled, but there were so many of them. They rushed him sporadically, rarely giving him a moment to breathe. The minor upgrades to his goggles were everything to him right now, brief bursts of mist allowing him to keep their quirks at bay for longer periods of time. In front of him, where the two other ringleaders still stood, another portal opened. Midoriya pushed himself to his feet, dazed from the fall, and tugged off his goggles. The villain with hands clutching his body stepped forward, and Chiyo viciously threw the poorly skilled villains out of his way. Why was Midoriya here instead of with 13? Where was the rest of his class if Midoriya had been dropped down here? Protective rage made pummeling his way through the crowd of villains more of a haze. He glanced away from the fight to see the villain take off his face hand and see Midoriya's expression morph into pure disbelief. Strangely, his body relaxed, but Chiyo didn't have time to ponder Midoriya's reactions when his reflexes were growing sluggish. His mind howled move move move, but his body struggled to respond to the commands. In the back of his head, Hizashi's voice replaced the flurry of thoughts barreling through his head. "You can do it, Chiyo," he said earnestly. "Fight." He was not all might by any means. Chiyo did not smile to provide comfort to anyone but his family. No, the feral grin he bared at the villains was a warning. Denki was so against being dropped into a lake. Like so against it. The shouts of his classmates let him know not to use his quirk. If he let loose while they were all submerged, they would all suffer the consequences. So when a shark-headed villain interrupted his panicking, he flailed in the water, useless, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to outswim his enemy. Lack of air blackened the edges of his vision, distant booms reaching his ears sluggishly through the freezing water. The shark man outstretched an arm but someone intercepted him. "Azui! Thank Jesus!" Her tongue wrapped around his middle and before he knew it, he was being thrown into the air. He gasped, grateful for the air, only to realize he still had to fall. He braced to hit the ship he caught in his peripheral vision but someone met him halfway and caught him in the air. Bakugo dropped him abruptly onto the deck from the bridal style carry he caught Denki in. Yaoyorozu, Koda, Bakugo, and Kirishima all stood around him, soaking wet and shivering. A second later, Azui joined them. "I think that's everyone, Ribbit." Yaoyorozu handed out small towels for everyone. "I don't think it'd be wise to use my quirk too much, but use these to dry off some of the water. We need to get out of here," Kirishima stated, turning his head to where he could see villains floating around. "We're sitting ducks up here, and there's no telling how powerful their quirks are. These a-holes obviously don't know ours though." Bakugo deducted. "They put Frog and Dunce face in the water zone. Man, you gotta stop calling me that." "I agree," Yaoyorozu said. "Kaminari can easily incapacitate them all if he fires off an attack with enough voltage. Perhaps Midoriya's warning has given us the advantage." Bakugo glared, then turned his scalding gaze on Denki. "Fry Dunce face. Make sure no to end them, though," Azui piped in. "I don't think you want that on your conscience." "Yeah, no thanks," he said nervously. "Okay, you can do this," he thought as he approached the edge of the boat. "Just enough to incapacitate them. You can do this." Lightning crackled dangerously in his palms. Denki knew he was no good at long-distance shots that didn't let him use indiscriminate shock, but he could not throw himself back in without chancing himself getting attacked by all the villains, and he could not hurt his classmates by losing control and firing in all directions. "You can do this." Denki's hands shot bolts of hot light into the water, their energy crackling around him. He stopped in the next second, cautiously looking out at their incapacitated foes. "Okay, with that done," Kirishima glanced up at the window where the controls waited for them. "Does anyone know how to drive a boat?" She groaned as she stood, rain from the downpour zone hitting her hard. Ojiro, Tokoyami, Todoroki, Mineta, and Aoyama stood around her. "Hagakure, that's you, right?" Ojiro asked, looking over at where the rain collided with her body. "Yeah," she confirmed, nodding even if they couldn't see it. Before anyone could say anything else, people villains, her mind supplied, came from the darkness, poised to attack. Unluckily for them, Todoroki froze them all in the next few seconds, cutting their assault short. "I thought that after they said they were after All Might that these would be powerful soldiers," Todoroki said as he approached the twitching figures encased in ice. "But these are all just thugs. They thought out how to isolate us and make sure we couldn't alert anyone, but I think Midoriya knew more than he should have about the warp guy," Ojiro glanced at the closest villain to him. Think we should ask them about their plan? Frost twirled in Todoroki's open palm, his breath coming out in visible puffs. Yes, he said simply. The grunts didn't hold out long. He smacked harshly into the ground, head bouncing off of the pavement, and his goggles went dark, rendering him blind. Pain hoarded his thoughts, but he managed to push off his goggles, the world lighting up in blazing colors. Crap, he was in the middle of the plaza. Why would Kurogiri send you here? A voice rasped close by. Does he want me to end you? Are you a present? Izuku looked up, freezing when he met the man's visible eye through the fingers of a disembodied hand. The villain froze, too, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. Take your mask off, he ordered. Blood trickled down the side of his face from where his goggles cut in. Every nerve in his body buzzed with adrenaline as he reached for his respirator and pulled it down. The visible vermilion eye widened as Izuku struggled not to gag on the rancid odor of so many people. Izuku, the villain stated with too much familiarity, sounding oddly surprised. Why are you attacking Yue? Izuku questioned, ignoring everything else. What's your motive? He had the gall to chuckle. We're here to end All Might. His spine straightened at the declaration, mustering up as much false bravado as he could. I get that he's a bit of a bastard, but ending him seems like a bit much, he said, trying not to cough. And he's not even here, so if your beef is with him, why do any of us need to fight? Bastard? Handyman developed a dangerous edge of excitement in his tone. You have no idea how glad I am to hear you say that, Izuku. His eyelid twitched. Okay, enough with the dash. What the hell is that? Behind Handjob was a daunting, scarred figure with an exposed brain and bulging eyes. But Izuku wasn't focused on that. His eyes were glued to the way the auras fluctuated and flickered. No one had more than one color. No one's aura completely disappeared. You made that out of people, Izuku realized, staring up at the bird-beaked monstrosity that used to be people. Shit, you made that out of people dash. How did you know? The villain queried with apt intrigue. What do you know about my Nomu? Enough. He shook, taking a step back. What did you do to them? Bizarrely, the villain balked at his blatant horror, his stance shifting with discomfort as he glanced back at the Nomu. Izuku's hand trailed down to his gun, but the villain began turning back and he relaxed his arm again. The doctor made Nomu for Sensei. I didn't know anything until a couple of weeks ago, he attempted to assure. Then, with trepidation, did Kurogiri know who you were? Is that why he sent you? Putting his weight onto the heels of his feet, Izuku fought the urge to bolt. Why would he know who I am? Izuku dared to ask. How do you know who I am? The chortle the villain made was soft, like he knew something Izuku didn't, and the sound made bells ring in his memories. Come on, Izuku, he encouraged, knowing Izuku was finally seeing something. You're my player too, remember? Izuku's world stilled. The villains around them didn't matter. His classmates, Aizawa, everything was shoved into a corner, the singular wine-red eye consuming his thoughts. Take the hand off of your face, Izuku ordered, needing to know. He listened without hesitation, the dismembered appendage resting in his hand instead of on his face. Unbidden, tears blurred his vision. Riki? His voice broke, too many emotions washing over him at once. Tamura's eyes, older and haunted in ways they weren't when they last saw each other, looked at him with warmth. Who else would I be? A wet bark of laughter broke from Izuku and suddenly, he had to get closer. He had to make sure that his friend was real and not just some crazy illusion his brain conjured for him. Be real, he begged, taking a hesitant step forward. Please, please be. A stray chunk of the brick ground smacked him in the face, debris from the fight that Aizawa was still hauling himself through. Blood welled in the new cut in his face, a stinging sensation rushing to meet the high of energy that reminded him of everything Tamura made him forget about. You're wearing people's hands, Izuku muttered. Tamura's hopeful expression faltered. You're attacking my classmates and trying to end my teachers. You've got some experiment with you. Riki, what are you doing? I'm doing something that has to be done, he said gravely. Don't you remember how they shunned you, Izuku? How society left you to rot dash. Like you did. Izuku snarled, disbelief rapidly turning into rage. The second I couldn't give you what you wanted from me, you put me right back where you found me? Tears burned behind his eyes, a sob threatening to crawl out of his throat. His outburst only served to distress him further. No, Izuku, I would never dash. Anger replaced concern, his demeanor shifting. It wasn't my choice. And this is? Izuku gestured out at the chaos around them. Why are you here, Riki? To end the symbol of peace, he repeated stoutly. Why? Izuku nagged insistently. Why do you want to end him? Tamura seethed, a switch flipping inside of him. He makes people complacent. All of Hero Society is misleading. They say they'll save everyone, All Might says it, but they can't. People are left to die, Izuku. Kids like us are abandoned and the citizens won't do a thing because they think a hero will take care of it. That like us slams into like a hammer because Izuku knows he is right. Plenty of people came into contact with him enough to realize that something was wrong. Teachers, counselors, other kids, they didn't take the time to ask him where his parents were. They left him alone for years. Mitsu gave him a chance, though. She let him into her life and into her family. Aizawa took immediate action when he found out Izuku was living by himself. Izuku was, by some miracle, getting his happy ending. Tamura was still hurting. No one had come to save him. He's not even here, Riki, Izuku said carefully. You should leave. He hated himself for suggesting it because his friend was right there. But his friend was different. His friend was committing a crime and planning to end the symbol of peace. He bristled, hurt flashing across his exposed face before irritation took its place. He will be here, he insisted through gritted teeth. And when he arrives, Nomu will take care of him. Izuku reached for his gun, the motion calling Tamura's eyes to his hand. Riki, please, he whispered with a shaking voice, pleading. You could come back with us, Tamura offered, making his heart skip. We could be friends again. The offer should not have been appealing, not when his teacher was fighting for his life to his right and his classmates were God knows where. Not when the Nomu towered over both of them and was a not-so-alive testament to the terrible things that occurred during his absence. But it was. Izuku's skin felt cold as he remembered the warmth he felt when he was curled against his side. He remembered the foreign sense of safety that surrounded him. Izuku met Tamura's eyes with unease churning in his gut. The past is not what Tamura is offering. Izuku unholstered his gun, flicked safety off, and shot before he could rethink the action. A villain with a heteromorphic quirk on the other side of the plaza was hit with explosion and abruptly launched away from Aizawa, who battled several people at a time. He turned the barrel on Tamura, knowing Stick would shoot out next. Izuku. Tamura regarded him warily. Leave. The gun trembled in his grip, his finger pressing down on the trigger. Stick spread across the Nomu's broad chest, the bright green severely unamusing when the auras surround the Nomu disappeared completely. They flickered back to life after several seconds dragged by, staying concentrated around the brain. Nomu, Tamura called. Incapacitate him. A punch landed in his gut, too fast to counter, and the blow sent Izuku flying. Distantly he heard Aizawa shout in alarm. Something snapped in his chest when he landed, agony piercing through his muddled thoughts. Deeming him incapacitated, the Nomu didn't come for him until Tamura said, "Grab him." Spitting blood onto the pavement, Izuku stood on legs that would surely give out on him at any second and unsheathed the dagger at his hip and almost laughed because he could still hear Kurogiri's voice in his head, telling him to adjust his grip. Before his body could betray him, Izuku rushed the Nomu. The beast was slow, the order to grab not something as urgent as protecting Tamura, and it allowed Izuku to get in close. The Nomu grabbed him off the ground as instructed and practically crushed the air out of his lungs. Izuku wheezed and used the close proximity to test a theory and hope he got lucky. The Nomu screeched as Izuku's dagger dug into its exposed brain. People's auras were spread along the entire body, but the Nomu's, the colors it emitted stayed at the head. At the brain. He resisted the bile rising in his throat and stabbed again. The colors disappeared completely with one final jab and they both collapsed. Izuku threw up, still trapped in the Nomu's hands. That used to be people. Some form of consciousness had stayed and Izuku had ended them. Tamura appeared above him and grabbed him by his arm, jerking him painfully from the Nomu's dead body. His hero costume slowly turned to ash under the touch of all of his fingers. You ended him, Tamura spat. He was meant for all might and you ended him. An agonized sound ripped from his burning throat as Tamura's hand squeezed, the flesh of his arm flaking away. Abruptly, Tamura's quirk halted. Midoriya, Izuku yelled, eyes glowing red. Your quirk? Izuku's officially a dumbass. Tamura froze as Izuku's quirk consumed him. Izuku limped towards them, but Kurogiri came back at the worst possible moment. A warp opened under Izuku. No. Tamura's quirk resumed without Izuku there to stop it. Release Tamura, Izuku. Izuku spat at him, red staining his teeth. The next events happened much too fast for Izuku to comprehend in his addled state of mind, but he could never mistake the sound of Bakugo's explosions. Izuku dimly registered Kirishima's bright red hair. He frantically began prying Tamura's hand off of his shoulder, attempting to stop his injury from getting worse, but Izuku made a sloppy grab for his bare skin. I need he stifled wet coughs. I can keep Riki trapped. He insisted, reaching again. Kirishima shook his head. I'll get you out, okay? He said. You're in Midoriya, you aren't looking so good. Don't let him touch you with 5 fingers, Izuku warned. Throw him far as you can. Kirishima bared a strained grin and tore Tamura away from him. He watched Kirishima vault him across the plaza and mustered up an impressed stare. Good job, Kiri, he slurred, legs finally giving up on him. Ochako stood with her friends clustered around her, the sirens of ambulances and police cars wailing above the dull ringing in her ears. Kirishima was still covered in blood, staring at the drying liquid with a distant look in his eyes. Chiyo was beside her, wrapped in a blanket and damp from her drop in the shipwreck zone. The ones who hadn't been able to avoid the warpers' portals were split up, half ending up in one zone, the rest ending up in another. All of her classmates were soaking wet from rain or being dunked in a lake. Izuku had been found in the conflagration zone with several injuries and quirk exhaustion. 13 had been taped up by Zero before the heroes and ambulances arrived, but they were in bad shape. Ochako didn't know where Ito was. She thought of how he bolted out of the USJ when they distracted the warper and wondered if they kept him at the school just to be safe. She hoped he was safe. The visage of Midoriya's limp body in Kirishima's arms flashed in her mind, reminding her that she should be alert. What if the villains weren't done? She needed to move. She had to make sure everyone was okay. Uraraka, Tsuyu put a hand on her shoulder. We're safe. The heroes are here. Ochako deflated and put her shaking hands under her legs, glancing around at her classmates. Even Bakugo was being quiet. One by one, they all left, parents coming to them and whisking them away from the USJ. Ochako waited, having called her parents when she managed to gather herself. Midnight stood beside her, a comforting presence, and waited with her in silence. Could I have done more? Ochako croaked, shoulders shaking with sobs. Midnight put a gentle hand under her chin and forced her to raise her watery gaze. You did more than enough, Uraraka, she said heartfeltly. None of this, any of it, is your fault. Don't convince yourself otherwise. At home, her real home, not the apartment, she curled up on her bed and tried not to think about how excited she had been to do this exercise. How excited all of them had been. She didn't even know if Midoriya was alive. Ochako didn't manage to fall asleep that night. Shoyuta stared at Midoriya's prone form, which was wrapped in thick bandages while he had gotten off with a few broken bones and minor head trauma. His landing in the conflagration zone had been rough, leaving him with burns and a gash to the face that nearly took out his eye. Stop that, Hisashi warned, sensing his thoughts. You fought a horde of villains, give yourself some credit. I should have protected him, he snapped. I was right there, Hisashi. And I couldn't do anything for him. Hisashi smacked his arm. They outnumbered you, Shoyuta. I saw the amount of perps they took away from the plaza. It's amazing you held out as long as you did. Hisashi wrapped his arms around him and pulled him close. I said I would help him, Shoyuta hissed, gripping his husband's shirt. I said I'd help him. And you have, Hisashi said firmly. The doctors say there's no lasting damage to the rest of his body, just that he'll have to deal with a skin graft and a few scars from the surgery. The damage Midoriya sustained from the dead-eyed monster and the other man's quirk had forced the doctors to find a way to prioritize his healing. The doctors or nurses on site with healing quirks tried to touch him but quickly found that was a fast way to be caught in his quirk. The subsequent surgery that took place had been as hasty as a delicate procedure could be. Midoriya died on the operating table once, according to the surgeons, and was resuscitated after 1 minute and 3 seconds. That's what? 3 times the kid has died? Skin grafts had changed over the years, mutation quirks varying too widely to use the old methods. Midoriya's shoulder and upper arm would be marked with silver to make up for skin, the surrounding skin marred with scars that reached across his body and crept up the side of his neck. I have a scar on my face from falling the wrong way. Shoyuta gritted his teeth. Midoriya has dash. We're not playing a game of who got it worse, Sho, Hisashi said gently. We'll be here for him when he wakes up, and then we'll be with him for everything after. Hitoshi was not having a good week. Slouched in a hospital chair, he watched Izuku's heartbeat on the monitor. Dad and Pops were outside the room, talking to a detective, and that left him alone to eavesdrop because the walls were thin and he should be a part of this conversation. The statements of your students have been taken, Detective Tsukachi informed them. We have the ringleaders' names. At least some of them. The warp villain introduced himself as Kurogiri Dash. Why was that name familiar? And Midoriya reportedly called the villain with the disintegration quirk Breaking. Hitoshi slid off of his chair, causing a clatter. Dad opened the door and fixed him with a deadpan stare. If you're going to eavesdrop, do so quietly. Dad, he said seriously. Dad, did I hear him right? Does Izuku dash? We'll ask him about it when he wakes up. Dad closed the door again, and they moved away from the room to prevent him from hearing anything else. Hitoshi grumbled as he righted his chair, dropping himself back into it. Since arriving, the only interesting thing that happened was the Hatsum's arrival. The Hatsums nearly started a fight in the hospital lobby when the nurse declined their demands to see Izuku. Pops had stepped in, mediating until a compromise could be reached. They weren't technically Izuku's family. Mizuyumi looked ready to throw hands when the nurse said it. They would wait until he was moved out of the ICU. Guilt knotted in his stomach. He had known Izuku for a couple of days and he was allowed to see him, but the family he made for himself wasn't allowed in. Izuku's heart rate picked up and Hitoshi slingshot out of his seat to stand at his bedside, ready to push the help button if he needed to. Why are you so complicated? Hitoshi complained to no one. I get that you didn't have control over the shit other people did to you, but please tell me you're not involved with villains that attacked you, eh? Silence permeated in the room, the steady beep of a machine telling him that Izuku was still alive. I mean, if you are, you should check with them because they beat you up pretty good and allies don't pull that kind of shit. If you're in too deep or something, my dads will help you. They're good like that. Izuku's heartbeat slowed back down. Hitoshi sat in the cheap, uncomfortable hospital chair and tried to distract himself with cat videos. Get better, damn it, he muttered to Izuku. I'm gonna kick your ass for making us worry. Without warning, Izuku's heart rate skyrocketed. Izuku would sleep for infinity and that was final. He pushed at the awareness nagging at his senses, the dull ache it brought far too uncomfortable. His body didn't listen, hauling him into awareness with an agonizing amount of leisure. The world was quite dull with the sound on mute and his vision restricted to the backs of his eyelids. The floating sensation faded as he became more aware of the gravity holding him down. Pain filtered into his senses and he imagined himself rolling his eyes. Of course he's in pain, 'cause why not? Making us worry. Hitoshi? If Hitoshi was with him then Yamada and Aizawa probably were, too. What was making them worry? Should Izuku be worried? The only thing that could make all of them worry was a real crisis, so what? Did the cats do something heinous? Hannah was always rude but mac and cheese were devious. Tora was flat-out clumsy, and Smoothie had no regard for the people or things around her. 3 distinct auras flashed in his mind's eye, all huddled around one specific area. What was that? People's auras don't usually meld like that. His entire body tensed as pain seared through the nerves of his upper body. If he could, Izuku would have cried out, but nothing broke the silence that was rapidly becoming suffocating. As if in response to his panic, noise reached his ears, finally making it through the haze of sleep. He could hear people moving around him. Now he wanted to see them. Why couldn't he see them? A single person came to mind, memories crashing into him with the force of a freight train. Tamura. His eyes shot open and he wrenched his arms to his chest. Where was he? What did they do to him? Why was he hurting? Hands held him down and he let out a panicked shout. No, 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 don't touch me. People were yelling. The hands moved away and he brought his mobile arm to his chest, squeezing his eyes shut. One of his arms was heavy and something was covering his face. Izuku froze. His arm. His head snapped down to examine his scarred arm, then slowly turned to look at his other arm. His right shoulder was stiff, covered with layers of bandages. Izuku began shaking. It's still there, he assured himself, glancing down at his exposed forearm. The thought did little to reassure him, old fear bubbling in his lungs. Midoriya. Izuku's gaze jerked up, finding a familiar face above. It's all right, you're safe. In an attempt to speak, he ended up wheezing and throwing himself into a coughing fit that raked up the dry inside of his throat. Aizawa handed him water and he was stopped from greedily consuming the whole cup with one gulp. Aizawa was wearing a plain black t-shirt and dark sweatpants, bandages covering certain areas in wrapping not nearly as thick as the ones on Izuku's right upper body. Are you okay? Was the first coherent sentence out of his mouth. Yamada, who sat at the end of his bed, huffed a laugh. Aizawa pinned him with an unreadable stare. Of course you would ask that first. He sighed wearily. Yes, Midoriya. I am fine. So is 1A13 was the only other person with serious injuries and they're going to make a full recovery. Sorry about freaking out, Izuku mumbled. The last time I woke up and couldn't move my arm. He wiggled his left hand in the air and dropped it awkwardly. You weren't sure you were safe, it was a natural response. Yamada soothed. He looked at the clock above the door. You've got some time to rest before the detective wants to see you to take your statement. He has to give a statement? That makes sense. Does that mean he would have to tell the detective everything? He thought back to the stone grip of the Nomu's hands crushing him as he ended it. He ended people. Sure, they weren't exactly alive but they were still there, somehow. Their consciousness remained alive inside of the Nomu's brain and he stuck a knife in there. I need a bin, he choked out. A small tin garbage can was thrust into his space and Izuku promptly vomited the sparse contents of his stomach. When the nausea settled down, he accepted another cup of water. Did they get away? Did Kurogiri escape? Did he take Tamura with him? Their auras reached outward, making Izuku flinch. And never mind. No, it's fine, Aizawa said flatly. We need to know if you have connections to them. Izuku shook his head, squeezing his eyes shut. I haven't seen either of them in years. I didn't know that they were villains. We're planning to attack UA. Kid, Aizawa called. It's okay. My name is Detective Tsukachi and I have a lie detection quirk. The detective introduced himself, a recorder sitting on the bed. I am here to take your statement regarding the events that occurred at the USJ. Izuku nodded, psyching himself up. The detective said more introductory things about his rights and that they could do this on a later date if he was too scrambled at the moment. Izuku just wanted to get this over with. But first, I have been informed that you knew the villains that attacked UA. Detective Tsukachi paused, flipping open a notepad. Could you explain your affiliation with the League of Villains? I was really young when I met them, 6, I think. He steeled his nerves and kept his gaze low. Aizawa was the only other person in the room with him and the detective. Aizawa was the only one he wanted to know right now. If he ended up hating him or thinking he wasn't safe to be around, at least Aizawa would be straight about it. My parents abandoned me pretty early on and I was kind of just wandering around when I came across Dagoba Beach. One of the piles collapsed on me. He didn't want to tell them about how desperate he had been, sticking his arm inside of a fragile stack of rusted metal. I started screaming my head off and Kurogiri showed up. I don't remember what happened, blood loss messed me up, you know? But I said something that made me worth saving, I guess. Izuku looked down at his left arm. When I woke up, My arm was in a cast so thick I couldn't move. Izuku clenched his jaw, eyes darting to the recorder. Another kid was in the room. Both adults stiffened at the implication that there were more children on the line. His name was Shigaraki Tamura, and he was the villain with the disintegration quirk. How old would you say he was at the time? Detective Tsukachi questioned. A few years older than me, Izuku guessed. I don't know his exact age, or Kurojire's. That's fine. Continue. They treated me well. I definitely didn't want to leave. Do you have any idea how long you were unconscious? He glanced away, shifting uncomfortably. No, he said uneasily. Sometimes I would go to sleep and something would change. But I couldn't tell what happened. Once, I woke up really disoriented and the cast was just gone. I was so excited at the time because I could finally move around and see that my arm was still there, but thinking back, I'm very unsettled. Do you know when they kidnapped you and when you got out? The words the detective used felt odd to describe his time with Tamura and Kurojire. He ignored the squirming feeling in his chest. School ended recently. He tried to think of the weather when he woke up back on Dagoba. When they put me back, school was about to start again. They kept you for a summer? He clarified. And you were taken and returned at Dagoba Municipal Beach? Yes, sir. Izuku continued to illustrate details he picked up, glazing over the more personal time he spent being tutored by Kurojire and playing with Tamura. They mentioned a sensei and a doctor, Izuku said. I never met or saw either of them, but the doctor must have been a good one, to be able to repair my arm like this. Were they ever referred to as anything else around you? Kurojire once called Sensei Master. But no, I never heard their actual names. Detective Tsukachi tapped his notepad. You said they put you back, not that you escaped. Why? This is going to sound bad, but if I had been given the choice, I would have stayed with them. Izuku gnawed on the inside of his cheek. They made me use my quirk, but when it nearly ended me, they realized they had no real use for me. And why would they keep someone they couldn't benefit from? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Midoriya dash. Izuku sighed. I know, he said lightly, and Aizawa must not have believed him because his scowl lasted a few more seconds before he deemed it a topic for later discussion. They finally moved on to the USJ after a few more clarifying questions. He described his account of the beginning, how he'd sought the villains before they appeared, and tried to explain Kurojire's weak spots. Kurojire didn't recognize me when he teleported me into the plaza because of my goggles and respirator. Tamura recognized me seconds after I took off my goggles. Izuku paused, his hand clenching around the bedsheets. He tried to convince me to go back with them. When I wouldn't, he sicked the Nomu on me. The Nomu, Detective Tsukachi repeated. It was 3 people. Before. Izuku strained to say. Tamura said that Sensei and the doctor made it. Made it out of people. And I ended it. I ended them. His body trembled with guilt, tears building in his eyes. He whispered, they were still alive, somehow. And I dashed. Midoriya, the Nomu attacked you. It nearly ended you. Aizawa leaned into his space, catching his gaze. You made a hard decision in a critical situation in order to survive. Were the people at all present? Tsukachi asked, earning a glare from Aizawa. Izuku shook his head, raking in a quivering breath. The Nomu was inanimate until Tamura made it do something. Their auras, they disappeared when the Nomu was told to do something. I've never seen auras do that before. They're not supposed to flicker or go away. Detective Tsukachi paused, hesitating to ask the next question. I apologize for this, but how did you end the Nomu? The brain, Izuku gestured at his own head, keeping his eyes glued to the bedsheets. Their auras were collected around its head, so I used my dagger to go forge for the brain. Detective Tsukachi nodded and swiftly concluded the questioning. Kid, Aizawa said once the detective had left. Don't beat yourself up over this. How can I not? Izuku snapped, voice breaking. I ended 3 people, Aizawa. How do I not dash? You were calling the Nomu, Midoriya. But whenever you spoke of the auras, you said they. That implies they are separate. This, doctor, and Shigaraki's sensei ended them, not you. I doubt they were very alive inside the Nomu, Midoriya. Izuku stayed quiet, keeping his head hung and his eyes closed to ward off the moisture in his eyes. The Hatsumes practically refused to leave his room once they were allowed inside. They smothered Izuku with relief and wore special clothing that covered their skin so that they could touch him without him having to worry about his quirk. It pays to have connections and support. Mitsu winked, waggling her gloved fingers. I have some of these bad boys waiting for you too. He blinked at her. Really, he said. She gave him a look that said, why would I lie? Mitsu, he smiled. She waved off his gratitude. Hey now, none of that. You should feel safe around us without having to worry about your quirk. A pang of guilt made him wince. Are you guys mad that I lied to you for months? Ayumi made an odd choked noise that signified her unique laughter. We love you, she signed, her eyes sincere. And a quirk is nothing compared to that. Do we wish we had known sooner so that we could give you proper coverage? Mitsu admitted. But we're here now, so we'll help. At Izuku's teary thank yous, Mitsu presented a large grin. Now, none of that, green bean. She chided, gently putting her hand onto his face and tilting his head up. Chin up, yeah? And how about you stay out of trouble for your thank you? Ayumi agreed wholeheartedly. I don't like having to fight with nurses to see you. You fought a nurse? Izuku asked, incredulous. Mei shook her head, looking annoyed. Almost. Mom almost started a brawl when we were told we weren't allowed to see you because we aren't family, she said with aggravated quotation gestures. Mike stepped in before anything could happen, Mitsu elaborated with a huff. Yumi coulda totally had security called on us. Which is why it's a good thing I never got the chance. I suppose? Izuku just laughed, the knot in his chest loosening, and allowed himself to be comfortable. Just for now. No way. Izuku backed away from the three adults. I won't do it. Aizawa pinned him with an unimpressed glare. You agreed to train and get better with your quirk? He pointed at Ayumi and Mitsu. Ayumi is willing to participate and Mitsu's quirk will let us know if either of you needs to stop. Izuku's body clammed up, his chest tightening at the thought of their faces once he used his quirk on one of them. They would hate him. Ayumi would come back after he used his quirk on her and she would never let him get close to her again. Mitsu would see what he did to her wife and she would never want to see him again. No, he protested weakly. Midoriya, Aizawa said. We won't be angry with you for using your quirk. We won't think you aren't worth our time. We won't leave. He shook his head, curling in on himself. You'll hate me, he argued, desperate to find a way to free them all of this situation. I don't want you to hate me dash. Izuku, Mitsu called, drawing him out of his spiraling. Their eyes met and suddenly Izuku could not tear his gaze from hers. You know us well enough, yeah? Don't think about the past. Trust us? Izuku stared at Ayumi's hands instead of her face. If he looked at her blank, distant expression he wouldn't be able to stomach practicing his quirk like this. Aizawa and Mitsu sat a couple of meters away, observing as he used his quirk on Ayumi. His stomach churned with regret and his hands trembled but he kept himself from stamping down on his quirk or letting go of her hands. He said he would give this a chance. Izuku stared at Ayumi's hands and wished that he could focus on the warmth of her hands instead of the limp way they hung in his grasp. Pain struck his temples and he gratefully praised Aizawa's rule, releasing her hands immediately. Aizawa said that he had to let go the moment he began feeling pain or they ran the risk of injuring him further. Recovery Girl cleared him for this, but only if they promised not to put strain on Izuku's body. The injuries that he sustained from the Nomu were concentrated in his abdomen, but Tamura's quirk had dealt his right arm and shoulder a considerable amount of damage. The graft itched terribly and the pain that sometimes struck him made him grit his teeth. If he tapped the bandages covering the silver patch in his body, he could not feel the contact beyond the sting of pain that agitating his wound granted him. His abdomen and shoulder were still wrapped with bandages but, thankfully enough, his left arm was completely unimpaired by the events at the USJ. His right arm was in a sling and there were light wraps around his lower throat, where the extent of Tamura's quirk had reached. Maybe he should stop calling him Tamura. Yumi stumbled back slightly, dazed. She steadied herself and took a deep breath. Her hands were shaking when she raised them to sign. I am okay. Izuku had a hard time believing her, observing the tense way she held herself. Ayumi snapped her fingers in his face. I am okay, she repeated, emphasizing each word. You did not hurt me. I still love you. Izuku's body lurched forward with the desire to be close, but he stomped on the instinct. No, he berated himself. Don't touch her. She took the choice from his hands, stepping forward and wrapping him in a gentle hug. Cautiously avoiding any exposed areas of skin, she held him. Izuku's head emptied of his anxiety, a serene sensation that was quickly overtaken by the surge of emotions that rapidly consumed him. He leaned against her and trembled with relief. Once they separated, Ayumi explained what her experience was like, coinciding with Aizawa's experience. Of course, she saw something different than Aizawa, but his quirk seemed to follow a general pattern. Put the person in a completely isolated void and then manifest that person's insecurities. They visited Mei in the support labs before Ayumi and Mitsu had to leave and go to work. Aizawa split off from them to go to the teacher's lounge to see Yamada. How is it? She asked enthusiastically. Are you okay? You look okay. Do you need more support gear? What kind do you need? Depending on how complicated it is, I can have it ready by dash. Mimi, he interrupted. We're all okay. And I don't need new gear yet. Upon being asked, Ayumi regaled their training. At first, there was nothing, then a voice, my voice but distorted, started insulting me. A figure began to come into existence with me and formed this odd mirage me. I didn't look too good. Very dehydrated. Pointing at Mei and Izuku, she raised her eyebrows. Remember, kids, drink lots of water. Mei put a hand to her chest in shock. And lose my teenage dignity? She gasped dramatically. What sort of self-respecting teenager hydrates themselves? The kind that wants my special curry? You dare threaten my curry privileges? I'm your mother, of course I dare. All I'm hearing is that you don't want to buy those spices again. I don't. Ayumi deadpanned, throwing Mei off for a second. I have to fight someone in the store each time we go to get all the ingredients? Mitsu laughed boisterously. But the payoff is nice, ain't it? She elbowed her wife in the side. And I can get the spices and sheet if people keep giving you trouble. Ayumi gave her wife an assessing side-eye and shook her head. The chowhounds alone would bulldoze through you. The hell is a chowhound? She asked offendedly. Ayumi turned to Mei and Izuku and shook her head, as if to say, see what I mean? Izuku stepped into 1A without much thought, his mood still soaring from the Hatsume's antics, and was completely blindsided by the eruption of noise that came from his classmates. Midoriya! Several of them shouted in chorus. Izuku jumped, up and away, panic replacing his previous ease. What? He asked in fright. What did I do? Kirishima and Uraraka were the first ones to reach him, vaulting past their classmates without a thought to Ida's attempts to calm everyone down. Izuku hurriedly stepped out of range when Uraraka tried to grab his free arm and she froze, suddenly taking in the bandages still wrapped around his body and the sling holding his right arm. Sorry, she hastily apologized. I'm sorry, but you're okay, right? Izuku nodded. I am. Kirishima's hands twitched at his sides, his arms tense, but he smiled brightly. Man, that's great. You had us all pretty worried. Ida finally cut in, making an effort to pull his classmates a couple of steps back. Please remember what Aizawa-sensei told us. Midoriya is still injured and has an aversion to touch, so please keep your distance. His words were true. Factual. They broke his heart. Whoa, what are you wearing? Kaminari pointed at his extra layer of clothes that peeked through his uniform and covered his hands. A precaution so I can't use my quirk, Izuku explained, only serving to confuse his classmates more. Is that healthy? Kirishima questioned. I can't turn my quirk off. Izuku held up his gloved hand. And it's triggered by physical contact. If I don't wear this, I would have to be constantly worried about trapping someone unintentionally. Yaoyorozu made a confused sound. But we've made contact before, Midoriya? Yeah, that, he said awkwardly. That's because I was making sure my quirk couldn't do anything. Wait, hold up. Jairu waved her ear jacks in sync with her hands. So, you can't turn it off but you can stop it? How does that work? Yaoyorozu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. She shot to her feet, her concern palpable. Midoriya, did you dash? I did, he confessed, shifting on his feet uneasily. I am so lost, Shiro murmured. Izuku glanced away from them, ashamed to admit that his quirk was disgusting enough to warrant him stuffing it in a box, never to be used. I suppressed my quirk, Izuku muttered. In his seat, Todoroki stiffened. How would that even work? Jiraiya asked. Yaoyorozu sighed. Since most of you have mutation quirks, I suppose you aren't physically capable of doing this, but for people with emitter quirks, we don't have to use our quirks, right? Sometimes, when people think it is their only option and it is not, she emphasized, meeting Izuku's eyes. They will subconsciously or purposefully clamp down on their quirk. This will prevent it being used, but if it goes on for long enough it will end the Widler. Todoroki finished, causing a heavy silence to fall on the class. So, I need to wear this, Izuku continued. Or I will fall back onto old habits very quickly. That's not a huge problem, right? Ashido queried worriedly. She turned to Kaminari desperately, grabbing his shoulders. People don't just do that and no one talks about it? I didn't know about this. Kaminari admitted, prying himself from her hold. It's not a common occurrence for people to want to cut themselves off from their quirk, Yaoyorozu assured. It's even less likely for someone to be able to keep the kind of focus it takes to suppress a quirk it takes to bring them to fatal conditions. Izuku squirmed under their gazes. You haven't died, right, Mido? Ashido asked half-jokingly. Bakugo scowled and turned away from the commotion. When Izuku hesitated to answer, the class volume shot up again. Midoriya, Uraraka cried. Why didn't you have this stuff before? Shouldn't your parents take care of that stuff? Another thing I don't want to talk about. Yeah, they should've, he agreed bitterly. He sighed. It doesn't matter. I'm here now and I won't do it again. Of course it matters. Midoriya, you practically admitted to dying. Kirishima was cut off by Aizawa standing up. Quiet. Get in your seats. His classmates listened, begrudgingly going back to their seats. Your fight isn't over yet? Izuku froze, the rest of his classmates tensing with apprehension. The sports festival is coming up. They deflated, all the intensity in the room dissipating. He really wished Aizawa would give them a break with the logical ruses. Izuku stood up from his seat and let himself be immersed in his classmates' chatter, sticking to Kirishima's side as much as he was sticking to Izuku's. You are okay, though? He checked again. Izuku smiled, assuring his friend again. I'm fine, Kirishima. I have to visit Recovery Girl again before I'm cleared to participate in the physical exercises, but I'll be fully healed in no time. Uraraka pumped her fist in the air, a strange kind of energy emitting from her. I'm going to do my best in the festival, she shouted determinedly. Izuku grinned at the intensity of her declaration. Oh, hey. Izuku turned his head at the sound of Hagakure's uncertain tone. His calm demeanor balked at the crowd that had amassed and was now blocking their exit. He blinked against the colorful lights and tried not to breathe deeply, lest he inhale the smell of their lack of self-confidence. So this is Class 1A, drawled a blonde who elbowed his way to the front. I can't say I'm impressed. Monoma, as he introduced himself, went on to call them arrogant. Izuku listened to his remarks, to his claims, and seethed. I mean, you must be soaking up everything the press has to say about you. I'm jealous. If Class 1B had been there, we would have gotten some coverage. Aizawa, fighting for his life and his students. Class 1A, the hero class that fought against real villains and lived to tell the tale. Monoma's steely eyes, full of loathing, landed on Izuku and he smirked. I even heard there was a quirkless kid that was such a liability that he had to be carried out. His classmates' faces as a portal opened beneath his feet. It's no wonder the quirkless kid was the one to get hurt. He shouldn't even be in the hero course to begin with. How'd you get in, huh? You cheat? The faces behind Monoma became more angered, more disbelieving, as if they could not believe that a quirkless kid somehow achieved what they couldn't. To someone else, they might have seemed formidable. But Izuku had his senses, and they told him that these people were nothing to be scared of. His classmates were getting defensive too now, on his behalf and their own, but Izuku stood up and walked until he was toe-to-toe with Monoma. You're calling us arrogant? He clarified, Izuku's voice slicing through any noise they were making without him having to raise it. He remembered the betrayed look in Shigaraki's eyes. You're jealous? Izuku simmered, near the end of his patience. Just because we're still alive for you to deprecate doesn't mean you can spout shit about people you've never met. The weight of the dagger in his palms before he slammed down the final blow. We didn't ask for any of this. And as for how I got in, the crowd almost seemed to lean in when he paused. I passed the exams quirkless. No cheats, just some elbow grease. And a gun, but mostly elbow grease. Minoma scoffed, but it was weak. Shaky like his resolve. Without a quirk? I don't dash. Oh, I got something better than a quirk. Izuku took a step forward. Minoma stepped back. And in my experience, it's not something you find often, so maybe try looking around for some, okay? What's this rare quality? Minoma sneered. He stepped forward again and the crowd parted for him. It's called human decency. Izuku walked away and didn't look back. Aizawa studied him from the other side of the workbench and Izuku looked up from his newly encoded analysis notebook. Is this your way of telling me we should go? He inquired, shutting the notebook closed. Because if we need to leave, there are more direct ways of telling me that than staring at me silently for 5 minutes. Apparently, I can't leave you alone for 5 minutes without you causing trouble, so I've decided to see if my presence does anything to deter you. Izuku reared back in his seat, confused. What? He glanced away, trying to think of what he had done today that would cause Aizawa this much exasperation. What did I do? He huffed and Izuku bristled, images of his past teachers rolling their eyes at him, saying, I'll spell it out for you, because they thought he was too dull, too scatterbrained, too ensnared in what they thought to be a fruitless future to understand when he had just asked a simple question to try and comprehend the material better. They called him a lost cause because he wasn't evolved like the other students who had quirks. Izuku wasn't as dim-witted as they made him out to be. He recognized the change in their behaviors after the sludge villain incident. After they realized he had a quirk. Teachers and students, no one bothered unnecessarily him anymore. He suddenly had worth and their reactions made something ugly twist in his chest. Aizawa was saying something, leaning in closer, with a gleam of concern lurking his dark eyes, but Izuku didn't hear the words. Izuku focused on his breathing, chanting to himself that Aizawa was not them. Aizawa was good. He had never treated him wrongly, never tried to make him think less of himself. For all that his instincts told him that teachers were to be treaded carefully around, Aizawa was the exception. Because, despite being a teacher, Aizawa had helped him, given him a home and supported his dream. So, he chanted quietly to himself, timing his breaths. Aizawa is safe, he told himself. I'm glad you think so, Aizawa murmured, making Izuku jolt into full awareness. Are you back with me? Izuku nodded, embarrassment burning his face red. Sorry. Can you tell me what set you off? Aizawa's words felt prying, but Izuku knew answering would only help him in the long run. You're a teacher, he stated carefully, fiddling with his fingers. I've never had a teacher like you before. Like any of you. It was true. Aizawa wasn't the only teacher that was different than he was accustomed to. Izuku steadied himself with a calming breath. They thought I was quirkless for a long time and I was never allowed to be good at anything. I was too devolved to possibly get a high grade without cheating, too careful about not provoking my classmates and disrupting the class. Even once they realized I had a quirk, I wasn't enough. I wasn't the dirt beneath them anymore, but I wasn't worth their time either. So, my experience with teachers isn't good. Aizawa nodded, listening intently, and Izuku was so ashamed because how could he think that he was anything like them? Why was he so paranoid and— Midoriya, Aizawa called, his voice a low rumble. Stay with me. You're different, Izuku said once he gathered himself again. And that's new. I know you won't act like they did, but I can't stop thinking that you might dash. Izuku's voice fell away, his throat clogging with emotions and rendering him silent. Your expectations have been set, and years of experience have shown you that you were right to set them there. Now, you are in a new environment with new, unfamiliar people who defy those standards. Aizawa slowly pressed his hand down onto Izuku's shoulder, giving him time to stop him. When Izuku allowed the contact, he continued. You can't reset your instincts in a day, nor can you expect yourself to forget years of neglect. Overnight. But you're different, Izuku insisted desperately. You think I matter dash? You do, Aizawa said firmly. And that's the most I've ever gotten from a teacher. You shouldn't have to deal with me thinking you're like them, 'cause you're not in dash. Midoriya, give yourself time, Aizawa ordered softly. I won't hold this against you, so take time to adjust. Realize that you are safe here and allow yourself some comfort. Cricket? Izuku nodded, not knowing what else he could do. Okay. I heard a certain someone decided to sass a mob today, Hitoshi commented as he slid onto the couch. You know, I heard about the gathering during homeroom, but I didn't think you would leave my classmates so gobsmacked. Izuku stared at him incredulously. Sassed a mob, he asked. Hitoshi stopped short, an entirely new sort of amusement overcoming him. Oh God, you don't know, do you? He laughed, the sound entirely delightful, but the context made shift closer to Mac, who was positioned behind one of the throw pillows. According to my classmates, Monoma, whoever the F that is, walked away like a wounded puppy because the quirkless kid in 1A called him an arrogant prick and told him to get a new personality dash. Izuku began shaking his head. I didn't say that, he shouted, startling the cats. I told him to be a decent human being. He was being really rude. Well, if he was talking shit, I guess you get a pass. A detail in Hitoshi's words caught his attention, making his body tense. You said the rumors were calling me quirkless? Hitoshi nodded. Izuku cursed, slumping into the cushions with a terrible feeling of foreboding. Damn it. Damn Monoma and his stupid vendetta. Whoa, what's wrong? Izuku barked a bitter laugh. I'm in for it, that's what. You think people will leave me in peace once they realize a quirkless kid got into the hero course? Dad won't let people pull that kind of sheet in UA, Hitoshi assured him. None of the teachers will. If anyone gives you crap, tell someone and it'll be taken care of. Would it? The paranoid part of his mind asked. Being distrustful had been his salvation for so long. If he trusted the wrong person, he would be burned. He had been burned for trusting the wrong classmates and teachers. But this was uncharted territory. The conversation he had with Aizawa flashed in his head. People cared about his well-being here. Aizawa said I was safe here. He glanced up at Hitoshi, uncertainty making him fidget. I want to trust him. I want him to be right. We can work with a little hope, Hitoshi grinned. Man, I can't wait for the festival. I'm gonna knock someone right out of their class. Big talk for someone who can't beat me in a spar. Izuku teased. Recovery Girl had reluctantly cleared him for the sports festival a few days ago after their final healing session, and once he found out Hitoshi had no plans for training, he couldn't let his friend go on like that. He was incredibly thankful to Aizawa, who erased his quirk and allowed Recovery Girl to heal him without harm coming to anyone. He guffawed, amused. I doubt half your classmates fight as well as you do. If anything, I'm talking small. Izuku blushed fiercely, feeling unbearably hot. Don't you shouldn't, I'm not that good. Hitoshi only laughed as he retreated into his room. Crimson eyes. Dark hair. Dry skin. Raspy voice. Low laugh. When had Tamura, Shigaraki, dyed his hair? When, during those 8 years, had he become a villain? The why burned away any other stray thoughts. Why did he become a villain? Why did he want to end All Might? Why was he a leader of the League of Villains? Why did he hurt me? You ended him. Blood-colored eyes. Light hair. Irritated skin. The smile on his face freezing, twisting into something terrible. His fingers pressing into his shoulder, Izuku's skin flaking away, his mind focused on the pain. Izuku's eyes shot open and he was faced with the darkness of his room. Cold sweat dampened his sheets and clothing. Slowly, Izuku rose and leaned forward on his knees. The urge to scream welled in his throat, a short, choked sound of anguish passing his lips before he bit his lip and tried not to hyperventilate. He needed to see Tamura. He needed to look him in the eyes and see what gave him that haunted stare. People changed, it was an irrefutable fact, but children don't become homicidal maniacs out of nowhere. Something made him into the man he was now. The only question was who. Kurogiri? Sensei? The doctor? Someone else entirely? Now his friend was a ender. He tried to end Aizawa and Izuku. He led an attack meaning to end All Might, and when that didn't pan out, he went for the students as retribution. How the hell could he say that some part of him still held onto the memories of Riki? Of that clingy, stubborn boy who didn't exist anymore. Izuku wondered if this was what grief felt like. He mourned before, when he came to terms with the reality of his situation after Inko left. It took a long time for things to finally hit him. Sure, he knew she was gone, but she still kept him above water. She paid for the apartment and made sure he had the tools to survive. No contact, but he thought she was still around in her own way. He tried to believe that she might come back, that maybe she might love him. It was a random day when everything settled. Halfway through his first year of middle school, he locked the door to the apartment and it smacked him in his face. The empty atmosphere, the barren home, the absence of a mother. 8 years was a long time to be alone. School kept him occupied. Bakugo kept him occupied. Hero analysis kept him occupied. Not enough to keep him from knowing, though. He could never distract himself from the blatant, ugly truth. He was alone. No one would care if he suddenly stopped showing up to school. No one would care if he disappeared. Izuku coped in his own ways. He fed the stray animals using the leftover money. He chased hero fights like a storm chaser pursues a hurricane. He studied subjects and wandered the streets, helping people whenever the opportunity arose. He had worn clothes and beaten sneakers, not caring enough to use anything he saved to purchase anything nicer. He didn't deserve anything better. And looking around at the room he was in now, he wondered if he deserved the Yamazawa's kindness. Wouldn't they all be better off if he went back to Dagoba? They wouldn't miss him. Then there was the Nomu. Its lights, the flickering and the stench. To Izuku it exuded wrongness that he hated. It had been people once, but they were mashed into one terrifying monster. A monster that Izuku ended. Alone, he wouldn't have made it. Alone, he was nothing. Deku, Bakugo's voice growled in the silence. It's from the kanji in your name, right? Izuku nodded at Uraraka, who smiled brightly. It sorta sounds like Dikairu, like, you can do it. You are very bright. I want to learn from you. You may not believe you belong in your position, Midoriya, but I assure you, you are more than worthy of it. Based on all the notes you take, I think we could all improve our techniques if you gave us pointers. Did he deserve their faith in him? All his life, he'd been told he was nothing and no one refuted it. No one helped him. So why were they all so trusting of him? Why did they place their faith in him, a worthless nobody? He didn't want to let them down. Dikairu, Uraraka called him. But what if he was just a Deku in the end? Izuku threw Todoroki over his shoulder, yelping when frost shot up his wrist. Todoroki was quick to melt it, apologizing and looking slightly embarrassed. You're definitely doing better, Izuku spoke once they stopped for water. You learn quick. And you're far more adept than you let on. He blushed, averting his eyes. Season, let's try your quirk? With a nod, Izuku waved to Cementos, who gave them the go-ahead. Izuku sat down, cross-legged across from Todoroki, notebook in hand. Silently, he created frost over his right forearm, then, hesitating, he let flames rise from his left side. They wanted to see if he could produce ice and fire, but Todoroki was against using ice on his right side, on his left side, but for now, Izuku wanted to observe his quirk while it was activated. Your body's homeostasis is fascinating, he muttered, jotting down notes as the boy across from him repeatedly frosted his arm. Using both sides balances you out, but would you freeze if you only used ice? Burn with only fire? And what about the creation itself? Flames are somewhat self-explanatory, the minor ignition taking place at your command, possibly taking in the needed elements to ignite. But your ice? Is hydration an issue for you if you use it too much? Does it take vapor from the air or from you or both? I don't doubt fire's also dehydrating dash. Midoriya. Head snapping up, Izuku turned bright red. Sorry. I didn't mean to ramble. Brow knit in concentration, Todoroki glared at the fire licking at his skin. I do require more water when I use my quirk, but her ice mainly utilizes the surrounding vapors. His fire is particularly draining though. You keep saying that? Saying what? His fire, her ice, he tilted his head. Are you talking about your parents? I know Enchi dash. Abruptly, his mouth clicked shut. He paled as Todoroki's eyes went wide. Enchi? Throwing a glance at where Cementos now hid behind his ungraded papers on his cement table, Izuku laughed nervously, clearing his throat. Well your dad, Todoroki, he's kinda not my favorite hero? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disrespected Dash. Why don't you like him? Todoroki's quirk stopped and he lowered his arms, staring at Izuku with intensity. He floundered under his gaze. Endeavor's known for his aggressive attitude, yeah? A lot of people like him for it. Gripping the pencil, he hoped Todoroki still wanted to train after he said this. But being ruthless isn't always a good thing. His property damage rates are high and he doesn't make controlled flames. He just burns things. Sometimes people. His villain mortality rates are abnormally high. Excessive force, overly violent even when faced with petty crimes, he's quirkist, has no ability to comfort victims. Dash. Izuku fell silent, putting his hands in his lap. And the name? It's something someone made up because they want to mock him and I mostly call him that in my head so it slipped out. Dash. You don't like Endeavor? Not a question, a realization. He looked up, expected to see something scornful on his face, but was greeted with him looking pleased. Then you understand why I don't wish to use his fire. I guess? Fiddling with his notebook, he flipped to Todoroki's introduction page and showed it to him. It's not his fire though. It's your quirk, your fire. He scowled. Is your quirk hell flame? No. That's right, your quirk is half cold, half hot. It's your fire, your ice. I don't care what kind of power your parents have, what you have now, it's yours, Todoroki. After a tense minute of silence, heterochromatic eyes lifted to meet his. I still don't want to use it, he confessed quietly. Izuku nodded. And that's your decision. But, and this might sound a little disingenuous coming from an orphan, you shouldn't let your parents define you or hold you back. Loving somebody is wonderful, but only you can decide who you want to be. Midoriya. Izuku jumped, looking to the doors to find Aizawa standing by them. Come on, time's up. Okay. He gathered his things and turned back to Todoroki as Aizawa led him out. Think about what I said. Sorry for insulting your dad so much. In the car, Izuku put his head in his hands. I just wanted to see his quirk, but I ended up rambling about what a terrible hero his dad is. Dash. Hitoshi leaned over with intrigue. Who? He laughed, the traitor. Todoroki, Aizawa grunted. Yamada whipped his head around and Hitoshi burst into a fit of laughter. You called Endeavor a terrible hero to Todoroki's face? Yamada gasped. How'd he take that? He wasn't too upset about it, really. Izuku shoved Hitoshi, who still had an amused smile on his face. Actually, he seemed to agree with me, more than anything. Aizawa and Yamada stiffened but didn't say anything. Word spreading about his quirkless status was both amusing and nostalgic. In the worst way possible, he would like to add. On one hand, he baffled people and that was fantastic. On the other hand, though, the day had already been pretty crappy. People shoulder-checked him, sneered at him, whispered in the hallways like he couldn't hear them. But he held out hope that no one would go farther than that. Hitoshi stuck to his side like glue, glaring the other students down, and the rest of his classmates weren't the types to let people mistreat him. It made him giddy, reminding him that things were different at UA compared to Aldera, and maybe. Izuku lurched forward, his body colliding with the stairs. His shoulder throbbed when he stood and the sharp pain in his head almost didn't let him hear the laughter of whoever pushed him. His ankle pulsed painfully but he limped to his destination, determined not to let some a-hole ruin a part of the day he enjoyed. The few students he passed on his way gave him bewildered glances but he could care less. He entered the gym, waving to Todoroki, who froze upon seeing him. Todoroki rushed over, concern painting a frown on his usually impassive face. What happened to you? He asked icily. Why did you come here instead of to recovery, girl? Izuku bristled, leaning heavily on his uninjured leg. I wasn't going to just not show up. Todoroki scowled. You're hurt. We can't train. Without warning, he swept Izuku's legs out from under him and caught him. Lifting him and ignoring Izuku's protests, he started walking back to the main building. Unfortunately, they managed to run into Aizawa and Hitoshi on their way to one of the gyms. Izuku gave them a pathetic imitation of a wave, the pounding in his skull making it hard to do much besides hang limply in Todoroki's arms. They were talking but Izuku ignored them, closing his eyes and resting his head on Todoroki's shoulder. Wow, he was so warm. Pressure filled his brain with cotton and nausea swirled in his stomach. Why couldn't people just leave him alone? Geez, people are such beaches. All Izuku wanted to do was be nice and have a good time, but no, they had to be like, I'm a discriminatory little baby who wants to prove I have a big D, so I'ma push you down the stairs. Todoroki tensed and Izuku opened his eyes, craning his neck to squint up at his friend. Wasa mata wichu? He slurred, deciding to ignore the fact that his friend was blurry as hell. Todoroki said something that he didn't understand and Izuku squinted harder. Suddenly, Todoroki was trying to move away from him. Izuku's hands shot out in fright, grabbing onto his retracting arms. No, stay, please, what did he do wrong? Something soft pressed into the back of his exposed neck and Izuku hurled himself away from it, a screech tearing out of his throat. His body collided with Todoroki's and then he was being held down. Panic surged, overtaking everything else in his mind, and he thrashed, attempting to free himself. The soft thing came back and the pain, pressure, panic, everything receded until he was left with nothing but exhaustion. A few minutes later, Izuku was back in his right mind and sat awkwardly in the hospital bed as his three companions stared at him. Who pushed you down the stairs? Todoroki asked, breaking the silence. Izuku tensed. How dash? You were muttering, Hitoshi said. Izuku rubbed his arms, cold without Todoroki wrapped around him. I don't know. I don't, Izuku added, snapping at Aizawa's unimpressed face. They came from behind me, so I never saw them. The cameras definitely saw them, Aizawa muttered, eyes narrowing. He stalked towards the exit. I'm calling Nedzu. With only the three of them left in the room, Izuku twiddled his thumbs and avoided eye contact. I hope whoever did this gets what's coming to them, Hitoshi said bitterly. All he did was push me down the stairs, Izuku said, more to himself than them. His words only served to rile Hitoshi further. You had a swollen ankle and a head injury. People have gotten away with worse. Todoroki was the one to speak up this time, his voice angered and resolute. Just because people have hurt you in the past does not make it okay for people to hurt you now. Yes, thank you, Todoroki, Hitoshi said choppily. And I told you, Izuku. Yue won't let people get away with this sort of shit. It hit Izuku then, that people were looking after him. People that weren't the Hatsumes. People that, by all means, don't need to help him. Oh, was all he could say, tears building in his eyes. In the locker room, his underclothes saved him from having to reveal his new scars as he changed. Sliding into the uniform, he looked down at the clothes with a small smile. Izuku made it. Here he was at UA, competing in the sports festival. The class walked into the waiting room, chatter breaking out. Midoriya, Todoroki took a place at Izuku's side, unintentionally shielding him from the rest of their classmates. Objectively, I'm stronger than you. In return, Izuku offered an amused raise of his eyebrow. I'm pretty sure half the people in this room are objectively stronger than me with their quirks taken into account. You are a formidable opponent, one who I will defeat to earn my win. I'm that impressive? You're more than impressive, he said easily. That's why I'm going to beat you. Izuku couldn't help the grin that tugged at his lips. Then you know I won't go down easy. He faced Todoroki fully, looking up at him, eyes gleaming with determination. You're my friend, Todoroki. The shocked but pleased look that flashed across his face egged him on. So, let's give our all, yeah? Go beyond, Todoroki murmured, his soft expression melting into passion. Izuku nodded, listening as Yamada called for their class, the crowd exploding with sound. Plus ultra. When Aizawa informed him that he would be doing a speech at the beginning of the festival, it would have been an understatement to say that Izuku freaked out. It had been during dinner and Izuku nearly died choking on his food after he processed the statement, Yamada screeching in the background, "You've ended him," as Hitoshi hit his back repeatedly. Soon, after the initial shock faded, he reluctantly agreed to the idea. But now that he was there, standing on a stage with the whole world staring at him, Izuku's hands trembled. People always ignored him, out of fear or hate or no reason at all. It was easy to go unnoticed, but now he was forced into the light, where any and all could see him. Privately, he wondered if his mother and father were watching. Secretly, he wondered if Shigaraki was watching. Publicly, he looked out to the audience and spoke, his voice quieting the crowd's volume as he spoke. "I know you're all entertained by what you've been told about Class 1A, but don't disregard the other students and their efforts that earned them a place at UA. Every student here is fighting to win, and we all have a chance to." He kept his expression neutral, lifting his chin. "You're watching because you want to see something flashy and full of powerful quirks. But I'm going to tell you something. Powerful quirks are more than what people make them out to be. Unless..." He thought of Bakugo, of Kaken, who kept being told he would go farther than the rest of them. Powerful quirks may give an advantage, but they do not make anyone worth more than those without them. Sometimes they aren't easy to spot, and sometimes they aren't favorable. He thought of Hitoshi and Aizawa and of himself, with quirks that made them powerful, but that was never how the world saw them. "I think every one of us is powerful in our way, no matter our quirk, no matter which course we ended up in. Quirks aren't everything and they don't define the user." He wanted people to hear him for once. People needed to have this said, even if there were some who did not want to listen. Izuku glanced up at the audience, lifting his arm to gesture at the crowd of students behind him. "There are a lot of kids out here ready to fight for something, so keep your eyes open and remember." Dropping his arm, Izuku turned his forest fire gaze onto the camera, one end of his mouth pulling up into a partial grin. "Appearances are deceiving." No one spoke as he walked back to the gathered students. They parted for him, giving him a path directly to where his friends awaited. Mei grinned like the world was burning and he lit the first match, pride radiating off of her. Hitoshi smirked, a lazy, calm thing, a signal of approval, a promise to prove Izuku's point. Kirishima and Uraraka waved, smiling brightly and giving him thumbs up. Tsuyu's face displayed a small smile. Yaoyorozu had an odd grin, goofy almost as she stared at him. Ida gaped, his jaw hanging. Todoroki stood off to the side, but they caught each other's gaze and the dual-haired boy nodded. Izuku allowed himself a tiny grin. He had friends. "Take that, haters." Midnight bounced back from the suffocating silence with grace. She swayed her hips and swung her whip, calling for the beginning of the festival, and eyes easily turned to her for some sort of distraction. For the festival, Izuku was allowed his support gear only for the second round. He wasn't a support course student like Mei, and apparently the judges for the festival thought he was already pushing it wearing his protective clothing. Gadgets and galore would sit unused in the workshop, but his shoes and gun would do him justice. They underwent a few upgrades since he had last used them in the entrance exam. His shoes were lighter, looking more like actual shoes now. The weight limit increased significantly and they could shoot him around in the air instead of semi-decent hovering. Maneuvers should be easier too. The Nomu's lightning-fast blows flashed in his mind and he shivered. The magazine for his gun could safely hold more ammunition now. Said ammo had been turned into pellets for faster, harder, more annoying hits. Before there was stick, explode, and gas. Mei badgered him constantly about naming things so terribly. Now, he had those with the addition of confetti and light. Mei tried to hit him upside the head for only coming up with those. Confetti, on impact, exploded from its compressed state into a barrage of tiny snippets of green confetti. It doesn't sound like much, but being hit and then having small pieces of colorful paper fly in one's face cost them time. Light was composed of several substances, like explode and stick, reacting to sudden bursts of heat. When hitting the target, the core within, akin to how confetti's burst relies on the amount the core has been heated, combusts. It creates a reaction from the surrounding docile chemicals, conjuring a brief, but bright, flash that will dissipate as the components lose energy. The reverse for stick would hang in his utility belt whenever he got the chance to wear his costume again, but if no, When he made it to the second round, Midnight and Cementos would each take some for safety purposes. A screen appeared behind Midnight, the teacher saying something about bringing the pain. Izuku turned to the suspiciously narrow corridor. "The wheel is for show," he muttered, Mei turning her attention fully on him. His other friends caught on almost immediately. "They already know where they want us to go, but they need a performance for the crowd." I think we all caught a glimpse of the wide path when we entered. It's a race. Obstacle? This is the opening act. They need something big that'll set the standard for who to look out for. Students are going to get caught in the bottleneck of the hall. First obstacle, maybe? Obstacle race. Midnight declared a moment later, explaining the rules. He awkwardly shot finger guns at his friends, who were staring at him with half-surprised expressions. "What about the other rounds?" Hitoshi asked slyly. Choosing to simply go with it, Izuku rubbed his thumb over his index finger in thought. "From what I've seen, they have people stand out, then make people form teams. Second round will likely revolve around team efforts, and for 3 will be one-on-one matches to decide the overall winner." Before anyone could say something else, a buzzer rang and everyone barreled towards the passageway. It reminded Izuku of the second day of school when the alarm caused everyone to panic. He would not be caught in the crowd this time. He heaved in a prideful gulp of air, even as people threw him looks. People apparently hadn't expected him to have the guts to live up to his words. Placing first earned him a 10 million point target painted on his back, but his friends had not even acted surprised by his placement. Mei practically tackled him after she finished the race, and Izuku felt gratified that all his friends knew that he could pull off such a feat. Mei, Hitoshi, and Uraraka ended up being in his team. Ida and Yaoyorozu grouped with Todoroki and Kaminari. Kirishima and Tsuyu found their own teams. He wished them luck because Kirishima had Bakugo and Tsuyu had to deal with Mineta. Izuku glanced over to their respective teams and found he didn't have to worry. Kirishima's personality was Bakugo redundant, and Shoji stared down Mineta like he was ready to drop him the moment he did something out of line. Before the festival, Izuku realized that the sensory portion of his quirk could turn off. A godsend, honestly, because he would not have been able to handle all the lights and smells coming from the crowd. He managed to make it to the kitchen before realizing he couldn't see Hitoshi's aura and freaked out, consequently freaking out Hitoshi and Yamada. Izuku explained the situation to them as he tried to call upon his quirk and proceeded to activate his sight again. He sighed in relief, then panicked when his quirked senses disappeared once more. Izuku had to purposefully keep his concentration on powering his quirk, and it messed with his head. It had been startling and slightly worrying because Izuku had been trying not to bottle up his quirk, so doing it unintentionally scared him. Eventually, pain built up in the same way it always did when he used his quirk, and Aizawa took him to UA's quirk specialist after his nose started bleeding. The specialist explained the process as settling. His quirk was making up for lost development when he was younger and settling now that Izuku had given it time to grow and develop. His quirk had multiple parts, one wholly physical, the other 2 sensory. It had been constantly on because his quirk expected to be shut down immediately and stayed vigilant until it was able to settle. When he asked why he hadn't fallen over from quirk exhaustion, she shrugged and tapped her clipboard with her pen. "You pushed down your quirk for 10 years and stunted its growth. I suspect this sensory addition to your quirk would have appeared much sooner, had you felt comfortable allowing yourself to relax. Your quirk is passive, so when you released control, your quirk put together a reserve and bottled up some power for the next step. It must have decided you were ready and evolved. The reserve finally ran out, shutting off without you suppressing it." Izuku was just glad he didn't have to breathe in anxiety air again. Hitoshi begrudgingly accepted the role of rider, being the lightest of the 4 of them, shouldering the jetpack Mei dumped on him. Mei was their horse, built like a brick wall and tenacious enough in her venture to show off her products to have no qualms leading them around like a madwoman on a warpath. Uraraka lightened each of them and their inventions slightly, taking the back with Izuku. Izuku would be a whisper in their ears, telling them about their enemies, gun at the ready, maintaining their offense while the rest of his teammates focused on protecting the headband. They stayed put while the other teams ran at them, waiting. "Now!" Izuku shouted. Their shoes and jetpack threw them into the air, leaving teams to stagger to a halt before they could crash into other teams. In the air, Izuku turned off the safety on his gun and aimed. Stick pellets shot down, sending a few teams scrambling while others didn't notice. The substance lined an end of the field, expanding under the sun's warmth. What is that? Yamada said in feigned ignorance. Midoriya just shot something onto the ground and it's growing. Other competitors might want to steer clear of that. And just like that, people who weren't gunning for the 10 million immediately began hurting their targets in that direction. Bakugo's incoming! Uraraka warned as the sound of explosions met his ears. Bakugo screeched, hands lit up as he shot through the air. The swiveled midair, giving Izuku the chance to aim the gun right at the explosive blonde. His red eyes widened as he faced the barrel of his gun. Bang, Izuku thought. A single pellet of stick found home in the center of his chest, the boy exploding it with his hand, only making it worse. Rescued by his team when he fell, Izuku observed the way the substance crawled further around Bakugo, then back to where Midnight and Cementos held the solution. Vines. Hitoshi warned, just in time for them to move out of the way. Ibara Shiozaki, Quirk, vines. They grow from her head at a fast rate from her scalp. The vines are produced at a seemingly infinite amount, meaning endurance doesn't work on her. Controlled like Aizawa's capture weapon, but be wary of the thorns. Ibara attacked again from a safe distance, Izuku's team avoiding the hit again when he used Explode to combat the vines. In large quantities, they're an amazing shield and tough to break through. Izuku fired again. But being as expended as they are, she's forced to lower the amount, making them vulnerable to being cut or explosion combusted. Against the vines exploded. The assault stopped suddenly, too suddenly, and they peered down, May laughing outright when they caught sight of Ibara's team stuck in the stick-covered side of the field. "We gotta go down," May said, loud enough for only the three of them to hear. "We're reaching capacity." And go down they did. All of them turned off their machinery and Uraraka returned some of their gravity, sending them plummeting. Did Team Yamazawa have a malfunction? Yamada asked, sounding a bit panicked. "What's dash?" Their gadgets came to life, Uraraka taking their weight with her quirk, and dirt exploded around them. What a landing! Todoroki's team faced them when the dust settled. Ice encased them, trapping teams in. "We'll be taking that," Todoroki stated. Hitoshi snickered. "Try it," he dared. Kaminari. An insulation blanket poofed into existence, sparkles from Yaoyorozu's quirk shimmering as it covered them. Nope. They jumped back into the air, but the electricity tackled their bodies anyways. Indiscriminate shock. A kamikaze move that did not bode well for them. Hitoshi was the only one not too out of shape, completely off the ground, and only had them as conductors for the lightning, but he could not do much without revealing his quirk, something they agreed to only use as a last resort. "You'll want to keep its functions a secret," Izuku suggested. "The announcers never explain a quirk because we're training to be heroes, and it'd be bad if every villain knew what was coming from a mile off, but you should keep the requirements for activation to yourself." "Yeah," Hitoshi agreed. "I've been thinking about that too. I'll be done for if my quirk gets figured out too early." "Hey now, you've come far from the first day we started doing offensive moves. Doesn't mean I'm not still sheet. Just because you can't beat me does not mean you're terrible." "Oh, I know," Hitoshi said. "You're a demon on the mat. Where'd you even learn that stuff?" "I have two mothers," he replied. "They're the real demons." Taking advantage of their disposition, their headband was snatched, Ida pulling a power move out of nowhere. Their time constraint was running to its end. If they were going to win, they had to do it soon. Ida and Kaminari are both pretty useless, Izuku informed his team. Todoroki won't use his left side, Yaoyorozu's got this right, but avoiding her won't be a trouble. "Let's kick his ass," Uraraka intoned enthusiastically. With two teammates slowing them down, an ice wall at their backs, and a vulnerable side, it didn't take much to chase them into a corner, even with the aftershocks of Kaminari's quirk hindering them. Yamada announced the 10-second countdown and they raced forward. Todoroki lifted his arm to defend against Hitoshi's grab, foregoing the use of his fire. Passing him on his left side, Izuku shot his arm with the last of stick and Hitoshi's hand shot out to take the headband. His eyes met with Todoroki's as they continued to barrel past them. Stick puffed and grew across his arm as Izuku's team crashed into the ice. And we have our winners. The euphoria of their victory vanished when he caught a glimpse of Todoroki. The boy was glaring at Izuku in a way he hadn't since the battle training. "Oi, what's his deal?" Hitoshi grumbled, coming to stand beside him. Glaring back because he knew Izuku wouldn't, he said, "Come on, Izuku, you don't have to deal with any sore losers." But he wanted to. Todoroki, he agreed that the two of them were friends. Did he jeopardize that? But they promised to give their all. Why would he fault him for? Stick puffed and grew across his arm. Stick only expanded in response to heat. After prying him out of Mei and Hitoshi's skeptical hands, he stood with Todoroki in the tunnel. The silence weighed heavily on him as his maybe friends scowled at him. The cold radiating off of him suddenly reminded him of his old apartment, Todoroki's frigid gaze pinning him down. He looked away, unable to keep this staring contest going, and pressed himself into the wall. Todoroki dashed. "I was overwhelmed." Izuku clamped his mouth shut. "You made me break a promise I made to myself a long time ago." Izuku glanced at his left arm, the discoloration in his skin from the bruise where Stick first hit him and the green food dye. Todoroki had such an advantage at his disposal, yet he only used it once it was too late. "You exploited my left side repeatedly, you shot me." He lifted his arm to stare at the mess of color. "You're an analyst, Midoriya. You knew how to beat me. And your aura." Looking up again, there was something curious in his gaze. "I've never seen you look like that before." Okay, this was becoming incredibly confusing. "Todoroki, what do you mean? You overwhelmed me. I could see it in your eyes, I could feel the power you held." His head tilted like he was trying to figure something out. "At first glance, you don't look powerful. In fact, you look quite average. But that's what you said, isn't it? Appearances are deceiving?" Before he could answer, Todoroki turned his gaze back to his left forearm. "You know that I hate my old man. But even knowing that he's a hot-headed hero doesn't explain the full why. My father is Endeavor. He is the number 2 hero, but being number 1 has always been his goal. It's unreachable, with All Might drawing a distinct line between himself and the other heroes. So he decided to find an alternative route." Goosebumps rose over Izuku's skin, remembering vague remarks about training, remembering the icy way he spoke of his fire and his father. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" "Oh no." Buzzing filled his ears as Todoroki explained his origins, his childhood, the very reason he was born. Izuku wanted to deny it. He needed this to be wrong, but the worst of it was that he believed his friend. Todoroki would not lie about something so serious. "She called my left side unbearable," Todoroki said distantly, lifting his hand to cover the scar on his face. "As she poured boiling water over my face." Hisashi's burning flames warmed his skin in phantom waves, memories of his mother's terrified eyes flashing. His next words slipped out before he could stop them, coming out quietly. "What is it with fire quirks and abusive fathers?" Todoroki's head snapped up, wide-eyed. "I thought you said dash." "I am an orphan," Izuku confirmed. "I wasn't always." There was no answer for a moment, just the two of them looking into the other's eyes and finding understanding. Finally, Todoroki spoke. "Before, you said that you understood my choice to never use his fire." Izuku answered the unspoken question. "I do." His friend relaxed, but he tensed when Izuku held his gaze. "I do, Todoroki, but we both know that the world is unkind. There will come a day when you'll have to make a choice. Being a hero means doing your best to save the lives of everyone around you, and using half your strength won't do you any favors." Todoroki opened his mouth to retort, but he didn't stop. "One day you'll have to choose between your hatred for your father and your willingness to save lives, because I promise you now, Todoroki, that day will come." "And how many times do I have to say it?" Izuku asked. "It's your power. No one else's." Todoroki wouldn't speak to him after that. They walked away from each other, both of them with something to think about. When he bumped into someone, he muttered an apology, not even glancing up, and continued walking. Or he tried to. A hand gripping his shoulder stopped him. freezing the blood in his veins at the sudden contact. Ripping himself out of the person's grasp, he came face to face with Endeavor. He sneered, his cobalt gaze narrowing in simpering anger. How did a runt like you beat my masterpiece? Shudo should have crushed you like the worthless speck you are. My masterpiece. You haven't even used a quirk yet? Endeavor continued. Using support gear to make yourself powerful. Pathetic. I bet you have a weak quirk, don't you? That's why you said all that shit about all the students having a chance. The flame hero taunted. From where I stand, some useless shit like you would be better off without a quirk, then you wouldn't be able to take the spot of a more deserving candidate. He was close now. Close enough for his fire facial hair to heat Izuku's face uncomfortably. My Shudo will have no trouble putting you in your place, whether or not he decides to use my fire. And Izuku, absolutely disregarding any sense of self-worth, laughed. It was more of a light chortle, one that was distinctively on edge with nerves, but it was definitely in sound that both of them were surprised by. Not one to lose his momentum, he took advantage of Endeavor's bafflement. It's his fire, Izuku growled uncharacteristically. You got that? Having said his piece, Izuku walked around the corner as calmly as he could manage. Then the next. And the next. He walked until he reached the waiting room for the first match. His match. Against a boy named Tetsu. The second the door closed, Izuku's hands started shaking, his chest tightening. The competition already forced him into touching people. His self-worth was already a fragile, degraded thing. Then there was Todoroki. His friend. His sparring mate. To find out he had gone through so much, was still going through so much, Izuku slid down against the nearest wall. Meeting the bastard himself had not been an event Izuku accounted for at all. Mind still whirring, comprehending the past Todoroki revealed, the unknown hand itself on his shoulder nearly sent him over the edge. Looking up to see Todoroki's abuser, blue eyes ironically icy as he glared, did not help matters. Hearing him talk, Izuku would have fun getting that out of his head. Runt, worthless, sheet, useless, speck, pathetic, undeserving, it wasn't like Endeavor had been original in his insults. But the heat. God, his skin itched with the faded burns, the lasting warmth that never gave him comfort. Izuku's memory had always been one to retain and never let go. This wasn't always the best thing. Not when he could remember, so clearly, what Hisashi's scowl looked like as smoke drifted carelessly out of his snarling mouth. Not when his mother's fear translated into his own. Not when his words reminded him so strongly of what his mother said to him during the months after his quirks manifested before she left him. You be better off without that horrible quirk. Yeah, because he was treated so much better when people thought he was quirkless. Come on, stupid brain, give me serotonin or something, Izuku requested futilely, pulling his knees up to his chest, attempting to control his breathing. Faint, but something happened outside of the safety of his arms wrapped over his head. He elected to ignore it, focusing solely on regulating his strained breathing. Izuku could stave off a panic attack. He could do it. He couldn't be stuck in here. Think happy thoughts, he practically begged, ransacking his brain for anything to calm him down. Inko's warm embrace, her smile. Inko's rough hands as she shoved him away, her face pinched in a glare. Tamura's dry laugh, their friendship. Shigaraki staring at him with betrayal, ordering the Nomu to hurt him. Alright, why the hell were those two the first who came to mind? Those were the worst people he had a relationship with by far. Kaken's arms slung around his narrow shoulders, his fist raised in the air, proclaiming that they would be the best hero duo. Bakugo's hand burning his skin, mouth pulled into a dangerous grin, daring Izuku to ever think about becoming a hero. Not him either. Mei's eyes lighting up as he exploded the first prototype for explosion. Ayumi crying, so surprised and happy, when he turned up the second time at the Hatsum residence and could hold a conversation with her without Mei or Mitsu playing translator. Mitsu cackling when he showed her the blueprints for his support shoes, fire burning in her golden gaze. Uraraka's shout of excitement when he entered One's classroom, her willingness to be his friend. Meeting Aizawa for the first time, holding an actual conversation with Eraserhead. Coming out of his trance, Aizawa trapped by his quirk, A pounding headache. Stop it. Yamada rambling about their cats to calm him down, humming softly when he cooked, then belting out lyrics when his favorite parts came along. Hitoshi cooing at the cats, his easy smirk as he commented dryly on Hana's antics. His not-so-subtle death glare directed at anybody who acted rudely to him before and especially after people started thinking he was quirkless. The complete acceptance he was faced with when he explained his quirk. "You're never getting rid of me now," Hitoshi sniffed after explaining his own quirk. "You know that, right?" Something warm bloomed in his chest and he found himself awake, back in the waiting room. Yamada's muffled voice alerted him to the fact that his match was about to start. "Shit." Izuku huffed, winded, standing on his end of the field. He barely made it in time for his introduction, and now Tetsu grinned from his end, cracking his knuckles. "You know, you're pretty smart, for a quirkless kid," Tetsu said backhandedly. "But that brain of yours won't help you here." Izuku almost laughed at the absurdity of that statement. His would help him very much, thank you. He was hyped from the adrenaline coursing through his system, mind picking apart his opponent's quirk with practiced thought. The buzzer sounded and they both shot forward. Tetsu, quirk, steal. Izuku dodged the boy's attempted hits with ease. It's the same as Kirishima's in essence. Smooth, shiny metal glinted in the sunlight as Izuku kept drawing him in only to back away. But his skin doesn't become jagged or sharp. A metallic fist missed his head, knuckles sharp. With a quick glance at his joints, it was clear that those were his opponent's double-edged sword. His body doesn't harden like Kirishima's, his joints jut out and create razor-like spikes. There's a small patch of skin underneath the exterior that remains soft to maintain mobility. Doesn't make him fast, though, Izuku thought as the boy charged, becoming increasingly frustrated with Izuku's continuous evasion. His quirk was great for defense, offense, too, in other circumstances, but he was fighting Izuku. Izuku, who did not allow him to land a single hit with those mini shivs on his fists. Izuku, who caught on the moment those shivs started shrinking from the use Tetsu put in to try and hit Izuku hard enough to take him out. Because, at this point, everyone knew that Izuku had the upper hand here. The crowd had almost stopped cheering at this point, it was just Yamada's narration of every move they made. His opponent left himself open for a moment, those sharp edges short enough for that patch of skin to be visible without a crane of his head. It was enough. His hand met flesh and Tetsu faltered, exhausted from the energy he expended. During his attempted assault, his own quirk still active and slowing him down, it was entirely too easy for Izuku to go after those vulnerable patches of skin. After Izuku hit his knee, it was over. Tetsu fell onto his knees and Izuku pushed him down. Midnight counted down, then declared Izuku the winner. The crowd was cheering for him, he realized. This was not uneasy silence but cheering. He offered his hand to Tetsu, who took it, giving him a narrow-eyed once-over. That was so manly, he huffed, letting his skin turn back to normal. "How did you move that fast, man?" Izuku thought back to the many times he dodged one of Mei's inventions gone ballistic, the number of times he narrowly jumped out of the way of a collapsing trash pile at Dagoba or saved Mei from one. Practice, he shrugged. He needed Mei. Or Hitoshi. The moment he was alone, he crashed. Everything rushed back to put him through hell. He should have known that he got off too easily. Finding Mei would be best. She experienced enough of his attacks to know how to calm him down and comfort him. Hitoshi could use his quirk, and he knew how to keep Izuku focused on something other than whatever the hell his head wanted him to. But the hallways were empty. Silent, save for his harsh breaths and stumbling steps. Then he crashed into Ida. Fing perfect. His knees buckled and he let himself fall. The match had taken a lot out of him, too, and it was catching up with him. Midoriya? Ichen, he whimpered. Everything felt raw and exposed and he didn't want anyone to see him like this. Midoriya I. He knelt down in front of Izuku, hands hovering like he wanted to do something but knew not to touch him. Focus on breathing. Follow me. 1, 3. 1, 3. They continued on like that, Izuku failing to catch his breath and Ida reassuring him until Izuku took one of Ida's shaking hands with his own and dropped his head against the wall. Ida looked down, surprised, and Izuku offered him a grateful squeeze when they met eyes. Are you alright? Ida stammered nervously. Izuku nodded, his throat feeling clogged. He lifted his hands. Do you know sign? Yes, Ida responded immediately. It was an elective at my middle school. Would it be okay for me to take you somewhere? Ida glanced around the empty hallway. I don't feel comfortable simply leaving you here. Isn't your match soon? He nodded sharply. Yes, but if I could just ensure you some form of shelter dash. I'll call someone, Izuku signed, his hands becoming heavier by the second. Go to your match. He won the staring contest Ida started and the boy pursed his lips. I've seen your phone, do you even have it with you? A quick pat of his pockets revealed that, no, he did not have his phone. Here, Ida handed him his phone, unlocked and ready for use. When they're on the phone, I'll leave. Izuku dialed the number. It rang for a moment. He put the phone on speaker. Who is this? Ida jolted at Aizawa's grumpy voice. Izuku gestured with the phone and he startled again. The sensei. He shouted. Ida, Aizawa said, deadpan, not even questioning how he knew his number. You called? Say something. Glancing back to the sign for confirmation, he said, I'm with Midoriya, sir, in hallway J3. I've just talked him down from a panic attack and I am hesitant to leave him alone. I'm on my way. And, sure enough, Aizawa turned down the hallway not 2 minutes later. Ida bowed and left, hurrying to his match. Aizawa, with his permission, picked him up carefully with his capture weapon and took him to a lounge-esque room, letting silence settle between them until Izuku curled into the corner of a couch. Are you nonverbal? At Izuku's nod, he sat on the other side of the couch. Are you still panicking or uncomfortable? Izuku shook his head. Are you tired? He nodded. Then rest, problem child. Zashi will stall if you aren't ready by the time the next round comes. Elsewhere, Hitoshi and Mei cornered Todoroki. What did you say, you prick? Mei poked him in the chest. He looked terrible when he walked out. Like he was about to have a panic attack. Before Hitoshi could say his piece or Todoroki could explain, his phone buzzed. Yeah. Hitoshi grumbled, curious as to why his dad would call. I've got Izuku down in a lounge area by the J-halls. He's not doing so good. Is he all right? What happened? Mei whipped around from where she glowered at Todoroki menacingly, her golden eyes zooming in on him. Speaker, Mei commanded. Put it on speaker. Is Mei the only other person around? They glanced at Todoroki. We've got the candy cane boy here too. Todoroki? Both of them almost laughed at how easily his monotone voice said it. I don't know what happened. He's nonverbal and when Ida found him, he had been in the middle of a panic attack. Sobered by his words, the mood dropped. Ida? Hitoshi questioned, thinking of his brash and loud attitude. Handled the situation surprisingly well, Shoyuta said approvingly. He's done research. Hitoshi pushed down a smile. Good to know Mr. Robot could learn from his mistakes. Lounge by the J-halls, you said? Yes. Mei was already dragging him down the hall. On the way, he informed Shoyuta. Tamura shifted in his chair, an electronic hue glowing softly in the dark room. The clothes Izuku wore, the ones that blocked his quirk, almost covered the scar that crawled up his neck. They hid both of his arms entirely, but Tamura knew that both of them were marred with scar tissue. One scar that led Izuku to him and the other that drove him away. One that you gave him. He scratched his neck, appreciating the sting, and watched Izuku walk onto the platform for his speech. He grinned at the proclamation that Izuku made the highest score in the entrance exam. The slight shake of his hands stopped when he opened his mouth. The spark of hope that ignited at the UFA was fanned as he spoke, reviving the dying embers he thought he snuffed out. He chuckled as Izuku gave the audience a smirk, truth ringing with every syllable, and walked away from the microphone, leaving them all stunned. Envy curled in his gut when the camera panned to Izuku reaching a group of brats as they greeted him, all of them looking proud. Why can't that be me? He's my friend. In the first round, Izuku didn't get much screen time until the last portion, which made Tamura seethe. Why weren't they paying more attention to him? He could care less about two powerhouses with vendettas. Where was Izuku? Flying through the air on a piece of metal, apparently. Present Mike screamed about last-minute snatches and turnarounds as Izuku surpassed the other two easily. Tamura laughed when he used them to propel himself again. Pride swelled in his chest as the camera showed Izuku, out of breath, with the beginnings of a smile forming on his face. He won. Of course, he won, his brain chided. This is Izuku. Izuku who always told him to never give up on a level. Izuku who never failed to cheer him up. Izuku, who comforted him and brought life to his unchanging schedule in the days he was present. Izuku, who touched him with kindness radiating off of him, the only loving human contact he could remember. Izuku's face contorted in agony, a stifled shriek piercing through the air as his shoulder disintegrated. In the second round, Tamura gripped the edge of the desk at the sight of Izuku teaming up with a few other brats. Brats who were entirely too familiar with him. The purple-haired one said something. And Izuku laughed, lighting up the world. During the match, a blonde boy flew towards him, malice written on his face, and Tamura watched, satisfaction and mirth coursing through him as Izuku's team pivoted in the air, letting him shoot the boy down. Vines came at them next, which they destroyed and outmaneuvered. Next was Endeavor's kid, who stole the headband only to have it redeemed in the last moments. Intermission hit and Tamura sat back in his chair. "Sensei," he said thoughtfully, an idea forming in his head. A screen lit up, static hissing in the quiet room. "Yes, Tamura? Is Izuku useful now?" Sensei paused. "Izuku," he pondered, something amused drifting in his distorted tone. "He certainly could be." Tenya faced Yaoyorozu on the field, determined to win. "Did you see Midoriya?" Her question startled him, her voice masked to the audience by Kiyama-sensei and Yamada-sensei. It made sense though, with how their friend hurried out looking less than put together. Her worry was only further gratified by his concerning encounter with Midoriya barely a few minutes ago. He nodded. "Aizawa-sensei is with him." That only served to confuse her, evident in the way her brows furrowed, but there was no time to talk further on the subject. Kiyama-sensei signaled the beginning of their match and Tenya shot forward, fast, but it had nothing on the recipro burst he revealed in the last round. Yaoyorozu was too intelligent, too quick to be immediately pushed out, and as such using it would lead to a loss before a minute could pass. As suspected, his opponent blocked his first attack, showcasing the same quick wits as she did in the previous round. Briefly, he thought that maybe he was being too brutal with his onslaught, that maybe She slammed a metal shield into his shin as he aimed a kick, pain exploding on impact, and banished all thoughts that his opponent was anything other than a strong, clever young woman who could absolutely trounce him if he didn't give his all. With a burst of energy, he kicked, and into their flurry of exchanged blows and parries, something abruptly slammed into his chest, knocking the breath out of his chest. Body slamming into the ground, he scrambled for purchase, only to be pinned and put into a triangle hold. "Yield," she commanded, tightening her thighs around his arm painfully. Refusing, he commanded power to his legs and bridged his hips, sending them both sprawling, and broke out of her grip. Recipro burst. Tenya flew forward, slamming into his winded opponent, and pushed her out of the boundaries. His engines sputtered and coughed exhaust, stalling and leaving him weak on his feet. Yaoyorozu fell back, inertia and gravity forcing her backward, an expression of shock painting her features. His brain filtered her immodesty, but he had been having class with her and several other girls, dressed in their tight or revealing hero uniforms, for too long to be left flustered by her exposed stomach and cleavage. It would be unbecoming of him to ogle his opponent, not to mention impolite. He helped her off the ground, Yamada-sensei praising their sportsmanship. "Are you all right?" he inquired, the several bruises she gave him throbbing. "Yeah," she gasped, a sheen of sweat glistening on her skin. "You're a formidable opponent, Ida." He nodded firmly. "As are you, Yaoyorozu." They walked to one of the entrances, the tunnel shielding them from the sun. "Your quirk use and form were impeccable." Her face reddened, but he marked it off as her body regaining its equilibrium. She started, turning to Tenya. "Why did Aizawa have to go to Midoriya?" Tenya abruptly remembered the primal panic in Midoriya's eyes and inhaled sharply. "I do not know if I am at liberty to say," he confessed, concern leaking into his tone. But he is in good hands. She nodded firmly, relaxing slightly. That's good to hear. When they split off, Tenya let himself bear a joyous grin to the empty hallway. Hopefully, Midoriya would be well enough to continue for his match against him. He couldn't wait to tell Tensei. Izuku leaned into Hitoshi's chest, his head resting comfortably on top of his nest of curls, as Mei rambled excitedly about the improvements her babies could have, now that she's seen them in action, holding his hand all the while. Todoroki sat across from Izuku and Hitoshi, diagonal to Mei, and listened. Aizawa kept to himself in his sleeping bag, having stayed even after their arrival. I'm being used as a sales advertisement, Hitoshi said flatly. I have it all planned out. I'm so touched, he sighed into his hair, grumbling. Izuku, she's going to end me on live television? Nope. When I'm done, you'll get to move on without any fuss from me. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. So what, I'm just getting a free pass? She grinned, awfully devilish. I get to advertise and you don't have to reveal your quirk to anyone. He made a noise of surprise, then huffed. Fine, I guess. It was incredibly nice, Izuku decided, to hold someone's hand. Mei held his hand tightly, using her other to gesture wildly. Hitoshi was wrapped around him, his head a comfortable weight. His hair was enough of a buffer to keep Hitoshi safe, and Izuku relished in the soft warmth he radiated. Nothing like their fire. Zuzu? Mei waved her hand in front of his face. Still there? Instead of replying with a nod or signing something, Izuku spoke for the first time since they arrived, croaking out, I ran into Endeavor B before my match. Todoroki went still, his twitching expression of blankness portraying his disdain. Aizawa rolled over to face them all. Mei and Hitoshi remained around him, waiting for him to continue. What did he do? Todoroki asked with deceiving evenness. Izuku's quirk tugged at his senses, stripping the boy of the cover that could fool the rest of them. He grabbed my shoulder and I would have been fine, honestly, but b-80-. Aizawa sat upright, looking ridiculous with only his head and hair poking out of the sleeping bag. Take your time, he soothed. You are safe. The heat, Izuku said, pressing further into Hitoshi, who pressed back. And everything he said, it was so much like he shivered. Like him. See, this was why he stayed away from a-holes with fire quirks. A-holes and fire seemed to be God's favorite combo to chuck at Izuku and Todoroki. The mix had not been something Izuku had been subjected to in a long time. Bakugo's quirk, while fire-like, is nothing like his father's. Izuku couldn't exactly have flashbacks about what he remembered, the details were too fuzzy. But his brain never failed to conjure a feeling. A reaction, one embedded in him since his mother and father became hostile towards each other. Him. Mei prodded. Aizawa inhaled sharply, drawing their attention. What is it? Hitoshi asked, his arms tightening around Izuku. Izuku, Aizawa began. May I say something? He nodded, his throat clogging up. Okay, signal if you want me to stop or if I have this wrong. He glanced at each of them, leveling them with a glare. I feel as though this should go unsaid, but I will say it if you do not know. None of this leaves the room, Todoroki finished. Todoroki, you are the only one in the room who does not know who Izuku is staying with. He stays with Mike, Hitoshi, and I. Again he glanced down at Izuku to check on him. This is because we recently discovered that he has been living alone for the past several years. Both of his biological parents are completely off the grid and haven't been seen anywhere. We still have their records, though, so we know who they were on paper. Kobayashi Hisashi had a quirk that allowed him to breathe fire. We admittedly don't know much about their relationship, only that they split at different times. Though from what Izuku is saying, their relationship was clearly not the most functional. And when Inivhor got in your face, Mei trailed off. The conclusion settled in the silence heavily. Izuku sunk into Hitoshi and squeezed Mei's hand. Todoroki's hands were curled into fists. Aizawa sat with an impassive expression. My match is starting soon, Todoroki intoned, leaving the room without another word. Shudo curled and uncurled his fists as he walked down the halls. It would have been right after their talk. right after Shudo brought up distressing memories and spilled his own. Of course, his thoughts snarled. Why wouldn't he go after the one friend I have? The universe has been too kind lately, allowing me this much happiness. Because he had been happy. Smitten with this newfound camaraderie between himself and Midoriya. He would tell his father that UA offered supplementary training, the kind that was brutally efficient, and he would allow him to stay back to train. Training with Midoriya put him on edge at first, especially when the boy insisted that he practice some minor control with his fire, but it was hard not to sink into the boy's comforting aura. Gradually, Shudo reached a point where he could hold a small amount of flames along his arm without feeling trapped. With Midoriya, Shudo found the practice freeing. He remained persistent on the matter of being able to switch the sides of how he can use his quirk. Using fire, no matter how much time he spent with Midoriya unknowingly undoing his trauma, was out of the question. Fire consumed. Destroyed. It hurt everyone around it. What is it with fire quirks and abusive fathers? Now this. His father tainting yet another aspect of his life, unwittingly triggering the other boy's trauma. Shudo, his mind mimicked bitterly. How dare he? How dare he say things, do things that made Midoriya as fearful as he was? What do you want? He bit out. You're acting disgraceful. When he paused, Shudo kept his mask of indifference and walked forward. If you would have just used your left side, you would have had an overwhelming victory in both rounds. Stop this childish rebellion. You have a duty to surpass all might. At his words, a conversation he had with Midoriya came to mind. It was nondescript for him, most likely, but his statement seared itself into Shudo's mind. I knew it. Knew what? Shudo questioned, intrigued by Midoriya's vibrating excitement. All he had done was create a wall of ice. You're perfect for rescue work. Midoriya exclaimed, blindsiding him completely. Just imagine all the good you could do if your precision improved even a little, he beamed, babbling slightly. Before he could go off on a tangent, Shudo managed to cut him off. What do you mean? My quirk is battle-oriented. Midoriya let out something between a scoff and a laugh. And? So what if you have overwhelming potential in combat? That doesn't mean you aren't suited to rescue work. The world needs good rescue heroes, Todoroki, and if you have an interest in being one, I think the industry would suit you. It left him with a multitude of things to ponder, most of which led to revelations that Midoriya was right. If he chose to apply himself sufficiently, his power could be used for great rescues. You're different from your siblings, the bastard continued. You are my greatest masterpiece and I won't stand for you losing to some quirkless runt who doesn't know his place. Not when you have my fire at your disposal. I don't need your fire, Shudo all but growled. I'll show you that I can win with only Mom's quirk. It's yours, Midoriya's voice rebelled viciously. He ignored it, controlled fury whirling inside of him, resonating in his quirk, and stepped onto the field. Ashido grinned across from him, determined despite what she knew of him. Give me a good match, Todoroki, she demanded cheekily. I want to see if all those training sessions with Mido have paid off. Begin! Midnight shouted, slashing her whip through the air. Ashido barreled forward, hands already dripping with acid and heat. He released his iron grip on his quirk and sent a glacier her way. The action sent frost crawling up his skin, his left side surging under his control to adjust and help stabilize him. Ashido broke from the ice, a laugh of nerves and glory escaping her as she shot forward once more. Her body glistened with acid, the ice behind her steaming. Oh, and would you look at that? Present Mike howled. Even after that devastating move, Ashido is still in the running. And run she did. Her mobility far outmatched his now, due to his foolish outburst against an opponent who could free herself from his ice. Still he moved. Slow but powerful. He could do this. Warmth churned in his core and he shoved it away, damning the consequences. Shudo remembered the day Midoriya came into class with his hands gloved and revealed the nature of his quirk and what he had done to himself. Repressing a quirk only led to a travesty for the user, something Shudo learned years ago when he suppressed his own. Since he recovered from his incident, he had been careful, towing the line of ignoring the fire and suppressing it. This definitely counted as suppression. That was so overkill, man. Ashido pouted, slinging a glop of acid his way. He dodged the hasty throw and threw up another wave of ice, trapping her feet and causing her to fall forward. Yelping, Ashido attempted to catch herself, but her hands slipped and sunk into the ice under her. Her chin clacked against the surface and Shudo was tempted to wince in sympathy. Instead, he raced forward and covered her in ice. She shivered, fighting to escape, but he had propped her hands in the air and fixed them in a position where she couldn't place her main acid producers on the ice and free herself. Ashido, can you continue? And no, Ashido hissed, her exposed forearms shining with acid too thin to aid in an escape. Sorry, he muttered, pressing his left hand to the ice and allowing warmth to flood him. I was mad. Ashido scoffed, good-natured and melancholy. Welp, no one can tell me I didn't put up a good fight. You fought admirably. I feel bad for Zero, honestly, she chuckled. He won't have acid to break out of your ice. You seem sure he's going to win his fight. Against Aoyama? He blinked. He hadn't known who Zero was fighting. No offense, but that boy could use some rearranged priorities when it comes to fighting. I suppose? All right, Midnight said once Ashido stood. Clear out so we can clean up for the next match? Ochako glanced at Kirishima as Zero and Aoyama were introduced. We should head down, huh? She said. Yeah, we should. They walked in silence until they reached a point down the hall that led them to their respective waiting rooms. You're my friend, she said suddenly. But I won't go easy on you, so don't you dare go easy on me. I would never, he declared, grinning. It would be pretty unmanly of me to hold back. You aren't fragile. Those words carried her to the field, her nerves becoming nerve, the icy grip around her heart thawing, igniting. The world was watching. Her parents were watching. She would do this for them. They deserved nice things and the chance to relax. They deserved to live comfortably without worrying about bills and paying for her tuition on top of the company. They wouldn't let her help because they wanted her to follow her dreams. Her dream was to see them happy, not bone-tired, with a smile that twisted too easily into a frown. If she could save a few people along the way, then all the better. Her heart thumped against her chest, determination shoving aside any doubt. Doubt had no place in her. Ochako would win. For them. For herself. Yeah, I got this. Ijiro forced himself to quit fiddling with the fabric of his P uniform when Mike-sensei called them out to the field. No matter how hyped up he had been after the cavalry battle, Uraraka had this look in her eyes, a burning desire to win that Ijiro simply couldn't ignore. The world beyond the two of them felt muffled as blood roared in his ears. Midnight signaled to begin and both of them darted forward. He needed to be careful or else she would beat him the moment he got close. Now, Ijiro was no Midoriya, he couldn't hope to move as fast or count on his opponent being slow, but Uraraka was limited. He could make his entire body a weapon, but she had to get him with 5 fingers. Ijiro threw himself out of her range to avoid being turned into a human balloon. Looks like said 5 fingers would be hell to avoid. He grinned, ready for the challenge. Charging, he managed to land a hit on her shoulder before she whipped around, fingers splayed and reaching. They avoided each other, parrying and twisting out of range, but the crowd thundered above them each time one of them dared to make a move on the other. They were both close-ranged and Ijiro was tempted to wince when he hit her soft body, but she didn't give him time to rethink, keeping him on his toes with every pivot and grab for victory. She gasped in pain when he landed a hit to her shoulder blade. He had been making his blows land on her back, staying away from her front as best as he could manage. His uniform had been caught in her zero gravity and released several times now. His knuckles hurt from slamming into the ground after she tried to land a blow when she fell. His breath hitched as something kicked into his eyes and fingers closed around his wrists. Before he could even finish thinking of a curse, Ijiro was tossed out of the ring, inertia carrying him into a wall. He dropped at the press of Uraraka's glowing fingertips and panted on his side. Kirishima is out of bounds. Uraraka wins. Fumikage batted away Dark Shadow in the waiting room. They were about to battle a formidable opponent and this was no time for distractions. He needed to focus, remain serene. He had to remain in control. Fumi, come on. Dark Shadow pleaded. Aren't you tired of being nice? Fumikage gave him a flat look. Don't you just want to go apeshit? Do not quote such words to me, he said in annoyance. Your use of expletives does not garner my compliance. I doubt that permitting you to rampage would even grant us the victory, considering our adversary. So Vine Girl makes vines, doesn't mean we aren't going to win. You cannot simply bat her across the field, she is too poised to allow such an assault to be her demise. Pisage, Fumi, I think I can get through some vines just fine. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Vegetation does not concern me, but her range is far greater than ours, Dark Shadow. One way or another, this match will end far more quickly than the previous if we do not come up with a suitable defense. Total annihilation. With what strategy, he stressed. She has an army of vines at her behest that are resistant to blunt strikes and are warded off by our own weakness. If we wish to win, then we must dash. And for our next round dash. Plan. Fumikage finished miserably. Denki fidgeted as he awaited the beginning of his match. The image of Tokoyami being wrapped in vines and thrown out of the ring made him wish for a happy death because he would certainly not be receiving one. Bakugo was quick, Denki just had to be quicker. Yeah. On the field, Bakugo glared endlessly and he put on his best grin. Midnight slashed her whip. Indiscriminate dash. Die. Nothing. Finding out Izuku's life was even more of a train wreck was decidedly not fun. Finding out that he had some kind of repressed PTSD that Endeavor forced to the surface was even more not fun. You know what was fun though? Watching Mei rant about all the babies Izuku and her could make together that would invent that would make bank and show him that, hell yeah, anyone can be successful, powerful quirk or not, until Izuku giggled. Something even better was watching his dad be pulled into a group hug after a disgustingly sappy declaration from Mei. Hitoshi winced at the brutal display of power as it played on the TV of the waiting room. Bakugo decimated Kaminari before he could finish the move. A burst of electricity visibly exploded from him, charging the air as he passed out. His guaranteed win would lead him right into the hands of that demon, but if Hitoshi could make him speak, and Izuku informed him that he would barely have to try, then the match was his. Hitoshi had a chance here, to win. It would not be wasted. Izuku did not, in fact, know how this would play out. Ida stood across from him, looking content with the thumbs up he gave in response to Ida's concerned gaze, and Izuku surveyed him carefully. Ida was, without a doubt, faster than him. Stronger, too, but he felt that dwelling on his many disadvantages for too long would only lead to his immediate loss. Jitters plagued him from the recent exposure of his past. Though Todoroki came back after his match, radiating crisp air, and sat with them again, he hadn't said another word. The sudden change of no one knowing to 4 people knowing wasn't settling well in him either. A blur alerted him to Ida shooting forward. Sheet, he thought, narrowly avoiding Ida's attack. I didn't even hear Midnight start the match. Reciproburst had yet to make another appearance and Izuku was absolutely correct about not being able to outrun him. But what if he could outmaneuver him? Izuku let him close him, the crowd's volume rising as he did, then as Ida reached out, he dropped, throwing himself out of the way and sprung to his feet. Regaining his balance, he risked a glance at Ida, who turned sharply on his right leg. Izuku felt the edge of his mouth tug up. They continued on like that, Ida attacking and almost catching him, only for him to slip out of range. His limbs smarted with the forming bruises of the hits Ida did land. He couldn't stay invincible forever, after all. It reminded him of his last match, where he was entirely on the defensive until the very end. The crowd seemed to think so too, weak cheers filtering through his ears. His matches dragged on and there wasn't much action for the crowd to be invested in. He met Ida's eye as he shot after empty air, the two of them exchanging split-second grins. Stop toying with your opponents. Izuku nearly missed a step when he heard the shout. More followed as if that individual invited them to start saying things too. Yeah. This is supposed to be a fight. Boo. Get off the field. Izuku gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes in irritation. It doesn't matter, he repeated to himself. Don't listen to them. I know what I'm doing. Who started this? Aizawa's voice cut through the shouting, cold as ice. Are you a pro? If you are, you should go ahead and resign. Izuku caught a glimpse of a man in a hero costume standing in the crowd before dropping to the ground and catching the toe of Ida's shoe. He said something that Izuku didn't catch, his voice lost to the rustle and yelp Ida created as he regained his balance. If you were really watching, you would know that Midoriya has a strategy to win, just as he did when he fought Tetsu. Come on, Izuku pleaded, allowing Ida into his range again. Ida turned sharply on his right leg and felt. Izuku was on him in an instant, trapping his arm in a lock and applying pressure slowly. Don't even think about it, he panted harshly, pressing down harder when Ida's engines began lighting up. Yield, he finally wheezed and Izuku immediately released him, falling back onto his butt. Midoriya wins. Midnight declared. They both sat there, gasping as the crowd erupted. He purposefully made his opponent pivot on one leg each time until it gave out, Aizawa explained. There why have it, folks, Yamada said over his husband. Midoriya, the strategist. Is that, Ida huffed. Is that true? Offering a sheepish smile, he nodded. I didn't have time to come up with anything else. No, it was exceptional. He looked away, shoulders sagging. I simply wished I had been able to last longer. Ida stood on shaky legs and offered Izuku his hand. Taking it, he joined Ida on his feet. I wasn't messing around, by the way, he said softly. I took this seriously. I know, Midoriya. Mitsu squealed, a shout escaping her. Yumi, look, she pointed at the screen. He's being ruthless. Just like we taught him. Our children are very skilled, Ayumi smiled, revealing her sharper-than-normal teeth. They both scowled when the crowd turned against their green bean. Those a-holes. I can't believe they'd boo him. Ayumi leaned back into their couch, tapping her finger on the popcorn bowl before raising it to sign. They have no sight for battle, obviously, if they see our Clover's actions as toying with his opponent. Shoyuta spoke, his voice even and irritated, and they both promised to make him a gift or two. The camera focused on a pro standing with a clenched jaw. That kid is just messing with his opponents, he frowned. Didn't you see how he isn't even hitting them? He's just leading them around. If you were really watching, you would know that Midoriya has a strategy to win, just as he did when he fought Tetsu. More than two things. Yeah, get him, Izuku. She cheered when he pinned the Ida boy. I wonder if he plans to remove his gloves, Ayumi signed. He does not need to, of course, if he is uncomfortable, but still. And he's got all those scars to worry about too, Mitsu added with a small wince at the thought of the scars on both of his arms. I doubt he'll want to show those the world. They waited for the next match to start in silence. Hanta stretched his arms over his head, meeting the eyes of Class 1 as resident powerhouse. They stared him down with cool, heterochromatic indifference, and he suppressed the urge to shiver in anticipation of the blast of ice he knew would be on its way the moment Midnight started the match. Mina didn't win against him, and she actually had a good quirk to counter him. Still, Hanta gulped and grinned. Ochako curled her hands into fists, hoping, despite the odds, that she will win this match. Ibra's quirk made her own practically obsolete. Touching the vines would do nothing since she could actively control them. Ochako's chance of getting close enough to touch her actual body was even slimmer than not being immobilized and thrown out of the ring like Tokoyami within the first minute of the match. Welp, Ochako thought, taking a deep breath, what will I know if I never try? Katsuki glared at the Gen Ed bastard that stood on the other side of the field. He'd seen him hanging around Deku since the school year began. His last match with Dreadlocks gave Katsuki no indication of his quirk, nothing to plan around or for. And since Dreadlocks was Deku's friend too, he probably planned that with them to give this purple-eyed effer a better chance at giving Katsuki the slip. Whatever the F his quirk was, it was undoubtedly a weird one. That's the only reason he would have latched onto Deku so quickly. His thoughts were still scattered from that sheedy conversation between Candy Cane and Deku, which only served to piss him off further. Deku called himself an orphan. Said his dad FING abused him. He agonized over how FING little he seemed to know about Deku's life suddenly. Before Yue, he just sort of imagined what he assumed was a regular household for Deku and his parents. That image had been destroyed on the first day of Yue, irreparably fang his perspective. Sure, he hadn't seen Inko in years and he'd never met Deku's dad, but how did all that shit go down without him noticing? How did Deku manage to be abandoned without any changes in the way he acted? Why had he even been left was another question nagging at his brain. The answer would have easily been his lack of a quirk if Katsuki had been asked a few months ago, so it would be logical to say that whatever the effed kind of quirk he had was the reason instead. Katsuki scoffed at the idea. If that were true, she wasn't nearly as kind as he remembered her being when they met. Another thing that made him want to tear his hair out was all the progress Deku's made since the start of UA. Winning that battle trial, holding off the hand bastard at the UF. He's been giving out those creepy-ass analyses of their classmates to them so that the extras can hone their technique, and it's been working. Katsuki heard Dunce Face and Invisible Girl talking over the improvements they were able to make with his notes. Katsuki heard teachers say shit about how helpful his FANG notebooks had been. Where the hell did that come from? Now this. Shitty Deku won both of the preliminary rounds and his 2 first matches. His next one was against that half-and-half bastard, and Katsuki honestly had no idea who would win. Mike called Deku a strategist and he was right. That sheet stain was clever, and with his endurance and drive, he stood a chance against that discount peppermint. Just as distracting was the sob story half-and-half spewed, but he shoved all those unwanted thoughts away as Ibags gave him a sly smirk. You look pretty angry, Bakugo. Scared you'll lose? Oh, it was FING on. Midnight swung her whip, signaling the beginning of the match, and he propelled himself forward with explosions. His hands crackled, a feral grin splitting his face as Katsuki readied himself to lunge. I'll show you, scared dash. Everything in his immediate awareness fell away, muffled by a thick fog. Turn around and walk out of bounds, commanded a voice. It was the only thing he could hear, the only thing he could make sense of. His body moved of its own accord until he stepped over the boundary line. Katsuki blinked and his awareness was given back to him on that bastard's whim. He growled through his gritted teeth, trying to find his balance after having his autonomy stripped away from him. He was right. This was why he cozied up to Deku. Freaks, the both of them. But more so, he gritted his teeth because he lost. He was Bakugo Katsuki and he lost. Izuku stared at his bare palms, the long support gloves laid out on the table of the waiting room. His left hand had slightly crooked fingers and small lacerations marred the skin noticeably. Only partially covered by the uniform, disfigured scarring stood out against his freckled arm but didn't look out of place, considering the other arm. He put the gloves back on. Izuku would not be able to be Todoroki like he had Tetsu and Ida. He was a long-range fighter, who now had a reputation for encasing his opponents in blocks of ice. But Izuku saw it, even if others might not. Todoroki was slower, walking off the field. He wasn't using his fire to balance himself. He cursed the flaming incarnate of trash that was Todoroki's sperm donor and stepped into the sun again. The crowd cheered for him and he could hear their pity, their anticipation. His audience didn't like to watch his fights and Todoroki was the epitome of what they wanted a hero to be. Strong, with a powerful quirk to throw around, not to mention he was the number 2 hero's son. Izuku was clever, with no quirk in sight, and unheard of until now. They wanted to see him crushed under the heel of his opponent. They wanted him to eat his words. Izuku refused. Folks, who knows how this is gonna play out? We have Todoroki of Class 1A, who has repeatedly frozen his foes in glaciers, and Midoriya, who has drawn out his fights and dominated each round. Who will win? The powerhouse or the enigma? After managing to avoid the initial trap by a hair, Izuku somehow found himself close enough to throw a jab into the left side of Todoroki's face. They were both being held back by the effort that sapped their energy in their previous rounds, but Izuku had the edge. Todoroki's left side was vulnerable. It wouldn't matter that they knew each other's moves by now, from all the sparring, if he couldn't uphold a proper defense. All he needed to do was stay close. If he managed that, he could keep Todoroki on the defensive and hammer his left side. The cold air that surrounded them made his lungs constrict. It was hard enough, with all the ice he had to avoid slipping in and getting trapped in, but he wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Izuku was freezing. And so was Todoroki. "What are you doing?" he yelled out, watching his friend's right side freeze over. "Warm yourself up. You won't be able to win, to be a hero dash." Todoroki growled, sending another sheet of ice at him. "If I have to use that bastard's fire to do either dash." Izuku shoved him with a sharp jab, glaring. "God, Todoroki, haven't you been listened dash? And what if dash?" he shuddered, breath puffing out visibly. "What if I scare you?" "Fire, how can I dash?" "Your fire could never frighten me," Izuku stated confidently, pausing his assault to meet his eyes. "Because it's yours. And I'll never be afraid of you." His eyes widened, breath coming out in ragged bursts. "Midoriya," he whispered, a shine appearing in his eyes. Heat exploded in the arena. What was that? Is Todoroki using his fire? Warmth tickled his skin because of the proximity. Goosebumps rose, unbidden, but he watched the ice around them melt. He watched Todoroki's right side stabilize. "Why are you smiling?" Izuku tore his gaze from the thawing side and met his friend's stare. It felt like something vulnerable was being laid before him. Something precious. "It's just that I'm glad to meet you." Izuku adopted a low stance, not breaking eye contact. Shudo carried Midoriya off the field, the boy heavy on his back and rigid with muscle. He felt warm. The pleasant sort, the kind that blooms in your chest and spreads out within your body. The way Midoriya had stared at him, the unadulterated awe in his viridian gaze, Shudo had never been viewed by somebody like that. Their fight ended quickly after his fire, Shudo's fire, made an appearance. Midoriya had been flung across the field and over the boundary line by the explosive combination of rapidly heating and cooling the air. "Hey, Todoroki!" Midoriya rasped softly, resting his cheek on the unburned right side of his uniform. "If I crossed a line, calling you a Shudo, sorry?" He huffed, several places on his left side aching with each step. "You didn't," Shudo said truthfully. I wouldn't mind if you kept calling me that." With a glance, he watched Midoriya's face turn pink. "Oh." Before Shudo could backtrack, he pressed his face into his shoulder. "Then, call me Izuku?" He stopped at the exit door for a moment, their eyes locked and expressions open. "Izuku," he tested, the name a whisper in the empty hallway. The exit door opened, revealing Endeavor. "I'm glad to see that you have gotten over your childish rebellion." His eyes slid to Izuku, smug with displaced pride. "What was it about not needing a powerful quirk to win?" Shudo dashed. Shudo didn't wait any longer before sidestepping his father and walking out the door. Izuku chuckled lightly against the fabric of his uniform. "Do not dash. How did you even get down here? This is a student and faculty-only area. I am Dash, not a member of faculty or a student. You should go." Shudo dashed. "That is my name, but I don't know why you're still here. Should I call a teacher to escort you out?" Taking the hint, Endeavor glared at the two of them before stalking down the opposite end of the hallway. "That was amazing," Izuku said, amused. "I sort of wish he had stayed. We could have sicked Aizawa on him. We could simply put him in the same room as Hatsum if you want," he offered. "I'm sure she can be equally terrifying when she desires." "Oh, you have no idea." "Mom, hey. Have you heard from Tensei?" Tenya massaged the muscles in his legs, not wanting to become sore. "I know I lost, but Dash." "Oh, Tenya, we aren't worried about that. We were so proud of you," she cried, alarming him. "Mom, what Dash?" "It's your brother." She said it so fast he barely caught it. "It's Tensei." He was in Hosu and the hero Ender dashed, his mother broke into sobs and he forced himself to not think of the worst words to complete that sentence. "He's alive, Tenya." Relief flooded him in an instant, the phone shaking in his trembling grip. "He's alive, but they say that he's paralyzed." Courtesy of Cementos, they stood on the newly made ground. The ends of Ibra's hair flicked with subtle impatience as she stared him down. "Start." Her vines shot towards him as he yelled in panic. "What the hell are you doing?" Ibra's eyes narrowed, vines reaching him. "I am simply Dash." "Gotcha." Shudo met his opponent's lavender eyes and thought about what he might do. This friend of Izuku's had won every single match without having to move. Yamazawa's quirk remained a mystery, but he had an inkling to what activated it. Their match began, and for once, he didn't open with a huge ice move. "Are you sure you're good to do this match?" Yamazawa asked. "Izuku beat you up pretty badly." Making an easy decision, Shuto said, "I know what I'm doing." A fog descended over his consciousness and Shuto smiled internally. "Looks like he guessed right." Hitoshi smiled unabashedly as All Might put the first-place medal over his head. He felt lightheaded with glee and full of gratification. He had done it. Holy hell, Hitoshi won the sports festival. UA would have to transfer him into the hero course. Ibra stood on the third-place podium, her mouth pinched but her stance relaxed when she donned the third-place medal. Todoroki stoically accepted his silver medal, seeming content with second place. When he won, Pops went ballistic over the intercoms, congratulating his victory without restraint. He could barely believe it until they had him stand on the platform and it rose to display him to the crowd. First place. First FANG place. Hitoshi didn't have the words. They would be going over to the Hatsums tomorrow to celebrate, apparently. But in the house, with his family and their cats, they all cried. Pops was a blubbering mess, Dad quietly proud but vocal, his soft rumble praising his hard work. Izuku wouldn't stop smiling, squeezing his hand with his gloved hands as tears ran down both of their faces. Yamazawa Hitoshi, the boy with a brainwashing quirk, was on track to be a hero. Hitoshi wondered when it stopped being a distant dream he couldn't touch. When he actually began believing his impossible aspiration wasn't so unattainable. "Stop sobbing, it's getting embarrassing," Dad said to Pops like he wasn't wiping at his own eyes. "But he won," Pops sniffed, keeping Hitoshi in a one-armed hug. "Next week he'll be in the hero course." "As if this is surprising," Dad scoffed, ruffling his already mussed hair. "Our son has an abundance of potential." "Huh," he thought, staring at his dad with awe, his eyes watering again. Maybe that's where that lack of doubt came from. Kaizome Akaguro watched the first-year speech again, humming in interest. The comments underneath it ranged from supportive to derogatory, and Kaizome found himself agreeing with the former group. His words showed the presence of an open mind and his face revealed his conviction, his need to be heard. And the way he fought, it was as if he possessed no quirk at all. Kaizome would be inclined to believe that theory if not for the specialized clothing he wore to cover his skin. Drawn-out matches followed by rapid takedowns. The boy could read his adversary's moves with the kind practiced ease that made him wonder who taught him. Defensive, until the Todoroki boy. His lip curled at the thought of the little Helon, the son of that fake trying to become a hero. Because when he fought Endeavor's son Midoriya switched his style. Breaking his streak of evasion, he ruthlessly went after the boy. Kaizome noted that his attacks were focused on his left side, where the boy had yet to use his father's flames. Their onslaught on each other paused, Midoriya and Todoroki exchanging words, ones filled with meaning if their expression said anything. Fire lit up the arena, whiting out the view until it simmered down, and revealed Midoriya smiling. "Who are you, little hero?" Kaizome asked into the night. "Who will you become?" Something set off his senses and he threw a knife. There was a clatter and he turned to see purple mist form, yellow eyes focusing on him. "Hero Ender, Stain, the League of Villains would like to speak with you." "Take that, objectification." Hagakure cheered, admiring her costume and additional visor. "Momo, say it with me." "F sexism." Yaoyorozu had a nervous but excited look on her face, a smile tugging on her lips. "FF sexism." "Woo!" Uraraka shouted, pumping her fist in the air. Mei joined her, "F sexism." They both cheered. Jiro pulled the edge of her new gloves, smirking. "F sexism." Shuto looked between them and nodded sagely with Tokoyami, both of them saying, "F sexism," in unison. Hitoshi and Izuku grinned at each other. "F sexism." Tsuyu and Kirishima smiled. "F sexism," they said together. "You're all problem children." Aizawa sighed, adding, "F sexism." Power Loader rolled into the room. "Do you like your costumes? Everything comfortable?" he asked, looking over some forms. Yaoyorozu nodded firmly, beaming at her new costume. It was a complete shift from her old one. The full bodysuit she wore was the same red as her last one, with white accents, her yellow belt still present for whatever supplies she may need, as well as a holster for a secured knife. "Yes, sir, this is much better." "Yeah," Uraraka said, stretching out her arms. Her own suit, along with the others, now possessed more protective cloth. Her puffy heels had been replaced with more reliable boots and her costume wasn't as sexualized, but her overall theme remained intact. Much better. Hagakure's costume was infused with her DNA, like Yaoyorozu's, and absorbed light as she did, or reflected it to reveal her presence and limbs when needed. Her rose-colored helmet visor, which may built to be able to turn invisible if the girl wished it, was designed like Izuku's goggles to aid her in her stealth. Tsuyu's costume needed less changing and more adjusting, according to her, more protection, a weapon added to her person, and she jumped on the goggles bandwagon, saying that hers could be better. Jiro added directional speakers for more finite control and something more preventative against lethal weapons under her regular costume. Kirishima added a black layer of Kevlar over his exposed chest and arms to protect possible victims in an attack. His body turned jagged, but under the cloth they would, at most, be uncomfortable to the victim. The Kevlar was also insurance in case he wasn't using his quirk and someone attacked without him noticing. His fists stayed bare, for some manly punches. Tokoyami's costume now included a flashlight to calm dark shadow and his cape was modified to detach if yanked to avoid choking him. Shudo's suit was now modified to withstand both extreme temperatures of his cold and hot sides. Hitoshi, who needed an entirely new hero costume, chose to design one with an obvious homage to his father. His capture weapons sat on his shoulders, shuffling every so often as the nanobots in the cloth adjusted to its new bond to Hitoshi. Aizawa said the bonding process would go faster if he used it continuously, but since he didn't have the proper skill to use the capture weapon precisely yet, Aizawa warned him against trying to grab things with it yet. Aizawa also handed Hitoshi a knife. When asked for an explanation, he said that Hitoshi should have something to cut the capture weapon with, in case he was trapped by it. His support item, a voice modifier that could mimic other people's voices, was being built by Powerloader, though may seem to be butting into the project. Like Tsuyu, Izuku only needed some adjustments to his design. His gun was less bulky now, the various types of ammo he created in small magazines, held in the pouches of his utility belt. His gloves, which previously reached up to his biceps, now cut off at his wrists so they were easier to discard. They were pretty confident that he wouldn't outright die if he used his quirk for an extended amount of time, thanks to training it regularly, but Izuku was hesitant to put that theory to the test. Flares were added to his arsenal too, because if he ran into trouble too big for him to handle by himself, he figured a signal by flare would provide him some backup. Izuku caught Hitoshi's eye as he fiddled with his capture weapon and smiled kindly. Hitoshi nodded back, using his hand to wave the end of his capture weapon at Izuku. Soon enough, all of them filed out and changed into their school uniforms. Aizawa led them to their classroom, everyone following after him like little ducklings as they chatted amongst themselves. Hitoshi's entrance into Class 1A triggered an eruption of cheers and whoops from the students already present. "Quit it," Aizawa said terse, "all bark, no bite." Izuku smiled, knowing that he was just as happy for Hitoshi's success as the rest of them. "We have some announcements to get through." Once everyone was seated and quiet, Aizawa waved Hitoshi forward. "Firstly, we have a new student." Taking his cue, Hitoshi straightened. "Hello, my name is Yamazawa Hitoshi," he bowed, voice steady. "Please treat me well." "Take your seat behind Midoriya," Aizawa glared. At the sound of his students breaking out into murmurs. "Why am I being interrupted?" Kaminari raised his hand. "Where'd my neta go?" At this, Aizawa's bland expression changed into his signature unsettling grin. "Do you see 21 desks in this room?" he said, voice level. "My neta's academic skills are proficient, but his potential as a hero is the lowest within this class. I have also received several notices of his unwanted wandering hands. I do not promote sexual harassment, and he failed to stop despite receiving warnings. General education transfer students replace hero students. They are not simply added to the class. He waited, met with stunned silence, before gesturing to the board behind him and clicking a pointer to reveal stats. Their names appeared on the board, an obvious line of difference between classmates who made it to the second and third rounds compared to anyone who was knocked out in the first round. As you can see, he pointed at Todoroki's significantly larger number than at Ida and Bakugo's names, which were directly under his. The internship offers do not line up with the winners of the bracket. Why are Mido and Yamazawa so low? Kirishima frowned. Yamazawa won the festival and Mido got by without even using a quirk. Exactly. The eyes of his classmates turned to Izuku, who stared at the board with disdain. Heroes aren't going to offer me an internship because they don't know my quirk and I probably scared them off with my speech. I didn't get many offers because my quirk isn't that appealing to most, Hitoshi shrugged. People are biased. Uraraka's nose wrinkled in displeasure. Well, that's just plain rude then. Yes, Aizawa agreed easily. But we aren't here to dwell on fairness or what should be done. Your offers will be given out at the end of class. Before then, you will be deciding something that is going to impact the future of your hero career. Midnight burst into the room, grinning with wide, excited eyes. Hero names. You'll be picking your hero names. Izuku blinked. He had kind of forgotten about those. He thought of the evenings he wrote names on the corners of his notebook pages, the letters crammed into corners or given their own pages. His ears burned, wondering if his teachers saw some of them when they had inspected his notebooks. In the oldest ones, surely they had seen the scrawled small might or mighty man. As he aged though, he stopped giving a hero name much thought. None of the ones he came up with when he was younger would make much sense for him to use now. Dikairu popped into his head, but Izuku wanted to keep that spot of light to himself. Derived from Deku, which was derogatory and connected to years of bad memories, Dikairu was given to him by a friend. Dikairu was Izuku's gift, whether Uraraka realized it or not, and Izuku wanted to hold that name and its positive connotations close to his chest. Izuku was terrible at sharing after being an only child and alone for so long, but he figured this was something he could stand to keep to himself. Izuku thought of his quirk, of how it fought him for so long and thrashed against his control for years. He thought of the sludge villain incident and how he had released his quirk from its cage. Izuku remembered the distinct surge of energy that overflowed his veins, the crash after he stuffed it back into its box, and his body rejected the sudden change. Opening his marker, Izuku wrote down his hero name. Izuku. He turned in his seat, facing Hitoshi and Shudo. Please help us. He chuckled and began asking them questions about what sort of theme they were going for. Hitoshi obviously wanted something that didn't make him out to be some creep, but he also liked the idea of his hero name being connected to his quirk. Shudo begrudgingly wanted to include his range of temperature in his name, admitting that any previous names he came up with completely excluded any mention of his fire. Aoyama was nuts, Izuku realized, watching as he presented a whole-ass sentence to the class. Midnight was even worse, Izuku decided, listening to her give him minor edits. Their classmates rose and presented their own names, some accepted by Midnight, others shot down. King Explosion and nearly had Izuku in stitches, but Izuku didn't want to die at that moment, so he simply sat stiffly and ignored Bakugo's shouts. Honestly, he chose that when they were children. Hadn't he come up with anything else? Evidently not, Izuku thought, watching Bakugo stomp back to his seat without procuring another name. Pyrus, Shudo said evenly, holding up his board. Midnight agreed vehemently, which Shudo nodded at with his usual lack of enthusiasm. Hitoshi stood next. Pied Piper, he said, drawing a chorus of oohs from his new classmates. Izuku stepped up to the podium and flipped his board to face the class. Surge, he stated proudly. His classmates chuckled, muttering about the sports festival. He sat down and watched the last of his classmates put forth their names. Ida stood and Izuku's mood dipped, seeing his sullen expression. Ida gave his own name, something bitter seeping into his tone. I'm thinking about going with Iwabami, Yoorozu said uncertainly when Jiro asked what internship she would take. Izuku whipped around, startling the people in his general vicinity. He made a beeline toward Yaoyorozu. Did any of your offers have a hero with a quirk like your own? Yaoyorozu frowned. What is wrong with Iwabami? When you look her up, the first thing you see is her hair products, Izuku said. Her career is focused on the celebrity side of heroics, not the heroics. Yaoyorozu checked her pile of papers again. Her offer is still incredibly notable, she mumbled. Simply because she specializes in one area does not mean she lacks in another. Izuku nodded, but his mind was still remembering all the commercials and interviews. Iwabami formerly specialized in rescue operations and used her fame as a hero to promote the side business she ran. Personally, Izuku had no problems with this. Heroics was an occupation nowadays. He just didn't want Yaoyorozu to pick her and then possibly waste her internship with a hero that wouldn't push her to grow. You don't have to change your decision, he quickly said. But what are you trying to learn on your internship? If Iwabami's the hero that has a skill you want to learn, then just forget I ever said anything. But if she doesn't, I'm sure someone else on that list gave you another incredibly notable offer. Hey, Midoriya, Kirishima called, mirth practically dripping from his tone. Bakugo's taking an internship with Best Jeanist. What do you think? Bakugo's responding glare could have withered a cactus. Why the F would I care about Deku's dash? Not the most compatible, he answered, shrugging. Immediately, that burning scowl snapped to him. What did you say, Shidi Deku? He growled, standing up from his seat. Think I'm too weak to intern with a top pro? Izuku met his gaze head-on, familiar with his attempts at intimidation. Best Jeanist is concerned with poise and finesse. His work as a hero earned him a top ranking, but he believes in composure and self-discipline. Who should he intern with? Ashido asked, using Kaminari as her unwilling human shield when Bakugo turned to scowl her. I'm not taking any FING recommendations, raccoon eyes. Mirko, Izuku said, holding back a grin when his answer fueled more fire for his raging anger. She's mainly a solo hero and her personality could match Bakugo's in intensity. Bakugo stalked towards him, end in his eyes. Don't talk about me like I'm not in the damn room, Deku. Pops in his hands signaled him losing his composure and Izuku's body responded accordingly, tensing and bracing for a blow. A flash of red from the front of the room and the pops immediately halted. Bakugo, Aizawa said in warning. Bakugo returned to his seat and the commotion ended. Ignoring the fuzzy feeling in his chest at Aizawa coming to his defense, Izuku walked over to Shudo's desk. Who do you want to intern with? Izuku asked, peering down at his offers. Endeavor, probably, he answered, much to Izuku's horror. Whoa, what? Izuku glanced down at Endeavor's name on the top of his papers. Why? Shudo shrugged noncommittally. I need to learn how to use my fire. I understand that, Izuku acquiesced. But there are more heroes that you could learn control from that would not treat you like a tool to be used for their personal gain. He considered it, obviously not against the idea of not having to intern with his father. Which heroes would you suggest? You seem to know who would be suited to your classmates. Face burning, Izuku didn't acknowledge his comment. Present Mike, he said. Check to see if he gave you an offer. Present Mike? Shudo echoed after a brief pause. As in our English teacher? Yes, Izuku said, ignoring the unsubtle way Hitoshi lifted his head out of his arms to listen to their conversation. His quirk is passive, always on, because it is literally his voice. The control he has over it is the only reason he can talk without our bodies imploding. Shudo's eyebrow raised in an "and" expression. Your fire released in a huge burst during the sports festival. And while that's really cool, it won't work as an amazing offense if you can't control the output. Yamada is one of the most intelligent people I've met and he is as popular as he is with people for a reason. Your quirks and attitudes may be different but he would give you a wonderful internship experience. He caught sight of Hitoshi burying his face back into his arms from the corner of his eye. Aizawa shifted at the front of the room. Abruptly, he turned red. Shudo stared at him curiously. I'll think about it. Tenya turned away from Midoriya, hoping to convey his desire to be alone. His friend acted oblivious of his action and sat down next to him. Realizing that he wasn't going to take the hint unless Tenya told him directly, he shifted to face Midoriya. Please go away, Midoriya. I'd like to be alone. Something flashed across his face at his statement, but the emotion was gone too fast for Tenya to catch it. I have two things to say, Then I'll be out of your hair. Midoriya dash. You helped me during the sports festival, he interrupted, an edge of nervousness bringing Tenya fully into the conversation. I never got the chance to thank you for it, so, thank you. Heat seared up the back of his neck. I was merely doing what any hero would do. It was what Tensei would have done too, he thought bitterly. Midoriya smiled. Still, it means a lot to me. And while I won't offer platitudes, I want you to know that if you ever need anything, a hug, a place to blow things up, a pencil, I'll be there for you. With those as his parting words, Midoriya stood up and walked back to his lunch table. A place to destroy things felt rather tempting, Tenya thought as his inner turmoil began to rile him again. The same desire to destroy moved his hand to Manuel's internship offer. His brother had been maimed by a monster who was still roaming the streets and waiting to cause more mayhem. A monster who was waiting to end or maim another hero who had a family and a dream to make the world a better place. Stain had a quota to fulfill, and he would stay in Hosu until his mission was completed. Tenya would find him there. He would find the man that crippled his brother and stole the light from his brother's eyes, and the hero Ender would find justice by Tenya's hand. Fury coiled within him, white-hot and scalding as he decided, right then, that the hero Ender would never leave Hosu City. Izuku closed the door to the car and promptly sunk into the seat. Yamada put the keys into the ignition and started humming a calming melody over the hum of the car. How was Dr. Hiroki? Yamada asked. If he's not a good fit, or you don't think talking with someone is working, tell us, okay? Dr. Hiroki was nice, Izuku answered, tugging on his seatbelt. His quirk allows him to do photosynthesis? Wow, that seems useful, Yamada commented, intrigued. Is his skin green? Izuku hummed the affirmative, chewing his lip before saying, we talked about my name, mostly. He was surprised when I told him I wanted Hatsum to be part of my name as well. That makes sense, as far as he knows. Shoyuta and I are your only guardians. He declined to mention why they were his only guardians. Izuku would have lived with the Hatsums, in the guest bedroom that was practically his, if not for the overarching shadows of his past. Izuku knew that he was seen as a target for the League, and that was why he was with the Yamazuas. His mom said that they would take him in if it was safe, that when the League was not a problem he could move in with them if he wanted to. It's what he dreamed of for a while, moving in with the Hatsums. Having a real home and people to come home to. He always thought that he would find that with them, but now he was living with the Yamazawas and he had everything he dreamed of with them instead. It felt like he was betraying them somehow. He spent months with them, found family in them, and then he moved in with a family he had no connections to a few days prior. He had people who made breakfast for him, who learned his routines and boundaries and comforts. He had a family that he was learning the routines and boundaries and comforts of. And it wasn't them. Worse, he practically dumped himself into the Yamazawa's lives. At least the Hatsums had something prepared for him. This family had to deal with him taking up space in their house and the threat of villains breaking into their house to steal him. They were spending money on therapy for him. A few months ago, he would have turned them down without hesitation. Then again, a few months ago, he was concerned with how to clean the truck pieces he'd been avoiding taking apart and finding a way to lower the knockback force his gun created so that he wouldn't throw out his shoulder every time he fired his gun. Izuku was beginning to think of the Yamazawas as family. Well, he'd been thinking of them as family since the aftermath of the USJ, honestly. He practically called Hitoshi his brother to Dr. Hiroki, who repeatedly referred to Aizawa and Yamada as his guardians. And every time, that word chafed irritably in his mind. He wanted to correct him. He almost did at one point. Parents, Izuku nearly said. They're my parents. In short, he had latched onto this family very quickly. So quickly, that he remembered what Mitsu told him about moving in after all the commotion stopped and worried about disappointing her. At first, he hadn't known why, but the reason became apparent as he thought over his emotions, staring at the ceiling of his room. Izuku didn't want to leave. He wanted to keep living with the Yamazawas. The realization only solidified the next morning, when they were all eating breakfast together. Yamada was singing an upbeat song, leaning against Aizawa and resting his head on Aizawa's shoulder as he prepared their breakfast. Hitoshi finished setting up the table and caught Izuku's eye. He imitated gagging and Izuku stifled a laugh, watching Hitoshi's face morph into a bright smile. Izuku knew, right then, that leaving them wasn't really an option for him anymore. It sounded like he was complaining, but Izuku had to fight off a smile for the rest of the hour. It's not that he loves the Hatsums any less. But Izuku's always had a large heart and plenty of love that he could never give to anyone. Now his family had grown and Izuku could receive love too. Did you happen to mention Hitoshi and Mei's bickering over what combination of our names you would use? Yamada snickered, making Izuku smile at the reminder of their argument. Having 3 names to combine and 2 competitive siblings left room for a lot of bickering over which name was best. Izuku nodded. He said they sounded like good siblings, he said quietly. Yamada straightened and glanced at Izuku with shining eyes. That's so sweet, kiddo. Seeing him, mushy and sincere, Izuku knew that he would take good care of Shudo if he chose to intern with him. He certainly wasn't lacking when it came to taking care of Izuku or Hitoshi. Or the cats. Do you know what Izuku's mouth shut with a sharp click? He cleared his throat. Do you know what Aizawa is making for dinner? Yamada, living up to Izuku's statement of most intelligent, caught on and flashed him a toothy grin. Definitely your favorite food. Are you Midoriya? Izuku shrieked and Mei chucked her screwdriver at the wall where the voice came from. The wall did not have a door. Both of them turned to see a face poking out of the wall. Mei's screwdriver was impaling his face. The person just laughed and shifted so that their face didn't have a screwdriver inside of it, completely unharmed. Said screwdriver stayed in the wall. What the F dash? They whispered in unison. Hi, I'm Mirio, the disembodied face introduced. Mei tossed a bolt at him half-heartedly, both of them watching as it went through him and then dropped to the ground with a small clang. Mirio didn't twitch. Sorry about the scare, but I'm supposed to find Midoriya Izuku? He didn't look too sorry, not with the smile stuck in what looked like a permanent position on his face. Right? Mei said skeptically. Why are you looking for me? Izuku asked, glancing to the side to make sure his gun was within reach. Izuku was pretty sure this guy was just a student, but caution had to be exercised when your childhood friend could pop in at any moment to nab you. Give me a minute, I'll come in. He couldn't have just done that in the first place? Mei muttered after he disappeared through the wall. Mirio walked in and Izuku shared a glance with Mei. This was not the physique I pictured for your face, Izuku confessed, craning his head to meet Mirio's eyes as he stopped in front of Izuku's workstation. When he continued staring at him, Izuku cleared his throat. You were told to find me? Mirio nodded sharply. Sir would like you to intern with him, if you haven't already turned in your forms. He blinked, adding, Sir Knight, that is? The wrench in Izuku's hand made a loud bang as his hands abruptly dropped to the table. His attention was fully shifted to Mirio, abandoning his goggles as he stared at Mirio. Sir Dash, his voice cracked, hoarse and unbelieving. Mei snickered as she watched him flounder. Sir Knight? As in the man whose quirk was unknown, the man who worked investigations and walked the line of being a limelight and underground hero. The only person aside from David Shield to ever be All Might's sidekick. Mirio seemed as amused at his reaction as Mei, though he was more subtle about it. Yup, Mirio confirmed cheerfully. Sir would like to see what he can teach you, and since I'm not going to his agency this time, he'll want someone around. Izuku had been planning on interning with Aizawa and Hitoshi, but oh shit, he was going to scream. Sir Fang Night Eyes sent an intern to poach him. Izuku. He wondered how he caught Sir Night Eye's attention. What had he done that made him send an actual person to tell him to pick his internship? Izuku told Mirio he would accept Sir Night Eye's offer. Hitoshi grumbled about being ditched and dying at Aizawa's wicked, ruthless hands alone, opposed to having Izuku suffer with him, but there were no other complaints. Mirio ended up asking him to meet up before their internships started for some consulting about his quirk. Breaking his mask of a constant smile, he acted more skittish than Izuku had seen him during their entire interaction as he told Izuku that his quirk had taken on a new aspect that he couldn't control yet. Izuku nodded along, curious about what sort of new facet Mirio could have discovered in permeation. Inside the gym Mirio reserved, Izuku watched Mirio demonstrate his original abilities, scribbling down notes as he watched Mirio swing his arm through a punching bag. I've always been able to do that, but this, he showed Izuku a ball, which promptly dropped through Mirio's hand and through the floor. I've never been able to do that before. So, your quirk evolved to more than just self-permeation, Izuku muttered. Does it only work on inanimate objects or people too? Is it like your self-permeation, where you can make only part of it intangible, or does it have to be the whole object? Could you use it indirectly? If you touch the floor, could you make me fall through it? Do you need to be in physical contact with whatever it is you're permeating? Mirio was quailing noticeably by the end of his tangent, his nerves reappearing. I'm not finished. He cleared his throat, like he was trying to brace himself. I also now have super strength. Super strength, Izuku echoed as his thought process was derailed. Permeation, the ability to move through solid objects, has mutated into super strength? I know, he chuckled, watching Izuku's face twist in confusion. And I'm more worried about that aspect because it tends to fracture my bones. It does what? Instead of answering, Mirio brandished his arm and Izuku watched in fascination as glowing red lines formed along his forearm. The glow went away, and Mirio offered him a placating smile. That's about all I can do without fracturing my arm. And you can do this with your whole body? Mirio nodded. Izuku tapped the end of his pencil against his notebook. When did this appear? Around the same time as the new aspect of permeation. Izuku let out a long sigh that trailed into a groan-like sound, then collected himself. Do you have a way of using the super strength without hurting yourself? Can you lower the power output? Mirio scrunched his face in concentration and the glowing lines came back. Slowly he wiggled his fingers. A grin spread across his face and he hooped, jabbing his glowing fist and creating a gust of wind that knocked Izuku off his feet. Izuku stared at Mirio in bewilderment as he rushed to help him up. What the hell kind of mutation gave him the power to create air force as strong as that with a tiny jab? You're only using your arm, Izuku said once he steadied himself. At Mirio's confused glance, he elaborated. Now that you aren't at risk of breaking your whole body, have you thought about spreading all the power throughout your whole body instead of just your arm? The look on Mirio's face told him no. 10 seconds later, Mirio had white lightning crackling around him and Izuku wanted to have an aneurysm. Oh my god! Mirio gasped, flexing his hands. It worked. I'm glowing. A half-hearted chortle was forced out of Izuku's throat as he watched the third year jump around like an excitable puppy. A supercharged puppy, who just broke the dynamics of quirk development. After 30 minutes of Mirio becoming accustomed to being supercharged, he muttered something about 15% and Izuku narrowed his eyes. 15% of what, exactly, if he could already create craters in the floor just by hopping around? As they walked out, Izuku gave up trying to hold his tongue. It's weird that your quirk was able to do this. The additional aspect of permeation I can make sense of, but super strength is a whole other ballpark. It's like you have an entirely new quirk somehow. He tried not to let his envy bleed into his tone, but it must have, since Mirio's body stiffened. Izuku winced, wishing for more tact. It's just, Mirio was so lucky to have two quirks that would only boost his journey through heroism. Sure, permeation was slightly horrifying if you gave it a minute of thought, and this new super strength would literally break him if he lost control, but they would both be adored by fans. They were nothing like Izuku or Hitoshi's quirks. Izuku's quirk tugged on his senses and he glanced at Mirio. What's wrong? His head snapped up, his alarm easy to read in his eyes. Nothing's wrong. Izuku raised his eyebrow, waiting for a real answer. Mirio caved after a few seconds in silence. I'm interning with an old hero, Gran Torino, so that he can help me get a handle on this new part of my quirk. I have a new mentor with a quirk that's similar, but he directed me to Gran Torino, saying that he might be more helpful. He shuddered. He was scared of him, though, so now I'm scared of a man I haven't met yet? This mentor of yours sounds kind of sucky, Izuku commented, earning an offended look from Mirio. Look, from what you've told me, he met you, said he could help, then handed you off to some grouchy old man. He's not sucky, Mirio sputtered. I mean, even if he hadn't ever heard of a bone-breaking quirk, shouldn't this man have at least given you a way to not hurt yourself? He told me to go to you. Mirio shouted, silencing Izuku in an instant. He told me that while he might not know what to do, that you had a head for analysis and that you could probably help me more than him. So, don't call him a bad mentor. Izuku agreed easily enough. Hey, Izuku said, breaking the silence and raising his hand for a high five. Welcome to the Detrimental Quirk Club. If you're dead before I get back, I get your Nyan Cat hoodie, Izuku told Hitoshi. Touch my hoodie and you'll be the dead one, he threatened, flicking Izuku's nose. Batting his hand away, Izuku gave him a wry smile. At least you have a base to build on. A base doesn't help me when Dad plans to end me through an intensive training regimen. Snickering, Izuku reached out to hug him, before stopping himself. Izuku's movements faltered as he met Hitoshi's eyes, asking for permission. Hitoshi clicked his tongue in mild annoyance and pulled him into a tight hug. Izuku shuddered in his arms, pressing his face into Hitoshi's shoulder. Short, Hitoshi snorted. Beanpole, Izuku retorted. Broccoli head. Troll droll wannabe. I heard you almost called him Dad, Hitoshi said, making Izuku choke and turn pink. Say it to his face. I want to see if his reaction is better than Mitsu's when you call her mom. You're being mean, Izuku muttered into his shoulder. You just called me a troll doll wannabe? Yamada's voice called for Izuku to bring his things to the door so they could leave for the train station. At the door, Hitoshi pushed a groggy Aizawa in front of him, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up behind his back. Yamada looked between them in confusion. Before he could rethink his decision, Izuku shot forward and rammed into Aizawa, wrapping his arms around him in a tight hug and squeaking out, "Bye-bye, Dad," before bolting from the house. Yamada let out a surprised shriek laugh, while Hitoshi simply began laughing at however Aizawa reacted. The ride to the train station began with Izuku's nervous energy bouncing everywhere. He liked it, Yamada said with a grin. So don't worry about anything like that. When they arrived, Izuku hugged him goodbye, too. Bye, Pops, he whispered into his leather jacket. He held him tighter. See ya, little listener. The first day of his internship went well enough until he met Sir Night-Eye. The train ride had been okay, aside from the stiffness of sitting for hours. Bubble Girl and Centipeder gave him a tour before dropping him off at Sir Night-Eye's office. A sudden sense of foreboding befell him, his muscles tensing at the change in atmosphere. Come in, a stern voice commanded. Izuku stepped cautiously into the room and took a second to take in the sheer amount of All Might merchandise in the room. Posters, globes, action figures, they were present and shining like they had only been taken out of their boxes a minute ago. Crap, was that poster from the Bronze Age? No, the design of his costume was all off. Even his pose was weird, like he was supposed to be popping out of the background. Oh my god, Izuku screamed internally. That's the limited edition Silver Age. Izuku cleared his throat and forcibly turned his head away from the poster that was worth more than his entire life's savings. Hello, he bowed, thankful that his voice was steady. I'm Dash. I know who you are, Sir Night said, eyeing him like he was some sort of stain marring the beauty of his office. Izuku's hope dwindled at the contempt in his eyes, his hackles rising as he straightened to meet Sir Night-Eye's cold gaze. He should have stayed in Mustafa with Hitoshi. Sure, he would be miserable, but at least he would be respected. This fanboy in a suit looked like he wanted to tear him into tiny pieces and burn his remains for daring to stand in his agency, even though he was FNG invited. What can you do for me? Oh, is he for real? This is what they mean when they say to never meet your heroes. Because they turn out to be beaches a bit too big for their britches. This was like meeting All Might all over again, except this piss-eyed, slender man reject purposefully took time out of both of their days to insult him. Someone's bitter their golden boy found a new mentor. Said golden boy could be his only way to his cold, clairvoyant heart, though. Izuku wanted to see what this Trelawney wannabe had to say about him after he tried to make himself useful. I can give you my notes on Mirio's new quirk. Because he obviously wanted Mirio here instead of him, and maybe Mirio's new mentor would them switch because Izuku didn't plan on staying here for more than 10 minutes after their conversation ended. Too soon, Izuku realized, watching Night-Eye's body become rigid. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses. I spoke way too soon. Mirio told you about the quirk? Well, you too, Izuku quipped. It's almost like Mirio needed help with an insane quirk enhancement and reasonably thought to go to the resident quirk analysis. His real words to Yaoi Hands were, yes, getting a boost to his own quirk and an entirely new one is something you want consulting on. Wrong thing. Wrong Venji thing to say. Night Eye stepped back, shocked, and then Izuku was being dragged out of the office by his arm, listening to Night Eye telling Bubble Girl to bring Izuku's things back to the lobby. Izuku wasn't the one muttering. For once. Night Eye was saying things under his breath, anger lacing his bitten-out thoughts and tightening the grip he had on Izuku's arm. Something about Mirio, and thought he knew how to keep a secret. Izuku listened to the pieces of thought that made it through and almost ripped his arm out of his hand out of sheer disbelief. He expected Mirio to deal with this alone? He expected Mirio to figure out how to not hurt himself through trial and error like some dumbass? What kind of mentor expected that of their own student? Oh, and Midoriya? Izuku's head snapped up, meeting Night Eye's cold glare with a scowl of his own. If you breathe a word of what you know to anyone, your hero career ends then and there. And on that pleasant note, they left the agency. The silence of the train ride was not something Izuku was inclined to break. The pure shock radiating off of Night Eye unnerved Izuku. Why was it so important no one knew about Mirio's quirk development? Was it because of how the appearance of super strength defied what scientists came up with for the rules of quirks? Quirk science was a joke. Like all aspects of science, if it can't be proven, there's discourse. So, what if this causes some more? If anything, this only served to fuel the popular theory of quirk singularity. A nonsensical strength quirk that was powerful enough to fracture, and probably shatter, someone's bones when used recklessly. It was flashy enough for people to like it though, with sparkling red lines and glowing lighting streaking across Mirio's body. 15%, Mirio said as he powered up. But that measly percent knocked Izuku off his feet and the punch wasn't even thrown in his direction. That kind of strength, the kind that created winds and could potentially level a building, Izuku had only ever seen it in... Izuku blinked. He had only ever seen All Might use the kind of strength Mirio had. Without much concentrated thought on what he was searching for, Izuku pulled out his rickety phone and searched for quirks like Mirio's. Dual quirks, sudden developments, quirks with multiple, seemingly unconnected, facets. Then he read the articles, the statements. He made sense of the science and scrolled through the pages until he stopped dead at the sight of one photo. It was attached to a small local news segment, unassuming and likely wouldn't be looked at twice by anyone else. A young girl with black hair strung into a high ponytail grinned at him. A boy with off-white hair stood grouchily beside her, looking away from the camera. Shimura Nana, local student, discovers a new side to her quirk. Said side was an extreme boost to her quirk, float, and a sudden strength. Her strength was nothing super, not enough to warrant being called anything but a good training regimen, but Izuku could feel himself getting close to something. He looked up the girl's name, unsurprised to find her hero name, and followed her through her career. Nothing out of the ordinary, she was a great hero with a few more notable fights and rescues to her name. She frequently worked with another hero, Gran Goddamn Torino, the same boy from the earlier photo. He dug deeper, the unpleasant thought of curiosity ended the cat running through his head, some instinct telling him to turn away before it was too late. The next photo he saw made his heart stutter. Too late. Shimura, in her hero costume, held up a young boy by the scruff of his middle school uniform. She smiled mischievously and the boy, who remained unnamed, gave a lopsided, nervous grin. All Might. Did Izuku actually stumble upon the most guarded secret of his generation? No, he calls bullshit. No way he found a multigenerational quirk passed down to All Might. No way his luck was that bad. Evidence so far pointed to the existence of a quirk that could be passed down. A quirk that stockpiled power to the point where Mirio was fracturing his bones. How the hell does a strength-related quirk even get passed down? Did Izuku even want to know the answer to his questions? Regrettably, Izuku put his phone away and let his thoughts marinate in his findings. The train rolled to a stop and Night Eye stood, snapping at Izuku to follow him. Izuku discreetly pulled out his phone and texted Hitoshi, "I'm not in danger but I'm going to destroy my phone," and pressed the end switch Mei installed when she began making him a new phone. She said that it was so she could get rid of his phone quickly, and the end switch was serving its purpose. For extra demolition, Izuku broke it in half and crushed his phone beneath his feet, mourning the upgrades he had given it. They stopped traveling when they reached a dingy house. Night Eye promptly began banging on the door, shouting, "Let us in," without regard for the apparent residents of the house who were most likely sleeping. You know, since it was the middle of the night. Izuku yawned, wishing for the 100th time today that he interned with Aizawa and Hitoshi. He would be exhausted, but at least he would be asleep by now. Light flooded the general area once the door opened. Mirio stood in the entryway, blearily staring at them in blatant confusion. "Sir," he turned, meeting Izuku's eyes. He waved at Mirio with an expression he hoped would convey his displeasure. "Midoriya?" Night Eye shoved past Mirio into the building, scowling at his student. "I cannot believe you told someone," he scolded harshly. "We told you dash." He just wanted to consult. Izuku spat, almost growling at this supposed mentor. Mirio didn't deserve this sheet for asking Izuku for help. He hadn't told him anything about a mantle or a quirk being passed on. He planted himself between Mirio and Night Eye. He just wanted help controlling his quirk. "Sir," Mirio began. "Would all of you quit your yapping?" yelled a new person. A tiny old man in pajamas stood on the table and glared at Night Eye. "Gran Torino," Izuku realized, glancing back at Mirio. "Night, what the hell are you doing here? And with the kid?" "He knows, Gran." He stiffened at the ominous statement, his gaze zeroing in on Izuku. Faster than Izuku could react to, Gran Torino was upon him. The breath was stolen from his lungs as Gran Torino's feet made contact with his chest and slammed him into the ground. "Gran Torino dash," Mirio started, obviously alarmed. "What did he tell you?" "Nothing," Izuku said through gritted teeth as he wheezed for air. His eyebrows rose. "We both know that's bullshit. I didn't know shit about any secret before Sir Night Eye dragged me here." Izuku snarled, voice cracking. "Mirio wanted to consult with me about how to control his quirk. I didn't ask him about where it came from and he didn't tell me." Gran Torino relaxed, lifting most of the weight of his foot off of his chest. "So, you don't know what we're talking about?" Izuku braced for pain. "I do, actually." He coughed when Gran Torino's foot knocked the air out of him again. "You should really dash," Izuku heaved in a gasp. "Clear the internet of evidence. If I can find something, any dedicated person could." Gran Torino stepped away with a sigh. Mirio rushed to his side and helped him to his feet, muttering apologies as Izuku winced from the pain in his ribs. "Tashinori did say you were smart," he conceded. "Who?" Izuku croaked. "Gran," Night Eye said warningly. "All Might," Gran Torino revealed. "What do you know?" "I don't know where it started but I know it has to do with your friend," he said to Gran Torino. "And I know she gave it to All Might, who passed it to Mirio." "And how did you find this information?" Night Eye questioned suspiciously. Izuku gave him a flat stare. "Shimura Nana, local student, discovers a new side to her quirk," he quoted. "There wasn't a spontaneous bone-breaking quirk, but the quirk boost and subsequent strength that was mentioned was enough of a lead for me to look into it. There's a photo of her and a certain blonde middle schooler that sort of cemented what my theory was." "I'm calling Tashinori," Night Eye said defeatedly. "Don't bother." Gran Torino waved him off. "It's the middle of the night and the kid already knew a chunk of this." Izuku's brain took a second to fill in what he meant. "His injury?" he guessed, waving his hand over his abdomen where All Might's injury was. Gran Torino nodded. They awkwardly sat in silence, none of their unfortunate souls knowing how to continue. "I need to make a call," Izuku realized. His family had no way to contact him and they had no idea where he was. Who knows how freaked out they were over his cryptic message. "Can I use someone's phone?" Mirio nodded immediately but Night Eye narrowed his eyes. "Who are you calling?" Izuku bit down on a snarl. "I destroyed my phone because I didn't want anyone using my trail to find something. You're the one who decided it was a good idea to haul me here," and now I can't contact my family. They don't know where I am. Izuku blinked, then frowned, still glaring. I don't know where I am either, for that matter. Just let me call them. Night Eye held his gaze. You can't tell them. Do you think I'm some stupid blabbermouth? Izuku snapped. I know how to keep secrets, sir. Kid, Gran Torino called. I've got a landline upstairs for you to use. Upstairs, Izuku sat in a dim hallway. Voices traveled from beneath him, the others evidently still talking about something. Though the wood floors were hard and the air was cold, Izuku's eyes drooped. Instead of giving into his body's wishes for sleep, he dialed Hitoshi's number. The phone rang for a few seconds before he picked up. Nakamura whorehouse, Hitoshi droned. You got the dough, we got the hoe. Izuku chuckled. I don't think Hana would let me pet her for more than 5 seconds if I bribed her with all the treats in the world. The other end of the line quieted before Hitoshi said, Izuku? Did Aizawa end you yet? He asked instead of replying. Muffled shouting broke out on Hitoshi's end. I'm handing you over to Dad, he said, before more shuffling occurred. Are you safe? Aizawa said urgently. My ribs are bruised and I accidentally uncovered a secret that could crumble society, Izuku huffed, hugging himself with his free arm to warm himself up. People should really stop trying to crush my ribs. Where are you? Aizawa sounded concerned. I can bring you home. I don't actually know where Night Eye took me, Izuku confessed. I guess I should have paid more attention to where we were going. Sir Night Eye knows about this? Oh, now he sounds pissed. Cool, Night Eye deserves to be yelled at some more. Yeah, he was mad at me and now I am in Gran Torino's house, Izuku sighed. I'm tired, he said quietly. I should have interned with you. You would have let me sleep. Did Sir Night Eye hurt you? Izuku hummed, half asleep, before shaking his head. No, Gran Torino was the one who bruised my ribs. He thought I was going to spill the beans on the big secret. I'll ask again, and you better give me a straight answer, Aizawa said. Are you safe? I think so, Izuku said. Mirio and Gran Torino seem to trust me, so I don't think they will let Night Eye be nasty to me anymore. They better not, he grumbled. Can you hand the phone to one of the adults, Izuku? I need to have some words with them. The landline's cord only stretches a few feet, and I don't really want to see Night Eye glare at me anymore today. Izuku played with the cord and chuckled darkly. Man, it's true when they say don't meet your heroes. First All Might, now this? All Might? Well, I met him after nearly being ended and taken as someone's sock puppet, uncovered a different, but slightly related secret, and had my dreams crushed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then again, that day was a sheet's how of horrendous luck and terrible decisions on all fronts. A sock puppet? He called me a meat suit when he tried to end me, but same difference, Izuku shrugged, shivering at the reminder of sludge forcing itself down his throat. When was this? Aizawa said. A year or so before the entrance exam. 10 months, maybe? After I used my quirk and, died, I lost most of my awareness. Silence reigned on the other end of the line. That sounds like one hell of a day, Hitoshi said, breaking the silence. How are you, alive though? Kaken resuscitated me. Izuku bit his lip, a sour feeling flooding him at his inadvertent slip-up. He was prone to being loose-lipped when he was tired, and calling Bakugo Kaken was one of the slip-ups that hadn't happened in a while. Who? Aizawa asked. Never mind, Izuku said, forcibly changing the subject. I don't think they will allow me to leave, so you don't need to come to get me. They can't force you to stay, Aizawa growled. Say the word and we're there. He yawned, letting his head knock against the wall softly. I think I'll be okay, he murmured. I should probably build a new phone soon. Just let us buy you one. Hitoshi said, almost pleading. Expensive, Izuku said as an argument, his hold on the phone becoming loose. Knees to his chest, Izuku listened to their voices. Are you tired? Hitoshi asked. He hummed without opening his eyes. Good night. Night, they both said. Midoriya Izuku stared at the charred remnants of his notebook as the wind ruffled the water-warped pages. He clenched his teeth to stave off tears. Another notebook destroyed, this time his dreams dashed along with it.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.